193. From about 10,000 in 1848, the number of Europeans in Egypt grew to around 100,000 at the beginning of the 1880s. Although most still lived in Alexandria, large numbers moved to Cairo and even, as landlords and money lenders, into the provinces. Viceroy Abbas had not permitted Europeans to own land, but Said and Ismail gradually allowed them to acquire land and urban property, in fact, though they often had to resort to legal fictions. 7. Since workers tend to conceive of foreign labor as illegitimate competition, the large numbers of European immigrants who commanded higher wages and paid fewer taxes than locals naturally generated a certain amount of resentment. There was nothing particularly Middle Eastern about anti-foreign sentiment. One has only to think of the anti-Irish agitations in 18th-century London. But competition for work formed only one dimension of Egyptian relations with Europeans. Along with large numbers of Southern European workers and shopkeepers came a smaller but highly influential group of Northern European merchants and investors. The Europeans were therefore present everywhere the Egyptian worker, artisan, or merchant looked, whether as competitors for work, or as owners acquiring workshops, or as creditors. Europeans demanded cash crops like cotton, transforming the economy. But they also insisted on immunity from Egyptian law and taxation, seeking an advantage over Egyptians in their own country that led to seething frustrations. To the insult of their general success in escaping high Egyptian taxes and flaunting Egyptian justice, the immigrant European workers added the injury of drawing higher wages than local artisans for the same work. Moreover, European workshops tended to shun Egyptian skilled labor out of a conviction that it produced an inferior product, thus shutting the indigenous population out of the more highly paid European sector of the economy. 8. New insight into other, more complex frustrations can be gained from documents in the Egyptian archives. Textile and cotton merchants in Alexandria complained bitterly in 1873 that weighers and measurers, who used to constitute a public guild, had all now gone to work as individuals for private European concerns, so that Egyptians could no longer expect fair weighing. Here it is enough to note the potentially annoying impact that the privatization of some parts of the economy might have on certain groups. I presented a more detailed analysis of this issue in Chapter 3. Egyptian authorities regularly consulted European merchant communities when appointing guild masters for guilds such as the brokers in Alexandria, allowing European concerns to weigh in their decision against the powerful Shati family in 1878. Again, the losers in such guild elections may have harbored grievances against the Europeans for the way their vote went. Ibrahim al-Muwaylihi said, in an article discussed earlier, that as for the merchant, he has been impoverished by a stagnant market and forced to cling for shelter to the hem of the foreigner, who can, if he pleases, ruin him or allow him to remain as he is. 9. And as for the laborer and artisan, he wrote, they were crushed beneath the weight of taxes. Everyone knew the 194. Taxes were so high because of the need to service the debts to Europe. From the point of view of many ordinary Egyptians, then, Europeans brought with them, not progress, but a highly unequal social system that included caste privileges for themselves, high taxes to satisfy their greedy financiers, and hellish machines that threatened the quality of life. Urban conflicts, Egyptians and the European impact. The classic accounts of anti-European agitation in the 1860s and 1870s focused on the role of notables, military officers, and intellectuals. 10. But the now largely forgotten workings of the crowd formed an important social context for the anti-imperialist and pan-Islamic agitations of intellectuals and the holy and learned men. These groups interacted, of course. Muslim sermonizers had direct access to the public every Friday afternoon at congregational prayers, and some artisans were literate enough to read the anti-European press that sprang up in the late 1870s. Even the illiterate often heard press reports read aloud, as shown in Chapter 4. As we have seen, one leading nationalist journalist, Abdullah an-Nadim, even sprang from an artisan background. When they did take notice of the crowd in Egypt, most historians depicted it as a gathering of Egyptian rabble or a paid-for mob directed by some sinister elite. but was it really no more than an occasional rowdy assemblage of dayworkers or a facade for elite conspiracies? And was it invariably Egyptian? The answer to both questions is no, as I shall attempt to demonstrate, and the second query may be dismissed out of hand. The urban crowd in this period clearly became increasingly polarized, between Egyptian workers and artisans on the one hand, and European immigrants on the other. The Europeans were on the whole much more boisterous than the locals, and the rivalries between these groups generated their own history of feuding. Although the urban disturbances discussed below had many proximate causes, some themes re-emerged time and again. Religious identity contributed an important element of the crowd's mentality. European workers sought to participate in imperial glory by asserting their superiority over the locals, even their immunity from prosecution for crimes. Not only Egyptian nationalists, but apparently even European toughs themselves saw a parallel between the imperialists' usurpation of territory in Africa and Asia with impunity, and the European workers' unpunished acts of burglary or vandalism. The Egyptian crowd, on the other hand, often adopted a rhetoric of defending Muslim honor against Christian encroachments. Events elsewhere in the Muslim world could set off or influence disturbances in Suez or Alexandria. For this reason, not only the Jeddah, 1858, and Damascus, 1860, massacres of Christians, but also the War for Independence of 1857–58 in North India formed important background events for the culture of Euro-Muslim conflict. 195. In Middle Eastern cities, anti-European disturbances sometimes reflected the activities of international networks of Muslim activists who opposed European expansion in India, North Africa, and Eastern Europe. These activists, drawn from many social strata, had often been displaced by the European advance, gone on pilgrimage to Mecca, and then settled in the Hijaz, Egypt, or Syria. The British consul in Cairo in 1858 not only reported local Christian and European fears aroused by the Jeddah massacre that same year, but added that there can be little doubt that from the breaking out of the revolt in India, in which Muslims have taken such a prominent part, there has been here a certain sympathy of Mussulman feeling with that movement, and there is reason to suppose that Indian and Persian partisans have done their best to increase, if not excite, that sympathy. 12. The increasingly light government of Said Pasha, whose treasury ran lower and lower, held out little prospect that the Egyptian government could control any outbreak of anti-European or anti-Christian feeling in Cairo. Ensuring security for minorities became difficult with the increasing spread of these communities outside their traditional neighborhoods and the breakdown of the old system of local defense measures within city quarters. The vice-consul in Suez also reported that some Muslims in that city showed satisfaction on hearing of the Jeddah massacre, especially the boatmen from Jeddah and other Red Sea coasts, and those in direct contact with Hadramotus. He reported that earlier in Suez native Christians and even Sikh Europeans were openly insulted by a number of natives assembled for the purpose. 13. Said's death, and the change of government early in 1863, created expectations of change. For several days after Viceroy Ismail's accession, crowds assembled at the spot where executioners usually dispatched criminals to see the European who it was currently reported was to be hung by the order of the government as a mark of the change that had taken place as regards Christians. 14. Of course, this expectation proved a chimera. In February 1863, arsonists set a fire at the Christian-owned Hamza Icon in Al-Muski, and attempted to start blazes at several French and Italian establishments. The British consul, again, laid suspicion on cosmopolitan Muslim anti-imperialists, writing that Druze, Afghans, and people from Mecca living in Cairo, it is said, are inciting the Musulman mob to commit outrages against Christians. 15. These incidents coincided not only with the accession of a new viceroy, but also with the beginnings of the impact of the cotton boom, which brought increased numbers of Europeans into a country undergoing more rapid economic and social change. Although our focus here is on urban disturbances, these must have been influenced by general feelings of government strength or weakness, and thus by collective action taken in the countryside and in provincial small towns. Upper Egypt remained more difficult for the government to control than the Delta. In the late 1850s and early 1860s, notorious bandits such as the Sufi leader Umar al-Misri attracted to their gangs Arab tribesmen for the purpose of plundering caravans and slaves en route to and from the Sudan. 16 More important, the city of Asiut and the towns and villages around it were shaken in 1865 by an uprising centered on the Egyptian disciple of an Indian holy man. 17 Sheikh Ibrahim, a Sufi from the subcontinent, had played an active role in the 1857 revolt against the British, and had fled in the wake of its failure to Egypt. Based near Asiut, he spread his version of militant Sufism for several years, before returning to India and leaving an Egyptian deputy in charge. This deputy, Sayyid Ahmed Attib, lived in the town of Ka in the district of Gurga. Sayyid Ahmed laid claim to deputyship, al-wilayah, to special knowledge, and to miracles, and gathered many followers in Gurga. His descent from the Prophet and his Sufi charisma gave him a basis for laying claim to secular authority as well, and he began cursing the Egyptian government and all its works, accusing Viceroy Ismail of having turned away from Islam. Violence occurred when a local Coptic Christian bought a slave girl and attempted to convert her to Christianity. She refused. When Attib heard of the matter, he gathered followers from the districts of Gurga and Asiut, and raided the Copt's house, rescuing the slave girl. He did not stop there, however, but announced that he was the Mahdi, the messianic promised one of Islam. His followers also perpetrated violence against Greeks. When government security forces dispersed the militant Sufis, they formed themselves into small bands and took to pillaging. Sheikh Ahmed's moral suasion was such that he proved able to convince at least one of Ismail's own Ottoman officers to defect to him. The viceroy himself had to accompany 4 or 5 steamers loaded with a few companies of regular soldiers and some light artillery pieces up the Nile to Asiut. There the government reinforcements engaged about 1,000 of the insurgent Sufis, routing them and killing 30 of their number, including Sheikh Ahmed and the military officer who had thrown in with him. Ismail claimed to have lost only 5 or 6 men in the operation. The British speculated that one source of discontent for workers in the area may have been their forced employment on Ismail's estates at only 2.5 piastres per day, wages suitable to 1,863, rather than at the 10 to 12 piastres per day they could have gotten on the open labor market of 1,865. But the longer-term ideological structures of Sufi militancy, with strong influences from charismatic anti-imperialists such as the mystic Ahmadullah Shah, prominent as a Sufi leader during the Indian revolt in Lucknow, cannot be discounted as forces in their own right. Viceroy Ismail, with his modernizing ways and ambitions to join Europe, looked like a cultural traitor to these militant Sufis still fighting 1857. The movement, moreover, appears not to have been an exclusively rural affair, but to have had a base in the small towns of Upper Egypt. At least a light fallout from 1839, the First Anglo-Afghan War, and 1857 in South Asia, from 1858 in the Hijaz, and from 1860 in the Levant therefore. 197. Continued to rain down upon Egypt in the 1860s through networks of resident Muslim travelers, merchants, pilgrims, and exiles whose bitterness from experiences in defending themselves from Europeans or fighting local Christians had led them to agitate against them among their contacts in the leadership of Egyptian urban crowds. The government of Ismail, however, took firm steps to protect Christians and Europeans in the capital, and the new Commonwealth allowed an expansion of both the army and the police force, as well as a restoration of the interior ministry. Ironically, the Sufi phobia of the British consuls in the aftermath of 1857 led them to look in the wrong places for urban disturbances in the 1860s. They should have been worried about the European immigrants. Despite the rumors of impending Muslim agitation, the cases of arson in Cairo, and the Sufi insurrection near Asiut, for most of the 1860s the major urban riots originated with the foreigners rather than with the Egyptians. The large number of Southern European workers who congregated in Egypt's urban centers from 1862 onward came into ethnic conflict several times with local Egyptians. These Greeks, Italians, and Maltese could ignite fights with slurs on Islam or simply by starting drunken brawls. Working-class Egyptians and Nubians also drank. Like the American gold rush 2 decades earlier, the Egyptian cotton rush created large and rowdy immigrant communities of the greedy or ambitious whose antecedents, as the British consul superciliously put it, would not have borne much inquiry. The French consul reported in 1865 that Ismail pleads that measures be taken to prevent the invasion of the country by vagrants who either will not or cannot in any way create honorable means of subsistence for themselves. His Highness complains above all against Italy and Austria, who go to few pains to hide the assistance they give to the emigration to Egypt of all bad subjects and ex-convicts. It is certain that these convoys of 4,000 to 5,000 individuals arriving at the same time could not be organized without receiving encouragement. Alexandria is inundated above all by Calabrians, and the police are impotent to prevent the murders and thefts that are committed with a rare audacity. 18. Early in 1863, Egyptian authorities arrested and sentenced to deportation a group of armed Greek toughs, who stood accused of various crimes, foremost among them the murder of an Egyptian in an altercation at a Cairo coffee house. The European consuls even in such situations reacted in a knee-jerk fashion, intervening for their subjects on grounds of the capitulations that generally put Europeans outside the reach of ordinary Egyptian law. The Greek consul demanded that the deportation order be rescinded, but the new government of Viceroy Ismail stood its ground, insisting that its admission of inability to intervene in such cases would endanger public order for Egyptian and European alike. 19. In the 1860s, however, the vast majority of Europeans settling in Egypt made the Mediterranean port of Alexandria their home. Muhammad Ali had 198. Revived Alexandria as an arsenal and naval shipyard and built the crucial Mamoudiya Canal that provided it with water and connected it to the rest of the country, see Table 7.1. Beginning in the 1840s, it began to shed its military aspect, and became instead a civilian center of commerce. With the cotton boom, Alexandria emerged as one of the 4 great ports of the Mediterranean, along with Istanbul, Marseilles, and Genoa, in terms of tonnage shipped. 20. Robert Ilbert suggests that it may be analyzed into 4 basic zones in this period. The first is the cotton market at Mina al-Basel, a huge arena for bargaining over prices and quality, for mixing and warehousing Egypt's white gold. Adjacent to this commercial zone, extending south toward the Mamoudiya Canal, there grew up a popular quarter for Egyptian laborers, many of them recent immigrants from the rural provinces of Lower and Upper Egypt. The heart of the old city, on the other hand, was gradually taken over by immigrant Southern European workers, see Table 7.2. Finally, the wealthy of all nationalities congregated above the square of the consuls. 21. These 4 zones were relatively accessible to one another, however, and their various populations penetrated each other's territory for work or business. In May 1865 a drunken brawl threatened the tranquility of Alexandria. 22. 3 tipsy Italian Marines off a corvette in the harbor quarreled with some Egyptian donkey boys in a suburb. They started beating the boys up when a large party of Arabs came to the rescue and attacked the Europeans. The Marines fled to town, where they gathered comrades and assailed the Arabs, who had followed them. Some police guards, largely Turks or Albanians, then came up and took the side of the Arabs, seizing the Marines, engaging in swordplay, and wounding several Italians. The Italian consul general demanded, in the wake of the incident, the dismissal of the prefect of police and punishment of the police guards. Even after the Egyptian government dismissed several policemen and punished the donkey boys, many in the 16,000 strong Italian community felt dissatisfied. 23. A body of 400 armed working-class men proceeded from the old city, surrounding and breaking into the Italian consul's house, then demanding that he exact heavier satisfaction from the Egyptians. The Italian official had for a while to be guarded by a special force of 300 Egyptian guards until a detachment of Marines from the corvette could be called to mount guard. These managed to identify and arrest several ringleaders of the demonstration at the consul's residence, putting them on the corvette. The British consul was probably correct in worrying that the affair held explosive potential, but it had no immediate issue. The long-term impact of the Italians' turbulence and high-handedness, and of Egypt's forced capitulation to their demands, is harder to gauge. Security became an ever more explosive political issue with the influx of tens of thousands of Europeans, some propertied, others laborers or confidence men. European newspapers complained ad nauseam of burglaries and lack of public security. Egyptian authors reposted, however, that most of the criminals were themselves Europeans. 24 It is sometimes difficult to separate out criminality and social protest, as when Egyptian guards in Alexandria decided to burglarize the European company for which they worked. 25 These guards, often Nubians from the poor villages beyond Aswan, saw every day and first-hand the opulence of the Europeans, while working for them at a pittance. The explosiveness of such a situation was demonstrated a century later, in 1986, when poorly paid security police who often guarded tourist hotels and sites rioted throughout Cairo, attacking the hotels of the European multinationals and symbols of Gulf Arab wealth such as nightclubs. In Alexandria of the 1860s and 1870s, however, European crowds continued to cause most of the trouble. Internal factionalism within European colonies could erupt into urban violence with ease. From 1857 to 1870 the Hellenic communities were frequently divided over issues of patriarchal authority and the secular autonomy of the Alexandrian community. Under the Ottoman system, the Greek Orthodox Patriarch would normally have been considered the head of the community, in both religious and secular matters. The Alexandrian community, however, insisted that it should enjoy autonomy from the Church, and at the same time demanded the right of community members to vote for the Patriarch when the office became empty. Underlying these conflicts, one senses, was the growth of a bourgeois leadership among Alexandrian Greeks that chafed under traditional ecclesiastical authority. Early in 1870 this ongoing internal Greek dispute menaced Alexandria with further European lawlessness. A popular Greek patriarch died in 1869, strengthening the hand of the widely disliked archimandrite of the local monastery. A mob broke into the monastery and removed the body of the patriarch, who had died there, to the Greek cathedral. 200. In Alexandria, in order to prevent the archimandrite from presiding over the funeral ceremony, several riots broke out among the Greeks in the European section of the Old City, in defiance of their own consulate and of the Egyptian government, and the British consul grew so concerned about security that he applied for permission to keep firearms. 26 A year later in Alexandria some French subjects publishing an unauthorized journal clashed with local police who tried to close it down, provoking an angry correspondence between the French agent and the Egyptian government. The French consular agent issued a decree authorizing his subjects to repel force by force, which created a sensation. Attempts to arbitrate the dispute bogged down, and more numbers of the unauthorized publication appeared. The French consul general even threatened to have French Marines disembark to provide security for French subjects, but the rest of the European consular corps, who feared provoking a riot, dissuaded him. The Europeans' sense of being a state within a state, wherein they even denied the Weberian monopoly on the use of legitimate force to the Egyptian government, shows clearly through in such incidents. 27 Another Egyptian city, the newly founded Port Said, witnessed extremely rapid growth, especially with the opening of the Suez Canal in 1869, yet lacked developed urban institutions to mediate the conflicts that arose among the well-organized immigrants, see Table 7.3. Some Greek and other European workers proved rowdy, engaging in theft and rape. Local prison facilities were inadequate, foreign consuls uncooperative, and efforts to impose an 11 p.m. curfew fruitless. 28 On February 16, 1870 a serious disturbance took place in the port. At 4 p.m. 4 government guards began walking through the streets, singing and firing pistols. At 10 p.m. a drunken guard entered a Greek shop, demanding some cheese and saying he would pay later. The shopkeeper declined to extend him credit. The guard came back with a gold piece, but as he was leaving whirled about and shot the shopkeeper in the face. The alarm went up, with Greeks gathering to arrest the guard, and other guards coming to his assistance. A gunfight began between the two groups, which the governor's men could not break up until around midnight. The governor and the Greek consul spent part of those 2 hours arguing about how to stop the melee. The incident left 4 Greeks and an Austrian severely wounded on the European side, and the vice-governor took a bullet while attempting to disperse the crowd. 2 years later another fracas involving Greeks erupted at Tanta, the large delta city with the shrine of the medieval mystic Sayyid Ahmad al-Badawi. After the dust had settled, the general opinion prevailed that drunken Greeks began it by insulting the principal official of the Sayyid al-Badawi mosque. The conflict remained confined to the local population and the Greeks, however, and did not affect other Europeans. Tanta was among the lower Egyptian cities that experienced dramatic growth from the 1860s, as a cotton entrepot and a major railway stop. It hosted an annual fair for Sayyid Ahmad al-Badawi, which grew from 150,000 attenders earlier in the century to some 500,000 in the 1870s, and served as a major marketing center in addition to its religious purposes. The inhabitants of a shrine city may have been especially touchy about Greek blasphemy. On the other hand, Greeks and Greek Orthodox Syrians were especially active as money lenders and owners of steam-powered cotton gins in the interior, and this role may have increased the hatred for them of ordinary Egyptians, as infidels, wealthy industrialists, and creditors. 31 European workers' willingness to offer outrageous insults to revered Muslim leaders caused minor brawls to escalate into either riots or diplomatic incidents. In the same year 2 Maltese British subjects, Cesare Sackett and Giovanni Azzopardi, employees of the water company, were laying pipes in Cairo when they had a dispute with one of the servants of Muhammad al-Abbasi, the Sheikh al-Islam, a high Muslim religious authority and rector of Al-Azhar Seminary. The three fell to fighting, and the Maltese are said to have made use of disrespectful and improper language toward the Sheikh himself. 32. The imprecations they pronounced on the Sheikh al-Islam required the British consulate to conduct tiresome and protracted investigations, and to negotiate the tricky terrain involved in taking a deposition from the Sheikh al-Islam himself for a secular, Western consular trial of the two. In 1875 a riot occurred at Port Said, this time between some Maltese Christians and Nubian Muslim guards posted at the customs house. 33 The feud between the Maltese and the Nubians created an even more dangerous incident in the summer of 1878, recorded by a British captain whose ship was then in the port. A fight began between two members of these groups, which drew a mainly European crowd. The police became alarmed at the sight of this large mob, and the Italian police chief called the deputy governor, Uthman Effendi. The latter sent for help from an Arab village about a half-mile away. A soldier, 202, a bugler by his side, called out that Muslims must hurry to rescue their co-religionists, whom the Christians were killing. Hundreds of excited villagers hurried into the European quarter of Port Said, crying death to the Christians. In the meantime authorities separated and arrested the two brawlers, and dispersed the 300 European spectators. The 2,000 Muslims that came running into town found no one to fight with, and no one to defend, and so returned to their village. Captain Beamish thought the deputy governor to blame for panicking, and the central government in fact punished him for his role in the affair. 34 Such ethnic violence pitting indigenous groups against Europeans in cities such as Port Said should not obscure the continued tensions among European groups themselves, which frequently led to small-scale violence. The difficulty Egyptian authorities had in dealing with habitual European offenders must also be recognized. European thieves in the port cities, or those guilty of engaging in armed violence, received sentences of deportation. These habitual criminals could, however, fairly easily sneak back into Egypt on the return ship, despite increasingly sophisticated Egyptian attempts to establish passport control. In the late 1870s, the Ministry of the Interior issued strict orders that Europeans found guilty of theft or armed violence be deported, at government expense, and photographs of them placed at passport control offices in Port Said, Suez, Cairo, and Alexandria to prevent their return. Authorities also took steps to clear from city streets indigent Egyptians, often recent immigrants from the countryside. 35 Although officials were attempting to be even-handed in maintaining public order in urban areas, they were unwittingly sending the signal that most Europeans were more welcome in Cairo and Alexandria than most Egyptians, and that poor Egyptian villagers attempting to make a better life for themselves by moving to the city were as deserving of exile as European rogues and burglars. Like Tilly's 19th-century burghers, Egyptian officials believed the pernicious postulate that mere rural-urban migration posed a threat to public order. Of the contentious encounters discussed above, only 5 occurred in Egypt's interior. 2 of the relatively minor Cairo affairs, the arson against Christian shops and the Greek brawl at a coffee house, took place in 1863, at a time of transition from Said to Ismail. The same political factor, the inexperience of an untested new ruler, may have influenced the timing of Sayyid Ahmed at-Tib's Mahdist revolt near Asiut in 1865. The 1872 Maltese-Egyptian fight in Cairo involved only 3 persons, and despite its international ramifications, cannot really count as a contentious encounter since it was so small. I found evidence of one major riot in Tanta, set off by Greeks in 1872. The other 7 incidents all occurred in port cities, with their large numbers of Europeans. Alexandria saw 3 disturbances: the 1865 Italian riot, the 1870 Greek rampage, and the 1871 conflict between Egyptian police and French printers. Suez witnessed just one contentious gathering, the 1858 S203 assembly that abused Christians. In Port Said, the Nubian Guards and Greeks fought in 1870, and in the mid to late 1870s 2 conflicts erupted between Nubians and Maltese. Egyptians in the eastern ports of Suez and Port Said seemed more aggressive toward Europeans, in contrast to Alexandria, where Italians and Greeks appear to have caused most of the trouble. One suspects a difference in mentality in the Red Sea cities, and a British report of the mood in Port Suez also suggests such a distinctive attitude. Consul West wrote in 1873 that most local inhabitants of that town preferred to think of themselves as more closely linked to the Hijaz, with its Muslim holy cities, than to Egypt, with its rustic peasant image. 36 They submitted to the power of Egyptian officials, but reserved their respect for notables from the Hijaz or upper-class pilgrims passing through. Like many other Red Sea ports, Suez, hostile to Europeans, only sullenly acquiesced to Viceroy Ismail's rule. West recognized that the Egyptian government had done little for the city's inhabitants. Although the authorities spent much money in the vicinity, they allocated most of it to sectors where mainly Europeans benefited. Locals faced increasingly onerous taxes, and had been displaced by the competition of steamships from their traditional means of earning a living through conveying pilgrims to Jeddah. Many formerly wealthy boat owners and agents now found themselves in reduced circumstances. Naturally, then, the people of Suez not only deplored the current state of affairs, but tended to blame their troubles on the arrival of the Europeans and their innovations. West thought manifestations of xenophobia and religious demonstrations more frequent in 1873 than they had been 10 years earlier. Pious Muslims had harsh words for Khedive Ismail's exorbitant taxes, interference with their trade, and lavish expenditure on a horde of abhorred and impious foreigners. 37. Rogers in Cairo, on the other hand, said he had not observed any manifestation of Muslim anti-Europeanism in his district. But he did admit that his informants thought local Muslims attributed the ballooning Egyptian budget and consequent high taxes to the Khedive's too great intimacy with Europeans. 38. Leaving aside differences in mentality among the inhabitants of various cities, the urban disturbances of which I could find a record in the 1860s and early 1870s have many elements in common. First, a rivalry or some sort of friction existed between two relatively small groups. Coptic merchants and Muslim Sayyids, Italian sailors and Egyptian donkey drivers, Greek shopkeepers and Nubian guards, Greek Orthodox believers and Muslim shrine officials, Maltese port workers and Egyptian customs house employees all came into conflict on a small scale fairly frequently. But when that conflict assumed an aspect of public violence, larger networks and loyalties came into play. Maltese and Italians came to the aid of Greeks, Egyptians to the aid of Nubians. Guilds that might otherwise have their own differences with one another would stand together against the foreigner. This unthinking allegiance and 204. Suspension of disbelief about the enormities of which the other was capable could cause a minor fracas to escalate into a full-blown riot very quickly. The economic relations of Europeans and Egyptians were frequently unequal and exploitative, and often frustrating for all concerned. These daily frustrations formed a background of continuous prose for the occasional punctuation afforded by the riots. The Euro-Egyptian conflicts of the 1860s and early 1870s had little overtly political content, though local pride and imperial glory lurked in many a humble bout of fisticuffs. The establishment of European fiscal control over Egypt in 1876, the Russo-Ottoman War of 1877–78, and the Urabi Revolt, all helped to politicize such conflicts in succeeding years. Debt crisis, the Russo-Ottoman War, and student protests, 1876–78. In 1876 Egypt officially defaulted on its loans and the Europeans set up a debt commission to exercise control over Egyptian finances, with an eye to ensuring that Egypt made its debt service payments to European creditors on time. This direct foreign role in the administration of Egypt altered the country's relationship with Europe and set the stage for greater anti-European feeling. It coincided with the establishment of mixed courts, which gave foreigners the ability often to manipulate law even in disputes with local Egyptians, and made them more confident about speculating in Egyptian real estate. The author of one contemporary Egyptian government report on the effect of the mixed courts discussed the disadvantages to peasants of the newly introduced court system vis-a-vis Europeans and invoked Algerian and Indian, 1857, revolts as arguments against such a radical alteration of local law and custom. 39 British officials in Cairo on the whole played down rumors of increased Muslim militancy. Late in 1876 Vivian, the consul in Cairo, reported back to London that local Christians feared an outbreak of violence against them at the next Muslim holy day. These reports, he wrote, were based upon an alleged change of demeanor of the Mussulman towards the Christians, upon insults to the servants of Christians, upon an assault stated to have been committed upon an Italian for venturing to smoke in the streets during Ramadan, and upon the alleged concealment of arms in the mosques. 40. Vivian dismissed all these grounds after a careful investigation. The alleged assaults on Christians, he suggested, could usually be traced to some provocative act on the part of the Greeks or Italians, and there was no evidence of arms stockpiling in the mosques. But he did find great dissatisfaction among Muslim Egyptians about the overtaxation and arrears of pay to which their government subjected them. Although most simply had a feeling of hate for Viceroy Ismail and his officials, clever attempts seem to have been made to direct it against the Europe 205. ANS and to attribute to them all the distress from which the country is unfortunately suffering. 41. Since much of the distress derived from European demands that debt service payments on loans contracted at high interest from European banks and speculators be made promptly and in full every 6 months, such an enterprise actually required little cleverness. In 1876 Egypt's debt crisis intertwined with the political crisis of the Egyptian-Ethiopian War, and then in 1877–78 with that of the Russo-Ottoman War, to which Viceroy Ismail was expected to contribute troops as a vassal of the Sultan. Vivian reported that the Viceroy confided in him worries about where the money would come from to pay for the levy of troops for the Ottomans. Peasants in Upper Egypt were already revolting against high taxes, and had to be put down by military force. Vivian added, I should inform your LDSHP that there is a strong and growing feeling among both foreigners and many natives that the best and indeed the only issue out of the difficulties with which Egypt is beset would be its occupation by England. 42. Needless to say, consular reports such as this tell us more about the ambitions of the men on the spot than about public mood in Egypt. Quite apart from increasingly apparent great power designs on the Nile Valley, rumors of impending war in Europe between a Muslim and a Christian power raised the communal tension in the Ottoman Empire, including Egypt. In Western historiography, the Ottoman actions against Christian populations in the Balkans, and the campaign led by Gladstone on the issue of the Balkan massacres, have been emphasized. But Muslim populations in Eastern Europe suffered greatly during the subsequent Russo-Ottoman War, and, of course, this sort of news roused the fiercest emotions in Egypt. In April 1877 a Meccan Sufi and his father, who had fought with the Ottoman army and been decorated at Bosnia, landed in Alexandria. The Sufi paraded the streets of Alexandria with a green standard, the Prophet's colors, calling upon the people to rise up and kill the infidels. The Sufi managed to attract a following of street boys, but the police swiftly arrested him and his father and put them on the first boat to Mecca. 43 In June pious Muslims received a telegram from a Sheikh Ahmed, styled servant of the Prophet's tomb in Medina, and posted it in the Arab quarters of the capital. The message related a dream of the Prophet in which he castigated believers for neglecting their devotions, turning to drink and lewdness, and despising the poor and oppressed, refusing them alms. It instructed the believers to ostracize those who did not say their 5 daily prayers, and promised that the last day, when the sun would rise from the west, was fast approaching. 44 The chiliastic poster created a sensation in the older sections of Cairo, and Vivian took this incident to be one more attempt to arouse the religious feelings of Muslims during the war. A few weeks later, as Egyptian troops prepared to embark for Istanbul, heretofore unnoted but, I think, important anti-European demonstrations took place in Kafr-ez-Zayyat and Zakazayk, towns in the Delta. Carr, the vice-consul. 206. In Kafr-ez-Zayyat, reported that Europeans in his vicinity were alarmed by a daily procession formed mostly by students of the local Egyptian schools, who paraded the European quarter of the town asking for God's help against enemies of the Muslim faith and loudly crying out, "Death to all Christians." 45. Carr reported the general opinion that the boys had been carefully trained in the phrases they shouted, since these were in formal Arabic, and worried that the chief of police had done nothing to interfere with the processions. As noted, similar incidents occurred in Zakazayk, and then spread in July to Mansoura. An Italian newspaper reported that on July 20 a number of Egyptian boys marched through the streets of Mansoura uttering cries that instilled fear in European residents. The following morning, when the foreign consuls complained, police arrested some boys, who then confessed they had been led to act this way by 2 men, Hassan and Khalifa. 46 In September, schoolboys demonstrated against the Europeans in the port city of Damietta, and the area's deputy governor acted in such a way as to receive a reprimand for his conduct from the viceroy. 47 Despite the complaisance of local officials toward these student protests against the Europeans, the central government worked to stop them. The viceroy told the British consul general that he had telegraphed strict instructions to all governors to repress promptly and energetically any acts of insult or hostility on the part of natives towards Europeans. 48. Ismail said that he had deliberately ignored orders from Istanbul to hold large Quran recitals to inflame the religious enthusiasm of the people for the war effort, lest more serious incidents ensue. The students' anti-imperialist fervor undoubtedly reflected the sentiments of at least some of their teachers, and very possibly their parents as well. This literate new middle class often felt most strongly against the hiring of large numbers of foreigners as engineers or bureaucrats, since they felt themselves undervalued in contrast. We have seen above that the cities mentioned had large and growing educational systems, both traditional and modern, creating networks and access through literacy to newspapers that would allow teachers and students to respond to international events like the Russo-Ottoman War through local anti-European demonstrations. The venue for these protests also suggests that European penetration of the Egyptian interior generated some resentment. The 4 towns mentioned were all in Lower Egypt and were provincial centers where Europeans had become increasingly visible and powerful in the 1870s. One report noted that before the opening of mixed tribunals in 1876, which ensured that European property owners would not have to take their disputes to an Islamic court, Europeans had owned only 3,000 or 4,000 feddans in Minyafiya and Garbiya provinces, but that since then the amount has greatly increased 49. A petition from 27 British subjects asking for a consular agent to be appointed in Zakazaki, a growing new town founded in the Muhammad Ali period as a 207. Result of irrigation extension, said that Zagazig is a place in which the numbers and the property of British subjects are increasing by reason of the number of cotton ginning factories and the cultivation of cotton in the district of which it is the chief town, and on account of the tribunal of the reform established in its neighborhoods market 50. In 1878 some 70 to 80 Europeans owned lands around Zakazaki, and their total property came to around 10,000 feddans. A feddan is about an acre. These Europeans acted as money lenders for hard-pressed peasants in the area, and could often buy land cheaply if a small proprietor decided to sell out because he could no longer make his tax payments. 51. Despite the large foreign presence in Alexandria, it proved quieter in the 1870s. There, the old and established European community had developed enough local contacts, power, and institutional arrangements to defuse tension after some mainly European-led riots and incidents in the 1860s. The Sufis who attempted to stir up anti-European feelings in Alexandria in 1877 seem to have met with no great success, and they were not themselves Egyptians. In the 1870s urban conflicts between locals and foreigners came in the new or rapidly growing towns of Zakazaki, Suez, and Port Said, or in interior provincial centers formerly unused to Europeans such as Tanta, Mansoura, and Kafr Zayat. The student protests of 1877–78 marked the entry of a new element into these conflicts, that of the intelligentsia. Especially from its base in the army and police, this literate intermediate stratum would increasingly ally with the urban crowd in anti-European action during the next 3 years, in what became known as the Urabi Revolt. Military riots of 1879. The 3.5 years beginning with January 1879 saw increased military discontent and involvement with politics. The most rebellious officers derived from rural Egyptian notable families, and the troops who supported them came from a peasant background, which raises the question of whether they might have had other sorts of loyalties toward them than merely the military. Discontent with the European-backed status quo engendered antagonism toward Europeans as well, not only in the army but also among the Egyptians who supported the junior officers' protest. One manner in which the troops' discontent manifested itself, crowd action, may have owed something to the incipient urban traditions of rioting developed by the civilians, as well as older peasant protesting techniques, given the troops' largely rural origins. Although it is too small to be called a contentious encounter, a brawl between the guard, Janissary, of the British consulate in Alexandria and a lieutenant in the Egyptian army in the summer of 1878 has left behind some pertinent dialogue. The two individuals were haggling over a bundle of hay. 208. Sold by a woman peddler. The Janissary, Muhammad Aga, offered her 6 or 7 piastres, saying, "Whore, and daughter of a dog, it is not worth more." The lieutenant, Ibrahim Umar, offered 10.5 piastres, and thus got into a shouting match with the Janissary. Slighting him as a servant of the English, the lieutenant shouted at the Janissary, "Go, pimp, I am the servant of Effendina the Khedive, you are the servant of the Christian pimp." 52. As one might imagine, a brawl ensued between the two. The arrogance of the high and mighty Circassian guard of the British consul toward a daughter of the streets has almost metaphoric force if one transposes it to the level of high politics. And the way in which the lieutenant degraded his opponent as the hanger-on of a foreign procureur, in contrast to his own service to Egyptian/Islamic authority, gives insight at a small level into how junior officers ordered their world in the late 1870s, and offers a premonition of a struggle to come. Aside from the military riot instigated by Khedive Ismail in February, the politically volatile spring of 1879 witnessed few instances of popular collective violence. One exception to the relative quiet in the streets during the alliance of nobles, notables, the intelligentsia, and the Khedive against European influence came in late May. A French couple and 2 other persons went for a ride on the train connecting Cairo and Al-Abbasiyah. This trip took them to the European hospital just west of the army garrison that contained the Sudanese regiments. On seeing the Europeans, a group of soldiers from the Al-Abbasiyah garrison accosted them, insulting them and beating them with sticks, then throwing stones at them as they fled. The incident drew an impassioned French protest, and went to the mixed courts, a procedure that could only exacerbate the anti-European feeling in the garrison. 53 The troops at Al-Abbasiyah, of course, played an important role in supporting Urabi's junior officers just 2 years later. One does not normally think of the military as part of the crowd, but it is clear that officers in February and ordinary soldiers in May 1879 engaged in crowd behavior, coming together in contentious gatherings to express their grievances. Crowd action need not be violent. Gathering together to shame an individual has formed an important item in the repertoire of most crowds in history. An example of an impromptu shaming occurred within Bourg's earshot at one of Cairo's many maulids or celebrations of a revered holy figure's birth. Bourg, a Maltese fluent in Arabic, reported that the current of opinion is thus fixed against the Khedive, of whom positive hatred is entertained while no attempt is made to conceal it. About 11:30 p.m. last evening the Khedive drove to the Moule just as I was leaving it, and owing to the press of people to make way for the carriage I came to a standstill for a few minutes. I was surrounded by natives of the well-to-do trading and merchant class, and as the carriage passed us at a slow pace I distinctively heard El Kelbga, the dog has come. 209. Unal el, Ili Fakarna, accursed be the foul expression, who has made beggars of us? These expressions were uttered loud enough to reach the carriage, which drove at no more than about 4 feet from the speakers. 54. Once a crowd has gathered for one purpose, it can easily turn to another. Here, a religious festival, which in Egypt always implies trade and hawking, provided crowd members of the merchant class with the anonymity and security that allowed them to shame the Khedive openly. What intellectuals could not print in the newspapers because of the conventions of censorship could in this setting be openly proclaimed to the ruler with impunity. Of course, in the event the European powers deposed Ismail themselves in June 1879, installing his son Tawfik as viceroy with Ottoman acquiescence. The agitation of the first half of 1879, encouraged behind the scenes by the viceroy and the Ottoman aristocracy, eventuated in relatively little crowd violence since the elite mainly directed it. The desire of many Egyptian notables and clerics, both for a compromise with Ismail that would give them more power, and for the removal of the Nubar government, should not be underestimated. Ironically, the whole ploy backfired in that it clearly played a part in convincing the Europeans that Ismail could no longer control the country, and certainly that they could not hope to control him. Ironically, Ismail's connivance at crowd action on the part of his officers not only sent the message he desired, of the unpopularity of the Nubar ministry with its European cabinet members, it also signaled to the British that a populist spirit had infected Egypt, bringing into doubt the viceroy's own strength and ability to rule. Soldiers openly attacking European civilians, as in Al-Abbasiyah in May, could not be countenanced by the imperial powers. 55 The growing signs of indiscipline in the armed forces, of which Ismail at times took advantage, signaled the soldiers' capacity for adopting the repertoires and rhetoric of crowd action. Like the European sailors in the port towns, they too could brawl with foreigners. Like the Italian workers who surrounded their embassy in 1865 and accused the ambassador of treason, the Egyptians too could accost the symbols of authority, here the cabinet ministers who included foreigners and their lackeys. Many young officers had been through the civil schools for a time, and could articulate as well as the intellectuals a rhetoric of dissidence. When the military demonstrated its discontent, it found numerous allies in civil society, from Muslim holy and learned men to butchers, horse dealers, and Bedouin. The urban crowd at Amalid spoke for many Egyptians in cursing the viceroy to his face for beggaring them. Merchants may have found courage to act in this manner more easily once they perceived that even the state's security apparatus was wavering in its loyalty. Not all the riots between Europeans and Egyptians discussed in this chapter possessed any great political significance, of course. But it is important to note. 210. That a tradition of urban interaction existed in which some sorts of conflict between ethnic and religious groups were handled autonomously without reference to the national or even provincial authorities. An imagined slur on the honor of Italy caused working-class Italians to run amok and even to take their own ambassador hostage until they considered that face had been saved. An affray between French printers and Egyptian police could provoke the French ambassador into acknowledging what the French crowd already took to be the case: Frenchmen could repel force by force without recourse to the authorities. On the other hand, the Muslim crowd at the shrine at Tanta thought they knew how to handle blaspheming Greeks, and it was not by submitting complaints to the local police. Nubians in Port Said were involved in major instances of violence with Greeks or Maltese 3 times in the decade of the 1870s, suggesting recurring frustrations and enmities, in short, an incipient urban tradition. Throughout, crowd behavior suggested a lack of respect for the supposed Weberian monopoly on force the Egyptian government thought it should have enjoyed. The officers' attack on cabinet members in February 1879 exemplified the vigilante tactics of the crowd. What we begin to see happening in 1877–78, against the backdrop of a major military confrontation between the Ottomans and a European power, is the congruity of riots such as that in Port Said with urban anti-European demonstrations, and the participation, not only of workers and tradesmen, but of students from the middle strata. With the appointment of the Debt Commission and the increasing European penetration of the court system and the bureaucracy, Britain and France had decisively entered the arena of domestic Egyptian politics. Policies that might once have simply elicited popular hatred of the viceroy now conjured up anti-European protesters. As the Egyptian intermediate strata began to seek means of political self-expression, they not only ran up against the Ottoman and Circassian hammerlock on power, but also found the Europeans blocking them at every turn. That schoolboys mounted anti-European protests in several cities in 1878, developing a new repertoire of contention that complemented the urban conflicts between Egyptian and European workers, served as a harbinger for the future. In 1882 a section of the Ottoman nobles, most of the country notables, the intelligentsia and the crowd joined forces against the Europeans and the Khedive who had allied himself with them. The verdict on Hourani's theory about the notables provoking the riots appears to be that it works best for smaller cities and for towns, where the notables still had a great deal of face-to-face contact with the populace. Here the events in Jeddah in 1858 are suggestive. 56 Recent research has shown that high ulama, religious judges, the leader of the Prophet's descendants, an Ottoman official, and the chief of the Hadramawti merchants all helped plan an attack on European consulates and business establishments in response to a conflict between the British and the Ottomans over the nationality of a ship. 211. Anchored in the harbor. Artisans and sailors took part in the rioting in this small Red Sea port of 15,000, and must in part have been reacting against increasing European economic penetration of the area. But here, as Hourani argued, the notables played the leading role. Notables in Hourani's sense also led several of the Egyptian riots or other conflicts discussed in this chapter. A millenarian Sufi mystic provoked the riots in the small towns of Upper Egypt in 1865. Muslim holy and learned men of Tanta may have helped fan the anti-Greek riot of 1872. The deputy governor's panic partially caused the near riot at Port Said in 1878. In many other instances, however, the urban crowd appears to have acted spontaneously or at the direction of popular leaders from among the ordinary folk. The Nubian melees with Maltese or Greeks in Port Said seem unlikely to have been planned or to have had much connection to notables. In other large cities such as Alexandria and Damascus, crowd action in this period probably had its own origin in the city streets, rather than deriving from the machinations of elites. Philip Cowrie has argued, for instance, that the anti-Christian riots in Damascus in 1860 can in part be explained not only by Muslim resentment toward increasingly favorable economic and legislative conditions for the Christian minority, but also by the decreased authority of Muslim notables over the urban crowd. 57. In this interpretation, anti-European riots can often be seen as the result of crowds acting on their own initiative, perhaps even in opposition to the wishes of patricians, rather than always being manifestations of notables' political opposition to centralization or European competition. Autonomous crowd action formed an important repertoire of contention during the Revolution of 1882, by which time the ordinary city folk were well practiced in ethnic contention with Europeans. Although the ethnic brawls occurring in Egypt during the 1860s and 1870s did often have the effect of dividing the population into Europeans and Egyptians, the polarization remained sporadic before the Russo-Ottoman War. There is some evidence for a general anti-European feeling in Cairo's Al-Hussein quarter, fanned by Indian Muslims and Afghans who had already suffered from British colonialism. The riot in Tanta in 1872, on the other hand, remained confined to Muslim Egyptians and Greeks, and other Europeans did not feel any hostility directed toward themselves. The conflation of all Europeans with one another, however, was increasingly used as a tactic by demonstration leaders during the Russo-Ottoman War of 1877–78. The picketing of British, French, Italian, and Greek nationals for the sins of the Russian Empire makes sense only if the schoolboys and their mentors saw all Christian Europeans as having some essential identity. Further, the Egyptian viceregal government itself became tainted by close association with the Europeans, with its French and British cabinet officers and its Italian police sergeants. A generalized hostility to Europeans could easily become a hatred for the Egyptian state itself. 212. Narrow conceptions of ethnicity, and strong attachments to smaller ethnic groups, impede the growth of nationalism, which typically seeks to subsume a large number of ethnicities into an overall framework based on a common territory, a national language, and a unified market. In Benedict Anderson's pregnant phrase, nations are imagined communities. 58. The imagination involved, however, requires an ability to see as similar what previous generations took to be different. Many European nations, such as the Italians, did not think of themselves as a natural unit, or even as speaking the same language, before the 19th century. Egyptians give evidence of beginning to develop this sort of imagination, for better or worse, in our period. It also, of course, requires the imagination of similarities to cease at a particular border. Those outside that border constitute a profoundly disturbing and threatening other for the in-group. The unifying efforts of nationalists may even need such an other, the Europeans, in any case, provided it for 19th century Egyptians. The brawls in Egypt's streets formed one element in the development of this new idiom. 8. Repression and censorship. The modern autocratic state's ability to repress dissent and control forms of public discourse constitutes an important deterrent to successful political mobilization. Despotic regimes with little or no legitimacy can survive for decades, providing the public fears their control over armed force or their ability to call on a patron state to provide that force. This way of stating the issue, however, incorrectly suggests that Mao Zedong was right when he said that power grows out of the barrel of a gun, and ignores the manner in which security forces can be sabotaged by desertions and draft dodging, so that a minimum of public support for them remains a constant necessity. The argument for hegemony by sheer force also neglects to take into account the necessity for the troops, officers, and civilian ruling stratum themselves to accept the authority of the state and to obey its orders if they are to provide a credible deterrent to unrest in society. The invocation of the apparatuses of repression does not banish the shadow of the social contract from the analysis, It only points to the especial importance of some segments of society, the civilian elite, the army, police, and intelligence forces, in maintaining the contract when others wish to renegotiate it. If the members of these repressive institutions can themselves be swayed by the discourse of dissenters, they can be subverted. A strong repressive apparatus, then, does not relieve the autocratic state of the need to police thought as well as actions, lest dissidents spin off a discourse that could corrode the loyalty of state officers themselves, or persuade the public to a quiet sort of non-cooperation. The issue of censorship, of state control over discourse, raises crucial questions about the conditions of reading, listening, and writing in Egypt. The Ottoman Sultan, his viceroys, and his administrators understood only too clearly the potential printing and journalism contained for uniting and politicizing the public. They knew such a technology of the word could create consensus, could bring into being a public opinion up and down the Nile where before subjects had established only limited networks based on face-to-face encounters. The authorities found printing too useful as a tool of government and as a means of politically socializing the populace simply to ban it. They chose to allow the increasing circulation of printed works, including newspapers, but to restrict print discourse through various mechanisms. The attempt of the state to set the perimeters of discourse profoundly affected what could be published and how it could be expressed, as well as the way in which the audience came to interpret political texts. Authors and audience, including official censors, developed a number of conventions that governed how far the writer could go in making statements with political relevance. Not only radical or anti-state authors were caught up in these conventions, but also the moderate, loyal, but occasionally dismayed one. This very notion of a subtle contest between censors and authors disputes the pervasiveness of a hegemonic discourse, bringing into question whether the state and the religious establishment ever really succeed in establishing the ideas of the ruling class as the ruling ideas among most segments of society. The system of regime suppression of dissent should be seen as an archipelago, stretching throughout society from the censor's office to the jailhouse and the barracks. Here we will examine the functioning and breakdown of state repression. The manner in which the regime employed, then lost the use of, these three levers of state control illuminates an essential precondition for the revolution. Weakness in the police, army, and censorship bureau would not in itself provoke a revolt, but by now I think we have discovered sufficient interests and organizational ability among such groups as the intelligentsia, the urban guilds, and the village notables, to recognize that state repression played a central role in keeping them in their places before 1881. Policing. The state employed the police not only to protect property and ensure public order, but to control the laboring strata. One problem the viceregal regime consistently faced derived from the privileged position of Europeans in Egypt. The consuls and great merchants had secured an extremely liberal interpretation of the capitulations for their own purposes, and working-class Italians and Greeks cannily employed extraterritoriality as a means of putting themselves outside the grasp of the Egyptian police and army, making themselves free of state interference in their lives. The influx of indigent poor from the Egyptian countryside, and the inability of the urban workers to pay greatly increased taxes, also worried the urban administrators. Officials under Ismail clearly felt the bureaucracy and military bequeathed by Said inadequate to deal with the European working class influx provoked by the cotton boom, with Egyptian rural-urban migration, and with the task of imposing ever more rigorous tax discipline on urban workers. How did Ismail's state approach these perceived challenges? Fiscal problems had made the state and its major institutions weak in the last years of Said's reign. Before the cotton boom began filling the treasury again, Said actually disbanded the Ministry of the Interior and greatly reduced the police force. Disgruntled unemployed police then turned to looting. The cotton boom gave the state the wherewithal to build back up its institutions of 215. Coercion. It is emblematic of his reign that Ismail, sensitive to the old problems of security bequeathed him by Said's weak bureaucracy and the new ones provoked by the social changes inherent in the incipient cotton boom, reinstituted the punishment of physical beating, which Said had abolished. In the early years of his reign, Ismail ordered the organization of police forces, or their restoration, in several provincial cities. Three problems with European guest workers formed the impetus for much of the emphasis on policing urban areas. In 1867, Egyptian police, stung by criticism in the press concerning the lack of law and order, rounded up 150 Europeans they said were criminals. Cairo police chief Ahmed Pasha Daramali also began sending out spies to watch for trouble in the capital. Eventually Ismail required all provincial capitals by law to have an organized police force. In 1870 the urban police forces included 6,000 patrolmen, 2,000 mounted police, and in Alexandria and Cairo 1,500 members of a special constabulary called guardians, Mustafizari, for a total of 9,500. The Egyptian government here responded primarily to the insistence of wealthy Europeans that something be done about the European laborers and confidence men at the bottom of expatriate society, an insistence echoed by the Egyptian middle strata as well. The Europeans so badly wanted something done that they contemplated actually setting up their own private police in Egypt, but a more satisfactory compromise eventually was reached. Partially in response to the 1870 riot between Greeks and Nubian guards, Europeans in Port Said floated the idea of hiring their own police force. British vice-consuls Arb reported in late winter of 1870 that in the previous few months the number of bad characters, vagabonds, and thieves has greatly increased. 6. The consuls and vice-consuls had therefore met to decide what should be done. The local Egyptian governor admitted that such a small number of guards could not protect the town. The European authorities suggested that they should introduce a system of private guards, such as they perceived to exist in Alexandria and Cairo. They decided to see if the city's inhabitants would each make a small monthly contribution to hire 50 night guards, which would require a total of about 4,000 francs per month. They expected some contribution from the Suez Canal Company as well. G. E. Stanley, the British consul at Alexandria, objected strenuously to these proceedings. First, he instructed Zarb to contact the governor and protest against his statement that he cannot guard the town. 7. The British official insisted that the government could not put off on private persons its duty to ensure public order. He also disputed the idea that the European communities in Alexandria and Cairo maintained any large-scale system of private guards, designed to supersede the government's own police. Rather, a few banks and large merchant houses had hired Nubian guards, whose guildmaster guaranteed their character, on a strictly private basis with no public subscriptions. 216. Indeed, Stanley worried, the Egyptian government would hardly see such a system of private security erected by the Europeans as compatible with its dignity, and already wanted to abolish the practice of private firms hiring special guards. In response to the need for an Egyptian police force that could deal effectively with the European workers as well as its own, from the early 1870s the government hired European officers, anticipating administrative arrangements for the accommodation of Egypt's dual elite. The Egyptian cabinet, too, would eventually contain European members. Partially under European pressure, the Egyptian government began a reorganization of its urban police forces in 1872, hiring a certain number of Europeans to serve as police sergeants and in other capacities. The following year the Privy Council approved the employment of 47 Italians on the Cairo police force at high salaries. By 1877 the police force in Cairo was so large and well organized that the Interior Ministry granted it administrative independence from the Cairo Governorate. 9. The European element in the state's chief instrument of coercion could only begin to give a foreign coloring to the state itself in the minds of ordinary Egyptians. These European employees in the police departments also provoked the resentment of their Egyptian peers, who thought some of them incompetent. 10. The police routinely applied the whip to Egyptian employees at European-owned cotton ginning factories when the Europeans accused them of any theft or other infractions. The police not only punished workers accused of committing crimes, including the serious one of inability to pay the taxes demanded, but even went after artisans who did not complete their work for their patrons, as we saw in Chapter 3. They also periodically swept the indigent from the streets of Cairo, sending them to police stations in Bulak and Misr al-Khadamah for boarding on Nile River boats and passage back to their villages. Born and bred Kayans who could not support themselves and had no relatives were sent to the Ministry of Pious Endowments, though in the late 1870s that ministry began refusing to accept them, either because of their large numbers or its strained resources. 11. The police and the Ministry of Interior sent a clear message that they served the propertied and the foreigner, and existed to instill workplace discipline as well as law and order in the dangerous and laboring classes. In the late 1870s, however, the police, like the military, increasingly felt badly treated by the state. The arrears in pay suffered by police officers provoked them into writing repeated petitions. The officers and troops of the Mustapha's constabulary in Alexandria protested in September 1879 about their pay being late. In Cairo, 6 officers complained to the police chief late in 1880 that they, unlike the military officers, had not yet had their arrears in pay made up to them. The state's effort to achieve economies in the budget appears to have adversely affected the police forces just as it affected the military. 12. 217. The expansion of the police and the military served as visible reminders of Ismail's determination to exert greater control over society. This need to control grew more urgent as he embarked upon unpopular measures such as overtaxing the populace to meet the debt servicing on European loans. The presence within Egypt of a large and often rowdy European expatriate population also impelled him to put Europeans on the force, so as to be able better to deal with the powerful foreigners. Even European petty criminals could expect their consulates to back them to the hilt, and all Europeans enjoyed something close to diplomatic immunity. As we have seen above, violent conflict between Egyptian workers and European ones began to occur regularly in the 1860s, as Europeans began increasingly establishing their hegemony over the country, and Ismail no doubt saw these developments as a further impetus to increase the police force. The European sergeants can only have undermined the authority of the police with Egyptians, however. Ironically, when the revolution came, the police tended to join the Egyptian side in the fights against Europeans, and to greet with some complacency the looting of European shops. The expanded police force, along with a much bigger army, allowed Ismail not simply to keep order, but to intervene in the lives of ordinary citizens to an unprecedented extent. He could now tell Egyptians where to live and how to behave. He had access to many more bodies than had his immediate predecessor. Yet the increased police force, with its embryonic suggestion of colonial agency in the form of the Italian officers, only formed one element in the state's wide-ranging penetration into civil society, among which also must be counted the military and the censorship bureau. Like the other sources of coercion, the police were weakened in the late 1870s and early 1880s by poor morale resulting from arrears in pay, by the imposition over them of highly paid Europeans often ignorant of local conditions, and by reductions in force necessitated by the difficulties in servicing the debt to the Europeans. The Army. The rise and decline of the viceregal army remained center stage throughout the drama of 1862–82. The military under Ismail became an important tool for the repression of peasant and other protest. The army handily and brutally crushed the Chiliastic peasant uprising near Asyut of Sayyid Ahmed at-Tib in 1865, and again intervened in Upper Egypt in 1878–79 to put down peasant rebellions that protested over taxation during the drought. Several distinct questions must preoccupy any inquiry into the schism in the armed forces of the late 1870s and early 1880s. What structural causes might have exacerbated ethnic factionalism in the officer corps? What events or policies caused the factionalism to lead to a full-scale split? What resources allowed the dissident 218 officers to gain the upper hand over their superiors? How did the dissident officers build coalitions with groups in civilian society? As soon as he acceded to the throne in 1863, Ismail expanded the regular armed forces to 26,359, rather more than the 18,000 allowed Egypt by the Ottoman Firman of 1841. 2 years later, in 1865, the number had risen to almost 35,000, and by 1870 almost doubled to 65,000, not counting reserves and the Mustafa's constabulary. In 1874 the Ottoman Sultan acquiesced to political reality by formally bestowing on Ismail the right to increase his army to whatever level he wished. That year, the Egyptian armed forces consisted of nearly 94,000 regular troops and officers within Egypt, with another 30,000 garrisoned in the Sudan. The strength of the armed forces declined late in 1876, as the Ethiopian war wound down and the fiscal crisis hit, to around 83,000. The debt crisis, as it unfolded, induced further budget cuts, bringing the armed forces down to 57,000 in early 1878, a smaller number than at any time during the decade. The newly appointed European cabinet members persistently demanded from the middle of 1878 that the military budget be cut as one way of meeting the European debt obligation. The year 1879 witnessed a massive demobilization of Egyptian troops, the number being slashed to 32,000 early in the year, with a view toward further reductions to a total of 18,000 as the year progressed. Despite a brief reversal of these policies in April and May 1879, during the National Unity Sharif cabinet, the reductions continued after Ismail's deposition that June. In the summer of 1879, the newly installed Khedive Tawfiq announced a plan to shrink the army to only 12,000 men. 14 These reductions in force in the military had a well-known effect, insofar as they helped provoke the discontent of the junior officers. Yet a smaller military also carried the implication that the state could less easily control the populace. The battlefield successes of the Sudanese Mahdi in 1881 and 1882 probably said as much about viceregal weakness as about the strength of the dervishes. The state could deal much less handily with Bedouin tribes and urban crowds within Egypt proper with a military of 12,000 than it could with 90,000. 15 Finally, any one section of the army could more successfully challenge the state under such conditions of weakness, since it formed a much larger proportion of the whole. Although the February 1879 military riot was orchestrated by Ismail, it expressed genuine discontent about the reduction in force and its European advocates in the cabinet. The attack of soldiers on French civilians at Al Abbasiyah in May 1879 points more surely to the mood of the soldiery. Late in 1879 one begins finding reports in the Ministry of Interior files of courts-martial of officers for verbal insubordination toward commanders of fortresses. 16 The 1880 decision of Khedive Tawfiq and his Minister of War, Uthman Rifkai, effectively to exclude Egyptians from rising through the ranks into the officer corps, derived largely from the reduced number of officer slots, which 219. The dominant Ottoman Egyptians decided to monopolize. It had been the larger army and officer corps of Ismail that had allowed the increase in native Egyptian officers to occur without much friction. The European wing of the dual elite, and the debt crisis, thus bore direct responsibility for both the vast reduction in the military and for the subsequent disaffection of the Egyptian junior officers. The manner in which the junior officers' discontents became intertwined with the dissatisfactions of the new intellectuals can be discerned in the case of Muhammad Fani, whose autobiography I discovered in manuscript in the Egyptian National Library. 17 Fani, a Circassian who claimed descent from the Prophet Muhammad, came from the household of a high functionary in Muhammad Ali's government. He himself attended both Al-Azhar Seminary and Ismail's civil schools, and acquired a post in the Translation Bureau at the Ministry of Finance. Cherubim reported that in 1880 when Rifkai dismissed a group of junior Egyptian army officers, they experienced financial difficulties and used to meet every night at the house of Muhammad Effendi Fani, one of the translators at the Ministry of Finance, seeking succor from their predicament. 18. That spring, they asked that he edit the Arabic text of their petition to Rifkai, in which they complained of certain government policies. Fani said he at first refused their request. But they had been encouraged by his own superior, Said Bey Nasr, the overall head of the Translation Bureau. Nasr had previously taught at the military school, and these junior officers were his former students. He therefore pressured Fanai to help them, and the latter says he finally agreed to do so. 19. The officers in their petition complained of the criticisms offered the Ottoman Sultan by newspapers published in Egypt, and demanded their closure for 6 months to teach them a lesson. They insisted that neither Egyptian notables nor the country's less fortunate classes had benefited from the loans contracted from Europeans, despite the precedents repaying them took in the budget. They criticized the employment of Europeans and Syrian Christians in the bureaucracy at exorbitant salaries. Finally, they complained about the dismissal of half the army's officers and stipend reductions for those remaining. Fanai must have known how explosive and seditious a document this was, but he agreed to work it up in good Arabic. 20. Although, as we have seen, ordinary Egyptians often petitioned their government for redress of grievances, the officers' manifesto broke the conventions of deference and avoidance of politics required in such petitions. The state replied aggressively by finding, arresting, and interrogating the disgruntled ex-officers, some of whom implicated Fanai and Nasr. A military council sentenced Fanai to 3 months in prison, but the president of the Council of Ministers, Riyad Pasha, insisted that he be executed. The military council temporarily blocked him, however, by failing to achieve unanimity on the need for the death penalty. Only the intervention of the Prussians and of Sultan 220 Abdel-Hamid ultimately prevented Riyad from having Fanai put to death. He was jailed for 2 years and barred from government employment. Nasr got only 30 days in prison, and Tawfik later attempted to co-opt him with a judgeship on the mixed courts. 21 Fanai does not dwell on the fate of the dismissed officers. The attitude of Riyad Pasha toward this case typified his policy of the iron fist. The manner in which he found himself unable to strike once he had lifted his hand, however, points to the international and local constraints on his power that weakened him. Nothing encourages revolution more than a dictator with an iron fist but no follow-through. Riyad manifested his unwillingness to compromise again in January 1881, when the 3 Egyptian colonels, including Ahmed Urabi, petitioned him to dismiss Rifkai as Minister of War and cease discriminating against native Egyptians. This petition, like many such appeals that caused such a stir among ruling class circles, was fairly unexceptionable by the standards of Egyptian and Ottoman practice. But Riyad wrote the American General Stone Pasha, who served in the Egyptian army, that these colonels' petition demonstrated that they would have a bad effect on their subordinates, and will push them to insubordination and resistance. 22. He, in essence, decided to court-martial the 3 for their petition, and only the determination of their colleagues to come to their rescue saved them from imprisonment or worse. The discontents within the officer corps combined professional grievances with larger issues of national and international politics. The French occupation of Tunisia in 1881, and British complacency toward it, raised fears among intellectuals and among the junior officers that the French and British had struck a deal whereby the latter could have Egypt in return for allowing the French into Tunis. A petition circulated among the officers, addressed to Colonel Ahmed Urabi, saying that the Tunisian occupation required the augmentation of the army from 12,000 back up to 18,000 men, the construction of new fortifications around Cairo and on the Mediterranean coast, and the creation of a chamber of deputies before which the cabinet would be responsible and which would vote the budget. The French consul in Cairo thought these ideas were becoming more and more popular among civilians. Tawfik's response, he said, had been to attempt to divide and rule. He had divided the military into 2 distinct factions, one highly loyal to himself, but the loyalists were still the weaker. 23. The manner in which Tawfik deliberately abetted the split developing in the officer corps in the end worked against him. He divided and failed to rule. The close connections between the Egyptian junior officers who had risen from the ranks and the non-commissioned officers and peasant conscripts ensured their ability to gain actual authority over the fighting forces. The likelihood that the troops would obey an order issued by the Ottoman and Circassian command staff where it contradicted the will of the junior officers became ever fainter. 221. Although the split in the army involved an ethnic component of rivalry between the native Egyptians and the Circassians, many Circassian officers must have supported their Egyptian colleagues. One may conclude that fear of foreign domination and of a further weakening of the military helped push many young Circassian officers to support the rebellious colonels. The debt crisis and the implementation of the dual control, whereby a French and a British member gained seats on the cabinet and exercised duties of budget oversight, weakened the state and the military. The European controllers demanded a vast reduction in the armed forces from 1878, and the implementation of this policy angered the Egyptian and Circassian officers whose careers it ended. The reduction in officer slots also made the Ottoman Egyptians suddenly unwilling to allow Egyptians to rise through the ranks. Most of the ethnic factionalism in the officer corps derived from the reduction in force and the exclusion of Egyptian non-commissioned officers from opportunities for promotion as of 1880. The Egyptian officers who protested this exclusion met harsh treatment from the absolutist Riyadh government, which pushed them from petition writing to greater acts of insubordination. The Egyptian officers' ability to attract the loyalty of peasant troops and to build coalitions with sections of the intelligentsia and the urban merchant and popular classes gave them powerful weapons against the Ottoman Egyptian command staff. The Egyptians, because none had risen above colonel in 1881, served as regimental officers in close contact with troops, whereas many of the Ottoman Egyptian staff officers in Cairo were isolated from their men. The officers were clever enough to insist on Egyptian strength and independence, and to demand the resuscitation of the Chamber of Deputies and its acquisition of budget oversight powers, a demand already popular among the intelligentsia, the urban guilds, and the village notables. They thus created a platform that could unite the disparate middle strata in the Nile Valley against the dual elite represented by Riyad Pasha and Auckland Colvin. Such coalition building in turn required use of the press and of printed petitions circulated in the countryside, tools the state sought to subvert through the use of censorship. We must, then, skip to the last island in the archipelago. Policing thought. The outbreak of revolution signaled the breakdown of the state's censorship apparatus as well. By censorship I mean primarily state surveillance and shaping of print discourse, but regime intervention in oral speech also comes under this heading. Annabel M. Patterson finds, in early Stuart England, several basic principles for a hermeneutics or interpretation of censorship, especially as the authorities understood it, which she terms functional ambiguity. They examined the timing of the work in relation to political events and looked for signals. 222. Of provocation in the preface or introduction. The author's denial of any political relevance to his book is often itself a clue to topicality. Many authors resorted to translations in order to make a statement while retaining the alibi that someone else had authored the work. Ottoman censorship worked in a similar fashion, though censors and authors developed their own, local conventions. 24. Tsarist Russia, too, had its conventions of censorship, called Aesopian language, wherein writers avoided the blue pencil by a systematic alteration of the text occasioned by the introduction of hints and circumlocutions. 25. Authors seeking to avoid the censors employed devices such as screens, setting the story outside Russia, even in a mythical land or, often, in neighboring Iran. Markers included asides that drew attention to hidden meanings. Leflouz thinks such a system inherently unstable, subject to breaking down over a generation, primarily out of the boredom it provokes. 26. A similar system of functional ambiguity or Aesopian language operated in viceregal Egypt's print culture in the years before the revolution. I want to stress that my acceptance of the word functional does not imply a functionalist view of the system. 4. In Egypt, it was hardly stable. The subtle protests of the intellectuals interacted with popular protest, ultimately breaking down the understood codes of restraint. The very nature of intellectual discourse challenged viceregal absolutism by bringing into question authority statements, subjecting them to the search scrutiny of modernist reason. 27. In a ratcheting motion, the state's authoritarian crushing of even mild printed dissent pushed some writers and journalists into opposition, along with their literate audiences. The viceregal state was much too weak to administer a panopticon of universal surveillance, but it did worry about unfettered speech and its consequences. This worry focused especially on the working class and on the intellectuals. In 1867 the viceregal government issued a set of sentencing guidelines for civil infractions such as assault and battery and theft, but added to it punishments prescribed for cursing. In recent years, the government complained, both young and old had grown accustomed to cursing and blaspheming, so that a son even cursed his father and some had even begun cursing religion itself. The law set fines for cursing religion, and prescribed military service as part of the punishment for the third offense. That such care should be taken over so minor an issue, Yalan Dinak, or may your religion be cursed, is heard even today in colloquial Arabic, indicates a ruling class anxiety over the potential consequences of increasing impiety. Perhaps the reasoning ran that what began in disrespect for religion would end in disrespect for the state. This concern to control working class discourse shows up again in a formal complaint sworn to the police by the town notables in Port Said in 1880 against a greengrocer, Hassan Muhammad Abu Kalam al-Faham, who had the habit of publicly insulting and cursing the prophets and ulama. It was not necessary to be impious to attract the ire of Ismail's thought police, even. 223. Simple heterodoxy would serve, as is demonstrated by the viceregal state's persecution of the newly established Bahá'í religion that had begun spreading among Iranian expatriates. The idea that it was none of the state's business what private individuals thought or said about metaphysics or politics had little purchase in viceregal Egypt. In a regime wherein even high-ranking officials could suddenly disappear overnight should they incur the Khedive's displeasure, freedom of conscience for the ordinary folk had no meaning. 28. The ways in which the state attempted to punish the weak and the popular strata for defying official ideologies are difficult for the historian to recover. The efforts of the state to impose its hegemony on print culture, however, have left a longer paper trail. Censorship of print discourse implies the existence of a private press, since in-house government oversight of state publications constitutes a different sort of phenomenon. Private presses were few in Egypt before the 1860s, but existed in sufficient numbers in Istanbul to provoke the Ottoman government into drawing up a set of press laws in 1857. This law required the licensing of all publishers and pre-publication censorship of page proofs by Ottoman officials. Politically or morally dangerous books would be seized. Viceroy Said, R. 1854-62, showed himself reluctant to implement the law in full, probably as part of his assertion of provincial rights over administration in a vassal state. 29. Said's own approach to the issue was just as severe, however. When, in 1860, Cairo's police chief inquired of him whether to permit the operation of a certain publishing house, Said responded with a qualified yes. The press was begun by an agent for Abdul al-Qadir al-Jazairi, the Algerian resistance leader then residing in exile in Syria. The founding of printing presses and printing books is freely allowed to all, Said wrote, as long as they do not touch the policies and affairs of the government. 30. The state sought to maintain the area of political and economic policy as a privileged realm of discourse unapproachable by the journalist. The explosion in printing and in the founding of foreign newspapers that accompanied the cotton boom from 1862 required a movement away from personal supervision of printing by the viceroy or his officials, and toward a routinized bureaucracy governed by a press law. In October 1863 the Egyptian foreign minister made it known that Ottoman censorship laws would henceforth be more strictly applied in Egypt, through a special government department overseeing newspapers. 31 Newspapers were to abstain absolutely from any criticism of governmental actions and avoid any discussion of matters, the mention of which might affect relations with foreign powers. Reporters had to report news from the provinces in a manner that kept to the facts, avoiding any criticism of officials. Editors were responsible for orally reporting the content of articles to the press bureau before going to press. Newspapers contravening these articles of the law would receive 3 warnings, after which they would be closed down and large fines would be imposed. In order to oversee implementation of the law, the Viceroy created a press bureau within the Ministry of 224. Foreign Affairs. 32. In the late 1860s, however, the Egyptian government adopted a new press law promulgated in Istanbul in 1865, which was in many ways less draconian than the 1857 statute. The first publications to feel the effect of these restrictions, which required the official registration of presses and periodicals, were newspapers in European languages. In dealing with acid-tongued foreign journalists, the viceregal authorities had to act with circumspection. On the one hand, they felt they could not allow incisive criticism of policy to be widely circulated in any language. On the other, the European proconsuls believed that the capitulations protected their subjects from legal action by the Egyptian authorities. 33. Nor was the European language press in Egypt necessarily irrelevant to indigenous intellectual developments. What impact the foreign press, with its norms of independence from the state and critical perspective on Ismail's government, had on local intellectuals is difficult to gauge. But many of the modernist thinkers read French or Italian. The privately owned Arabic language press would only begin to expand in the late 1860s, when it too would come up against censorship regulations. In addition to censorship laws, the state employed other means to limit or influence public discourse on politics. Even the editor of the official gazette, re-established in 1863, had difficulty gathering news about officials. At times the state also attempted to limit the number of licenses for printers, saying in 1869 that the government has adopted a rule that it will stop with the authorizations already granted, which appear on the whole to satisfy all the need for publicity that could exist in the country. 34. The state both spied on and secretly bribed editors as well. In 1873, the national budget allocated over £9,000 to something called newspaper intelligence offices, more than was given for the Antiquities Museum and nearly a fifth of the entire budget for schools and colleges. Besides outright gifts, newspapers could be favored with lucrative contracts for printing government announcements. The autocratic European governments of the 19th century also commonly gave publishers bribes. The Russians called these the reptile fund because they encouraged servility. 35. Government censors carefully scrutinized all new publications for signs of subversive intent. They invariably took anonymity as such a clue. The Alexandrian newspaper Al-Kawkab Ash-Sharqi was investigated because the editor, Salim Hamawi, had neglected to affix his name to it. He turned out to have the proper licenses, but was admonished for this oversight, a potential signal of seditious intent. The satirical French newspaper, Le Crocodile, quite deliberately appeared with no indication of authorship or editorship, since it savaged the Khedivial regime. In such instances the police could usually move against the press that printed such news sheets. In these ways the authorities constantly let publishers know they were under surveillance, were in effect continuously on trial for treason before the fact. 36. 225. The first semi-private Arabic newspaper in Egypt, Wadi an-Nil, received heavy subvention from Ismail, and clearly the editor, Abdullah Abu Suyudi Effendi, ca 1821-78, worried a great deal about censorship. He disclaimed any special expertise in politics and administration, saying, "We make no pretense of being able to bring about something like Plato's Republic or the philosophy of Zeno, since God is refuge from such assertions." 37. The new Arab intellectuals, he seems to have been assuring the Khedive, did not seek to replace the viceroy with a republic. In a later article he criticized European dailies for flying too high and opposing every government order, which had led to their suspension for 1 month. He replied to European criticisms of the lack of hard news in Wadi an-Nil by saying that he had to observe the conditions of the era. 38. Even the language Abu Suyudi used to describe the system of censorship under which he labored is vague and ambiguous, laden with metaphor. Conditions, awal, constantly appears as a code for the blue pencil of the press censor. Ironically, in 1872 the viceroy did indeed close down Wadi an-Nil out of annoyance at its manner of reporting politics. Abu Suyudi's son, Muhammad Unsi, was, however, allowed to begin a new newspaper, Ra'dat al-Akhbar, which received the generous support of the viceroy. 39 The Arabic language press declined in the mid-1870s, probably because the debt crisis forced the government to cut back subventions. It may well be that Ismail's censorship policies so discouraged the reporting of hard news that Arabic language weeklies simply could not attract sufficient readership to remain solvent in the absence of government support. As long as only 2 or 3 Arabophone publishers, themselves government employees in the main, put out newspapers in Egypt, they could do little about the censorship system except resort to ambiguity. But Ismail's civil school system had begun graduating a new generation of young intellectuals impatient with government supervision, and a stream of Syro-Lebanese writers had already begun flowing into the country. Moreover, from 1876, as Ismail began to use the press to fight off the increasing influence of Britain and France over Egyptian internal affairs, the Khedive allowed a livelier Arabic political press to grow up that had some hope of surviving financially. The career of Yaqub Sanyu well illustrates the way in which professionals closely associated with the court could be radicalized by the system of censorship. Sanyu's Jewish family had immigrated to Egypt from Italy, and his father served one of Viceroy Muhammad Ali's nephews. The young man went on an educational mission to Leghorn, and so belonged to the European-trained intellectual elite. Yaqub Sanyu rose to become tutor in the viceregal household during the era of Viceroy Said. Under Ismail he gained a post at the Cairo Polytechnic Institute, where he taught from 1863 to 1869, and where his eclectic liberalism impressed the military cadets and civil school students he taught. The formation of Italy as a nation seems to have inspired him. 226. With nationalist ideas that he passed on to students. 40 Sanyu saw Molière performed on stage in the late 1860s, and began writing satires in colloquial Arabic. Some of these were said to have ridiculed the extravagances of the viceregal family, though they must have done so with Aesopian language, for in 1870 Khedive Ismail commissioned Sanyu to write plays. Despite several successes in the period 1870–72, Sanyu ran into censorship over his criticism of polygamy and his barbs against the English. The former infuriated the Khedive, the latter the British diplomatic corps, and in 1872 Sanyu's tenure as court playwright abruptly came to an end. 41 We have already seen that the Khedive's spies infiltrated and broke up the secret societies Sanyu then founded. He next wrote a travelogue of Italy for Ismail, who hated it so much he had it destroyed. The reform-minded young man, however, having had plays closed down, societies disbanded, and at least one manuscript destroyed, had developed an abiding dislike of Ismail. His foray into dissident journalism with the Arabic language Abu Nazar Zarqa, the man with blue spectacles, led to his exile in 1878. He continued to publish his journal from Paris, and in 1879–82 it favored the oppositional secret societies such as that of the Egyptian Junior Officers and Young Egypt, Misr al-Fatah. 42 The evidence points to frustration with Khedivial censorship as a major impetus to Sanyu's eventual disaffection, a frustration other intellectuals often shared. As of about 1877, with the debt crisis and increased European interference in the administration, Khedive Ismail began giving newspapers greater license to attack foreign imperialism. By the spring of 1879, Ismail had allied himself with the nativist faction, which desired an end to the European cabinet and the dual controls oversight of the Egyptian budget. The fall of the European-dominated cabinet headed by Nubar Nubarayan, and the appointment of an anti-European, pro-constitution ministry in its stead, led the Germans, British, and French to insist on Ismail's deposition and the appointment of his son Tawfik in his place. These highly visible political intrigues made the public more interested in news, and presented both opportunities and challenges to newspaper owners. The economic pressure to create interesting copy also led many newspapers to develop a more politicized approach. The new freedom to speak of European politics critically, however, encouraged criticism of domestic policy as well. Finally, early in 1879 Ismail's near-bankrupt government abolished the subventions it had been giving most newspapers in Egypt. The communication from the cabinet read, "The council decided to cease the subventions given heretofore to newspapers by the state, with the exception of Jinan in Beirut and of Al-Jawaib in Istanbul, the subvention of which is reduced to £300s. As for the Fair d'Alexandrie, which received £50,000 per year, its subvention is also to cease in principle. But insofar as a contract was signed on this subject. 227. Between the government and the proprietor of the newspaper, His Excellency the Minister of Finance will have to investigate the best means for arriving at a cancellation of the contract. 43. The abolition of financial incentives to take the government line appears to have had a direct but subtle effect on the system of functional ambiguity. In the spring of 1879, during the fierce political struggle between Ismail and his European-dominated cabinet, one finds comments and statements in the Arabic language press far bolder than anything that appeared during the first 11 years of the private press. Of course, the government still held the stick, and severe limits on expression remained. Even so, the tenor of discourse definitely changed with the abolition of subventions. Unremunerated servility would give pleasure to few, and a stick without a carrot would as likely inspire defiance as abject obedience. The Publications Department made it clear early in 1879 that it disliked the new boldness. In an official warning, it regretted the flurry of articles in the press containing protests against the policy of the government in regard to taxation and state revenues. Newspapers, the warning gravely intoned, are not to repeat such criticism. Whether because of the gravity of the crisis or owing to the abolition of the subventions, journalists virtually ignored such tough language, taking their 15-day suspensions one after another. The left, represented by the Star of the East Freemasons, hoped for Ismail's replacement with Abd Halim Pasha or Tawfiq and the emergence of a constitutional monarchy able to withstand European interference. The right, represented by the Tikla brothers, criticized Ismail's alliance with the nativist faction against the Europeans, fearful that by undermining the mixed courts Ismail would worsen the position of compradors. By May 1879, the frantic and frustrated government of the Khedive got even tougher. The Tikla brothers, pro-French Syro-Lebanese, had their Sada al-Aram, Echo of the Pyramids, suspended and fined for finding fault with Ismail, and on its second serious offense the Publications Department simply ordered it out of existence. 44. For their part, journalists began openly defending freedom of the press and attacking the system of press censorship in Egypt. The Coptic editor of Al-Watan, forced to print a notice in his own newspaper of its 2-week suspension and fine for ignoring the times and conditions, went so far as to include a protest against the order along with the notice. He complained that he had no idea what particular story had caused the state to act against him, and appealed to the European idea of the free press. Egyptians, he said, were suffering from ignorance, and closing newspapers was rather like denying a sick man his medicine. One searches in vain for so forthright an argument for freedom of the press prior to this article, and its appearance in 1879 points toward a breakdown in the system of functional ambiguity. 45. Another attack on censorship late in Ismail's reign came from Adib Ishaq. 228. And Suleiman Naktash. In their newspaper At-Tijarah, Commerce, they replied to criticisms of them in the European and pro-European press in the wake of the fall of the Nubar ministry in the spring of 1879. They asserted that the division of the Press Censorship Bureau into a European department and a department dealing with the Arabic press created invidious policies. The European department gave the foreign newspapers full rein to publish anything, and to slander Egypt and its rulers, they averred, whereas the Arabic language department arbitrarily silenced those journalists attempting to serve the homeland. 46. Later that summer, when the Tikla brothers' newspapers were closed by the new government of Tawfiq for criticizing his then allies, the nativist faction, Ishak and Anaktash went so far as to criticize this action against their enemies for lacking any basis in law. 47 The defense of freedom of speech even for the Tuklas by Ishak and Anaktash surely ranks as a watershed of some sort for Ottoman journalism. High politics, however, now moved in an entirely different direction. Khedive Tawfik decided to break with Sharif Pasha and the nativist faction, to prorogue the Chamber of Deputies, and to renounce the framing of a constitution. He turned away from the nobles, rich peasants, and urban middle strata with whom his father had attempted to strike a bargain over consultative government in return for help in excluding the Europeans. Tawfik turned instead to a narrower social base for his regime, that of the Ottoman and Circassian nobles, combining this policy with a more conciliatory posture toward the European powers such that he now agreed to the reinstatement of European controllers over the Egyptian budget. Among Tawfik's Ottoman Egyptian cabinet members, Minister of War Uthman Rifkai Pasha took the hardest line against the various political activities of the nativist faction, and he appears to have zeroed in on Sayyid Jamaluddin Asad Abadi as an important agitator in the shadowy and amorphous world of Arabophone secret societies. On August 21, 1879, Khedive Tawfik announced that he had had Sayyid Jamaluddin arrested as the head of a secret society of youth that formed a menace both to religion and to the state. Few of Sayyid Jamaluddin's admirers showed themselves willing to stand up for him. Abduh at the Government Gazette, and Ishak and Anaktash in Misra and at-Tajara, acquiesced in the printing of the official statement concerning Sayyid Jamaluddin's corruption of religion and of Egypt's youth. Only Ibrahim al-Lakhtani, at Mirat ash-Sharq, refused to print the statement. In response, the government ordered his newspaper closed for 6 months, and threatened to go through the back issues in search of articles allegedly defaming the Ottoman Empire. Al-Lakhtani, knowing a threat when he saw one, quietly agreed to cease publishing Mirat ash-Sharq altogether. 48 As the Tawfikian reaction unfolded, at-Tajara became so coy that it appeared to engage in doublespeak. After Riyadh's installation as premier, Ishak wrote that it was wrong to think Riyadh Europe's man, he simply employed REPRESSION and CENSORSHIP 229. Europe's support to improve Egypt's administration. He added, according to those who are more eager for independence than for good administration, this dependence simply served as a means to acquiring for himself a special position. 49. Ishak began by giving a safe, sycophantic statement of support for the new premier, with whom everyone knew he had broken. But by including a description of oppositionist views, he managed to undermine his opening remarks and to include a jab at Riyadh. A clever end run around the censors here masquerades as balanced journalism. Riyadh instituted a hard-line policy of press repression, which required that he find ways to block journalists' access to news within the bureaucracy, as well as that he intimidate publishers into avoiding criticism of the regime. Toward the first goal, he formulated a rule that government employees could no longer serve as agents or correspondents for the press. 50 The new regulation had an immediate impact, as at-Tajara, for instance, lost its special Cairo correspondent, Hassan Ash-Shamsi, and had to attempt to replace him with a French lawyer in private practice. This law may have had an unforeseen impact, insofar as it helped draw the lines more sharply between private journalists and government employees. The new, more independent press might take risks and venture criticisms, when the regime weakened, of which the bureaucrat journalists would never have dreamed. The situation of the press depended largely on state policy, and Riyadh made a deliberate effort to cow journalists. Riyadh closed down the newspapers owned by Ishak and Anaktash late in 1879, and then exiled Adib Ishak. He allowed Anaktash to start up 2 new newspapers early in 1880, but only on condition that they avoid lively politics. As noted earlier, Riyadh also targeted Misra al-Fatah, Young Egypt, published jointly by Syrian Christian merchants and Egyptian Muslim bureaucrats in Alexandria. Riyadh instructed the head of the publication bureau, then an Italian, to close the paper, but the foreign official sought to avoid doing so. Riyadh then laid this charge on the Minister of the Interior himself, who carried it out. The society, however, sued for illegal violation of its rights in the mixed courts, and won the judgment. The Muslim Egyptian members of the society, lacking the foreign passports of the Syro-Lebanese, showed themselves disinclined to defy Riyadh, despite the favorable court judgment. Their fear suggests they believed the prime minister was not above using foul play to remove noisome opponents. 51 Nor did Riyadh scruple to act even against the better protected European press in Egypt. In the spring of 1880 he presented a plan to raise taxes on lands whose owners had earlier paid 6 years' worth of taxes in advance in return for a 50% reduction in imposts thereafter. The owners, mostly wealthy peasants, considered this plan a betrayal of the deal earlier struck with them. The Egyptian large landowner, Sudan merchant, and former member of the Chamber of Deputies, Hassan Musa al-Aqtad, presented a petition against the raising of taxes on these Muqabala lands, which he is said to have written in red ink. 230. To indicate his willingness to shed his blood over the issue. 52 Jules Barbie, a French editor and supporter of the nativist faction, published a copy of the petition in his La Réforme. The government promptly arrested and imprisoned al-Aqtad, and closed down La Réforme, confiscating Barbie's printing equipment with slight compensation. The message to the journalistic establishment in Egypt was clear: open criticism of the Riyadh cabinet invited closure and bankruptcy. Riyadh acted much more harshly against the press than Ismail ever had, taking absolutism to new heights in Egypt. 53 The British Consul General in Cairo, Sir Edward Mallet, wholeheartedly approved of Riyadh's hard line against the press. Increasingly, as the British gained an interest in the administration of Egypt, they came to share the values of the Ottoman Egyptian elite toward issues such as political repression. After noting al-Aqtad's imprisonment for merely expressing his conscience, Mallet wrote to Lord Granville that in judging events in Egypt it is necessary to bring a different view to bear upon them than that which similar events would merit in Europe. 54. To allow the printing of petitions would signal the government's weakness, would serve as a precursor of fall. The situation could not be addressed by a rule of law, since native law is shadowy. Mallet wrote that if the Khedive and his ministers neglected to take action against such agitators, then their position would become untenable. He concluded, "I make these reflections in order to justify the imprisonment of a person for presenting a petition couched in seditious language and other arrests which may follow." As we have seen, Muhammad Fani was arrested around the same time, on similar charges. Just as the dual elite cooperated in so many other areas, so they colluded in taking draconian action against Egyptians for the mere expression of a political opinion. In the fall of 1881, after Riyadh had fallen and been replaced with Sharif, Mallet lobbied hard to have Al-Hijaz, an anti-imperialist, pro-Europe newspaper, curbed, and Sharif in the end obliged by closing the paper. 55 The Egyptian public believed that the European press in Egypt had enjoyed special dispensation to slander the Ottoman Empire and to criticize their government, whereas indigenous newspapers faced stiff penalties for speaking out. With the rise of a nativist populism in the fall of 1881, many Egyptians felt the time had come to even the score. When, in October 1881, M. Safon, editor of El Egypt, referred to the Prophet Muhammad as a false prophet, all pandemonium broke loose. In the face of mounting death threats, Safon was forced to flee the country, a 19th-century Salman Rushdie. The Egyptian government then framed a new censorship law, giving the premier wide powers to prohibit, without giving any reason, the publication of any European newspaper on his territory. Although some Egyptian dissidents worried the law might be used against them, its target clearly was the European expatriate press, who protested loudly. 56 As officials in the publications department such as Muhammad Abduh came to support the Eurobists in the winter of 1881-82, they surreptitiously 231 lifted censorship of pro-Europe newspapers. Abduh appears to have told Blunt as much, for he writes, "The press, under Sheikh Mohammed Abduh's enlightened censorship, freed more than ever from its old trammels, spread the news rapidly." 57. The same divisions within the ruling elite that weakened the police and army now enervated the censorship office. Riyadh had brought Abdul and others associated with Sayyid Jamaluddin into the publications office as a means of co-opting them. Since he had long been the Iranian firebrand's patron, he possessed an intimate knowledge of the group around him, and succeeded in gaining their loyalty. Riyadh had been in many ways an enlightened despot, precisely the sort of ruler the need for which Sayyid Jamaluddin preached. Some of the opposition to him by the wealthy peasants derived from his drive entirely to abolish forced labor. Once the Chamber of Deputies had been elected and had hammered out an organic law, however, Abdul and other Muslim intellectuals largely went over to the populist reformists. 58 Since Riyadh had put them in control of the press, they could now employ censorship laws to privilege Eurobist discourse while harassing conservatives, and compradors. The Ottoman Egyptians and the Europeans found it much more difficult to suppress the culture of critical discourse. The rise of the political press in the late 1870s, combined with the severe crisis of the state in 1879, put enormous strains on the system of functional ambiguity. Even at the risk of having their newspapers abolished, publishers openly engaged in incisive criticism of government policies in regard to autocracy, taxation, and European influence. Several reasons may be adduced for this change. Since most intellectuals and journalists still received substantial patronage from nobles or notables, divisions within the ruling elite tended to get aired in the press. Many journalists, moreover, genuinely believed in parliamentary government, as liberal small-time capitalists in a society whose quasi-feudal political institutions seemed increasingly archaic. Ambiguity did not disappear, except in a few instances that brought swift retribution, but it certainly became far less opaque. Some government actions may have made it easier for the press to adopt a substantially more oppositional role in the late 1870s. The abolition of government subventions to most newspapers in 1879 removed a major positive incentive for publishers to treat the regime gently. Ismail's own use of the nativist faction in the spring of 1879 to dislodge the Europeans from their stranglehold on the budget naturally delivered more power into the hands of the liberal journalists and their patrons. Market forces also drove the publishers to take advantage of the politicization of the public by providing what the latter wanted, that is, more detailed and less ambiguous information about government policies and their implications. The logic of print capitalism, the search for subscribers, helped push expatriate editors to elaborate a culture of critical discourse. The conventions of viceregal censorship forbade anonymous writing as potentially subversive. Other criteria for the imposition of sanctions were so. 232. Vague that editors themselves said they often did not know what exactly their infraction had been. Throughout, however, substance held a less important place than presentation. A tone of directness, a descent into details from a more appropriate level of ambiguity, attracted an angry government response. Authors, in turn, evaded censorship through sarcasm, through embedding reproaches of the state in their articles, or through quotation of government critics. The game became even more complex when the European wing of the dual elite became increasingly involved with attempts to censor anti-imperialist newspapers in the early 1880s, as it developed strong local administrative and economic interests that these editorial policies threatened. Between Egyptian journalist and European consul general no shared system of functional ambiguity existed, giving clashes a raw frankness that contrasted with the games Egyptian editors played with Egyptian censors. The expansion of the police, the military, and the bureaucracy under Ismail depended on the vastly increased tax revenues generated by the cotton boom, and allowed the Egyptian state to invade the lives of its subjects in a more wide-ranging manner than perhaps ever before. If such institutions gave Ismail no added authority or legitimacy, they certainly bestowed on him power. In his heyday he could have hundreds of peasants killed for opposing him, and could close newspapers that did not report the news as he wanted them to. He could also employ cotton revenues to bribe various key political players into supporting him. The cotton wealth, then, underlay the strength of his institutions of social control. Contrary to some theories of cultural hegemony, the viceregal state was never able to impose its political and religious ideology on the rest of society. 59 Illiterate peasants and imaginative artisans and merchants often departed from the orthodoxy of both the palace and the mosque. The elites could, because they commanded such great financial and administrative resources, partially control what appeared in print as long as they remained united with one another. Clearly, however, many journalists and intellectuals managed at some times to sneak criticism of the government past the censors. Only the first generation of journalists, such as At-Tata'i and Abu Suyuti, adhered by and large to Viceroy Ismail's vision of civilization and progress. The journalism of the late 1870s encompassed a wide array of political views, from Al-Aram, which supported enlightened despotism and European influence, to At-Tajara, which advocated anti-imperialism and parliamentary government. Both sorts of publisher encountered problems with censorship in 1879, underscoring the degree to which the state had its own agenda, and the degree to which it failed to attain real cultural hegemony. In the spring and summer of 1882, functional ambiguity broke down, and a widespread frankness became apparent. The very administrators in charge of the censorship apparatus, such as Muhammad Abduh, went over to the Eurobists, and so the system became useless to the Khedive and the Ottoman Egyptian elite. By this point, moreover, attacks on European interference had become very useful screens for criticism of the Khedive, whom many Eurobists blamed for allowing it. Here I can reply to Losf's argument that Aesopian language naturally breaks down over a period of 20 years or so, simply because the audience tires of it. Rather, it is a crisis of the state that most often ends censorship regimes, by destroying the consensus among the ruling elite over the shape of legitimate discourse. The viceregal institutions of social control proved vulnerable to the same crises that beset the wider society. Their weakness, moreover, snowballed, with every demonstration of frailty provoking yet more popular defiance. The weakness derived from structural contradictions in the viceregal state of the 1870s. Just as the cotton boom allowed Ismail to create a huge army and bureaucracy, so the debt crisis forced him to dismantle it. The insistence of the European members of the dual control on a smaller armed forces proved decisive. These controllers probably took only budgetary considerations into account, and did not, as some thought, intend to impair Egypt's ability to resist a European invasion. Unwittingly, their attention to double-entry bookkeeping had the effect of weakening the state against the people, and of weakening the whole of the armed forces against any particular regiment. The insistence of the European wing of the dual elite that servicing debts to European concerns came before virtually every other policy consideration led to a massive demobilization of the army, a less robust police force, and a diminution in state influence over the press. The military feebleness derived not only from sheer reductions in force, but also from the effect on officers' morale of arrears in pay and fewer opportunities for promotion. The new, compact armed forces did not by any means allow the country to fall into anarchy. The state and the army could still control most of Egypt, though they suffered defeats in the Sudan. In the new situation, however, urban riots lasted perhaps 2 or 3 hours longer than they might have in the early 1870s, when ubiquitous troops moved in quickly. The extra hours led to higher death counts from riots, and European consuls and journalists felt about deaths of expatriates rather like Chicken Little felt about the sky. In short, the new weakness of the army and police, which partially derived from officers' and troops' sympathies with populist demonstrations and riots, allowed an image of anarchy to be built up in the minds of European observers. Ironically, the same Europeans who had most strongly advocated the small army complained most vociferously that the military was failing to maintain order 3 years later. The struggle over and within the armed forces proved pivotal for the revolution of 1881–82, to which I will now turn. 9. Social and cultural origins of the revolution. Revolutions, as a form of turbulence, entail an untidy conjunctme of several types of collective action, carried on in an often uncoordinated manner by different social groups. Western historians of the Revolution of 1881–82 have tended to focus on officers and high officials, relegating to relative insignificance other social actors. The tradition of writing about the revolution in Republican Egypt, on the other hand, has tended to reduce the conflict to one between the agrarian bourgeoisie, village notables, and the feudal nobility, the Ottoman Egyptian elite. The junior officers in the army, in this view, can be subsumed under the heading of this agrarian bourgeoisie, since many were sons of Egyptian village headmen. More recently, however, some Egyptian historians have stressed the multi-class character of the revolution, especially Latifa M. Salim, who has made a persuasive case for important participation by intellectuals, the merchants and artisans guilds, and both the rural middle class and peasants. No one has, however, investigated the urban crowd as a revolutionary actor in its own right in 1881–82. Thanks to the work of Salim and others, we have a notion of how the subaltern groups participated, but I think we can attain a better understanding of why they acted than can be provided by the usual recourse to relative deprivation. Our approach so far would indicate that much can be explained by asking about who precisely the challengers were, and about their interests, culture, and resources, and the ways in which they mobilized those resources. What repertoires of collective action emerged among these various social strata in the course of the revolution? I have found signed petitions and arrest lists that give occupations often enough for me to identify fairly precisely the main social actors in the revolution. Indeed, I believe I am the first to have assembled the names, and often occupations, of nearly 1,000 persons arrested by the restored Khedivial government in the fall of 1882. I will also present new evidence on the signatories to the Manifesto of July 29, 1882, which effectively deposed the Khedive. Several of these lists have never been used at all by historians, and none in a systematic way. The Czech historian Miroslav Hruch demonstrated how useful such lists could be in more precisely delineating the social composition of proto-nationalist movements. 1. They will allow me to suggest a rough scale of importance by which the actions of the various social strata can be ranked against one another. Such a ranking may help settle the question of whether the struggle of the village headmen against the nobles really had the primacy many historians have maintained. 235. If we find a multi-class revolution, one in which parts were played by tailors and journalists, women street hawkers and village peasants, merchants and colonels, Circassian bureaucrats and Coptic clergy, are we not then in danger of losing our moorings? What were the most important conflicts, and how can we weight them? What really drove the revolution? I think Hruch is right to suggest that most proto-nationalist movements in the 19th century involved two sorts of conflict. 1. A struggle among social classes, often hinged on the privileges characteristic of the nobility in estates-type societies, which became matters of contention in societies moving toward capitalism. The second, a movement of regional patriotism, overlapped with the class struggle, yet involved cultural differences between ruler and ruled, and aimed at integrating the subaltern classes on the basis of linguistic, religious, ethnic, and territorial identity. In other words, the disintegrative struggle of classes coincided with the creation of an integrative nativist coalition that allied the oppressed or blocked classes. The political struggle. The Egyptian junior officers began the first phase of the revolution, January 1881 to August 1881, with their agitations against Ottoman Egyptian discrimination and against reductions in force among both officers and enlisted men in the army. 3. When, on February 1, 1881, Colonel Afami and other officers were arrested for having petitioned the state to cease discriminating against Arabophone Egyptians, a number of other officers and men released them forcibly and then rioted. The British exerted strong pressure on the Khedive not to resort to treachery and Machiavellian means of retaliating, since England and France were represented on the Council of Ministers. The British insistence that Tawfiq respond in what they considered an upright manner helped paralyze him, so that he made no response at all. For at the beginning of this phase, the officers had few allies outside their own ranks. Many intellectuals, for instance, at first distrusted the military and thought it unlikely to support real reform. The military demonstration of September 9, 1881 brought several social forces together in unity against the Riyadh cabinet. The junior officers who confronted the Khedive in front of his palace at Abidin had the backing of their largely peasant origin troops, of course. But the urban crowd swarming the square and its environs also appears to have supported the officers. 5. Colonel Ahmed Urabi demanded the reinstitution of the Chamber of Delegates and the drawing up of a constitution, complained of Ottoman ethnic dominance, and insisted on the restoration of the army to 18,000 men. 6. In so doing, he created a platform upon which a variety of forces in civil society could agree. The Khedive responded to the mixed military and civilian demonstration by asking Sharif Pasha once again to form a cabinet, in a victory for the Helwan society. 236. Over Riyadh. Tawfiq, even in acquiescing to free elections for a Chamber of Deputies, worried that delegates might ask for extended right of discussion and the establishment of a constitution, to which he remained opposed. 7. The village notables, who had constituted most of the delegates to Ismail's Chamber of Deputies, rejoiced in the prospect of again having some influence on government policy, and they mediated between a wary Sharif and the rebellious officers, setting up a compromise that allowed a tactical alliance between the two. For the first time, the Egyptian government formally accepted a doctrine of the separation of powers, with the yet-to-be-elected Chamber of Deputies explicitly representing the legislative. The Egyptian rural gentry had split into an elite of very great landowners and high officials, and a larger number of medium landowners. Sharif Pasha instructed the provincial governors to summon prominent village headmen to their seats of government for the elections of November 15, 1881, and to allow them to vote without any interference. The elections appear to have been fairly conducted, but the procedures adopted by Sharif's officials favored the great landlords among the notables over the medium and smaller landowners, as Alexander Skalch has argued. The provincial governors, after all, decided whom to invite, and they naturally favored prominent families. The nouveau riches great landlords therefore did best in the elections, though about half of the 83 delegates who first met on December 26 had either served in previous chambers or belonged to families that had a tradition of being represented. Although more conservative than the rural middle class taken as a whole, these families included strong supporters of Urabi. Aten Nadim, who had successfully campaigned for pro-Urabist candidates in several provinces, was dismayed at the overall election returns. 9. When he complained to Urabi about the magnate Muhammad Sultan Pasha's emergence as Speaker of the Chamber, the colonel observed that a hunter has to associate with dogs. 10. The urban guilds also had earlier had some representation in the chamber, and elections benefited them. Mahmud al-Attar and Abdus Salam al-Muwalihi, Kareen great merchants, and the latter a mason once close to Sayyid Jamaluddin, were elected. Exiled intellectuals and journalists such as Adib Ishaq joyfully returned to Cairo, and gradually many intellectuals identified themselves with Urabi. Urabist newspapers were founded. The Sultan in Istanbul, however, opposed any constitution for Egypt since it was not possible for him to allow a constitution in one province of his dominions and to withhold it from the others 11. The early opposition of the Sultan Caliph, with his powers of moral suasion among at least the urban Egyptians, boded ill for the movement, though his negotiator, Dervi Pasha, gave the officers conflicting signals as to the seriousness of his antagonism. Save for Sharif Pasha and his Ottoman Egyptian fellow cabinet members, who felt rather as though they were riding a tiger, most members of the loose reformist coalition were ethnic Egyptians or Arabized Circassians who titled with them rather than with the Turcophone nobility. Urabi widely appealed to these Egyptians as a hero, and he had in fact articulated his nativist ideas fairly clearly. Colvin reported that Urabi told him on November 1, 1881, that the government of the Mamluks and that of the present dynasty were equally oppressive to the Arab population. His point was to show that up to the present the Egyptians have had no security of life or property. They were imprisoned, exiled, strangled, thrown into the Nile, starved, robbed, according to the will of their masters. The most ignorant Turk was preferred and honored before the best of the Egyptians. He then went on at great length to explain that men came of one common stock and had equal rights of personal liberty and security. Tewfik, while heir apparent, had been loudest in complaints of his father, but since he had come to power, he had tried to get power into his own hands and to exercise it in the old Turkish way. That must be prevented. Let him restrict himself to his proper sphere, leaving government to his ministers. For the rest, the Khedive, to them, represented the Sultan, the Prophet, God. 12. The struggle, in December-February 1881-82, between the newly elected Chamber of Delegates on the one hand and Sharif and the European powers on the other, led to the first defection from the polyglot coalition of the previous September-October. The Chamber of Delegates, supported by the Egyptian officers, demanded control over that half of the budget not already pledged to servicing European debts. 13. Parliamentary influence over the budget has been an essential feature of representative regimes since at least the time of Henry VIII, and this demand signaled the Chamber's determination to transform itself from a debating society into a closer approximation of a parliament. Sharif and other reformist Ottoman nobles, however, could not accept the devolution of this power from their cabinet to the Arabophone Chamber of Delegates. Sharif's government fell on this issue on February 2, 1882. The formation of a new cabinet by the Circassian Mahmud Sami al-Baradei symbolized the change that had occurred. Few Ottoman nobles any longer supported the Eurobists, excepting close relatives of Tawfik's rival Abdul el-Halim Pasha. The Circassian nobles and notables themselves split into pro-Eurobi and pro-Ottoman factions. Al-Baradei led the pro-Eurobi nobles. One difference between al-Baradei and Sharif can be seen in their land possessions. In 1870 Sharif owned 2,507 feddans of land, whereas al-Baradei had only 150. By 1881 or so al-Baradei had built his holdings up to 1,705, still less than Sharif had possessed 10 years earlier, and Sharif in the meantime had no doubt much increased his holdings. Al-Baradei represented the lower stratum of the nobles in terms of his land holdings, since even an Arab notable such as Sultan Pasha, the head of the Chamber of Delegates, had around 13,000 feddans in 1882. 14. Al-Baradei appointed Eurobi Minister of War, promoting him to Major General, and thus won over the Egyptian officers. The Chamber of Deputies, represent 238. The Arabophone great notables, also at first largely supported the al-Baradei cabinet, as did many among the intellectuals, guilds, village headmen, and peasants. The loss of the reformist Ottoman nobles inevitably hurt the Eurobist cause, however, given their vast wealth and influence. So too did the Syrian Christians defect, including journalists and intellectuals such as Salim and Naktash, since they feared the movement's turn toward an Egyptian nativism that excoriated Levantines. 15. An attempted coup against the Eurobist officers, engineered by Circassian staff officers resentful of the wholesale promotion of sons of the soil, provoked the next political crisis in the spring of 1882. The autochthonous officers averted the plot, then had the conspirators court-martialed and sentenced to exile in the Sudan. Tawfik, however, intervened and reduced the sentence to exile in Turkey. Eurobi saw the Khedive's meddling as an attempt to overthrow the principle of cabinet rule and to restore viceregal absolutism, as well as an expression of the privileges protecting Ottomans and Circassians from the consequences of their deeds, exile to Turkey being hardly a harsh punishment for an Ottoman officer. 16. Tawfik's challenge to the rule of law and to cabinet government provoked a constitutional crisis. The al-Baradei cabinet insisted that the Chamber of Deputies, by now gone home for the year, return for an extraordinary session. The chamber took up the Khedive's right to overrule the cabinet concerning the Circassian rebel officers, and the magnates that dominated it attempted to find a compromise that would reconcile the Khedive with his cabinet. These efforts might have succeeded, had not Britain and France brought their gunships into Alexandria harbor and, on May 25, presented an ultimatum requiring the dismissal of the al-Baradei cabinet. Ever since the demands by the Chamber of Delegates for control over the portion of the budget not already mortgaged to the Europeans, the French and British had expressed fears that the new Egyptian nativism would place debt service payments in doubt. What if the Chamber of Delegates spent more than their share of the budget? Would not the shortfall come from the mortgaged funds, putting payments to bondholders in arrears? The Khedive, complying with the European demands, dismissed the al-Baradei cabinet along with Urabi, but an ensuing national uproar compelled him to reinstate Urabi only a few days later. Urabi agreed to return, but he wanted the European fleets to leave, and he insisted on some constitutional reforms, such as an organic law spelling out clearly the limits of power for the Khedive and the cabinet. 17. A majority among Egyptian intellectuals, the bureaucrats, the guilds, the village headmen, and peasants, appear to have continued to support Urabi. But the great provincial magnates in the chamber, such as Sultan Pasha, appear from this point to have increasingly sided with Tawfiq. Another major faction in the coalition of the fall of 1881 now withdrew. The pressure the British put on the Khedive, especially through their gunboats in Alexandria's harbour, and their insistence that work on the ports. 239. Fortifications cease, enraged the city's inhabitants. On June 11 a serious Euro-Egyptian riot broke out that left around 250 Egyptians and 50 Europeans dead. The manner in which the British diplomatic corps and press in particular transmogrified the Alexandria riot into an Eurobist massacre of the Christians may have been as overtly dishonest as Elbert E. Farman, the American ambassador, thought. 18. This interpretation of the events, however, certainly became the turning point for the revolution, insofar as such a massacre constituted a matter of honor that absolutely required a British elite trained at Eton and other public schools to respond in a manly, i.e., violent, manner. Fear of Muslim insubordination spreading to India also tortured Victorian imperialists. Ironically, the French, Britain's supposed ally against the Eurobists, saw most clearly the psychological dynamics driving the British, and commented with Gallic irony. Viscount Lyons reported from Paris late in June. M. de Freycinet seemed to me to desire to ascertain whether I thought that England attached the greater importance to obtaining satisfaction for the Alexandria massacres or to seeing the financial control re-established in Egypt, and, moreover, to discover whether I conceived that the prospect of attaining either or both of these objects would induce her to acquiesce in letting Arabi Pasha alone. I said that to obtain reparation for the Alexandria massacre appeared to me, personally, to be a question of national honor and of the safety of European residents in Egypt and other Mussulman countries. The necessary preliminary to obtaining either was the overthrow of Arabi Pasha and the military party in Egypt. 19. Some British principals had long desired to intervene forcefully in Egypt or even incorporate it into the empire. These merchants, diplomats, and officials, however, were not in power in 1882, and Gladstone was a little Englander. The riot and the spin put on it by the jingoists went a long way toward overcoming the opposition of the liberals to involvement in the internal affairs of Egypt. The riot did not turn Tawfiq against Urabi with nearly the same fierceness, however, and in the short term he simply used it as a way of attempting to rein his peasant officer in. By the end of June, however, the Khedive had decided to throw in with the foreigners. Partially at his urging, the British bombarded Alexandria on July 11 and landed troops, essentially occupying the summer capital and taking Tawfiq under their wing. The Eurobists in Cairo, in response, held two national congresses. The first decided to attempt to reason with the Khedive, and sent him a 6-man delegation, including the educator Ali Mubarak. The delegation could not enter into any serious negotiations, and by Mubarak's own admission he and another of its members actually defected to the Khedive upon seeing the British strength at Alexandria. 20. The British factor proved crucial in the calculus of allegiances. Tawfiq's own cabinet in Alexandria sent a clandestine note to Cairo of their willingness to come over to Urabi's side should the British withdraw. 21. In the meantime, Tawfiq. 240. dismissed Urabi once more from his cabinet, and declared him a rebel. Those opposed to the Khedive then called another National Congress, on July 29, at which nearly 400 notables and nobles, some arriving by train from the provinces, decided to depose the Khedive and to inform the Sultan Caliph of their decision. From this date the state was run by the assistant ministers of the various ministries, along with some officers and other officials, as a conventional or common law, urfi, government until the spiritual cachet of the Sultan Caliph could be secured. Such an informal cabinet had been set up earlier in July, but the July 29 Congress formalized its authority. 22 Skalch argues that the National Congress and the subsequent common law cabinet did not actually depose the Khedive, but simply called upon the Sultan to do so. 23 This point of view cannot be maintained in the face of the evidence. The manifesto of July 29 declared Tawfiq's orders non-binding and stated that he had apostatized from Islam, a subtle way of declaring him deposed. 24 How this document was interpreted by its signers is clear from a decision of the Common Law Cabinet saying that the Congress had decided that the orders of the Khedive and his royalist cabinet will not be listened to, and that the Sultan has been informed of this decision. 25 The very constitution of the deputy ministers as a common law cabinet contains the revolutionary step that eluded Skalch. The Urabists had temporarily put themselves outside divine governance, until Abdulhamid replied, they were running a secular government in rebellion against the Caliph's appointee, a government set up with no more legitimation than the conventional, urfi, will of the Egyptian people as represented in the national congresses and the army. The common law cabinet, as Skalch has demonstrated, quickly began acting as though it were the government of Egypt. It claimed to head up not only the civilian bureaucracy, but also the army. It protested to the British in August over their occupation of Suez. It dismissed openly counter-revolutionary provincial governors and officials, putting some of them under house arrest, and appointed more moderate men in their stead, by no means all of them strident revolutionaries or hangers-on of the clique in power in Cairo. The government imposed strict censorship, not only on the pro-Khedive and pro-European press, but also on what it saw as overly fanatical statements by revolutionary journalists. Without doubt, fear of provoking an extension of the British occupation was the primary impetus for the government to suppress fanaticism. The Common Law Cabinet also attended to the needs of the 60,000 refugees who fled to its territory from Alexandria. It fixed the prices of food, set and paid out salaries, and in general kept the country running. It on occasion overruled Urabi, demonstrating that, although martial law had been declared, the civilian bureaucracy had not been completely overwhelmed by military dominance. Indeed, Skalch blames the failure of Urabi to adopt a forward defense, rather than simply sitting in Kafr ad-Dawar and waiting for 241. The British to attack, on the way in which the overly cautious common law cabinet reigned in the general. 26 The revolutionary state lasted from July 29 until September 15, when the British took Cairo. In this period it had broad support from Egyptian intellectuals, from bureaucrats, from the guilds, from village headmen, and from peasants, see Table 9.1. The coalition included a number of high-ranking Circassian officials as well. Let us examine the ways in which these groups inscribed new discourses on Egyptian politics, mobilized resources, employed organizational networks, and engaged in collective action. The intelligentsia. The various segments of the intelligentsia did not always agree with one another. Ulama disapproved of the westernizing intellectuals, and intellectuals could be critical of army officers. These groups were thrown together in 1881-82, however, holding common grievances against the Khedive on the grounds that he had become a mere tool in the hands of the Europeans. The spiritual and material resources of this stratum could be enormous. They controlled the press and the telegraph, administered the railroads and steamship lines, controlled the central and provincial bureaucracies, and exerted decisive influence over the military, and through a network of seminaries and mosques the ulama exerted broad moral influence over the populace. How, precisely, did the intelligentsia mobilize these resources on behalf of the revolution? The role of the junior officers should be apparent from the summary given above. Here, we will concentrate on other groups. Evidence exists that provincial officials showed great enthusiasm for Europe, and in November the British consul in Tanta described the upper classes of officials as actively propagating the new ideas which have come into fashion since the 9th of September 27. The ulama also took up the more nativist themes of the officers and intellectuals, and staged their own internal coup against the pro-Khedive Sheikhul al-Islam and rector of Al-Azhar, Muhammad al-Abbasi, mounting demonstrations and making speeches. Tawfiq finally acquiesced in dismissing al-Abbasi, a Hanafi in right like the Ottomans, and 4,000 ulama and seminarians elected in his place Sheikh al-Anbabi, a Shafi'i like most Egyptians. 28. The support of large numbers of ulama, especially in the provinces, proved an important infrastructural asset to the Yorubists, since the network of mosques and seminaries still constituted a potent organizational force in Egypt. In the summer of 1882, the ulama obliged the common law government by declaring an Islamic holy war, jihad, against the British. Another segment of the intelligentsia with special access to the public, the Egyptian journalists, also provided crucial aid to the revolution. 29. Ahmed Rafat, head of the Publications Bureau, enthusiastically threw in with the challengers, and he sent the head of his European section at one point early in the revolution to Alexandria to make contact with Europe. Rafat had his subordinates translate articles from European newspapers about the attitude of the British parties, especially the Labour Party, Al-Hizb al-Hurfi, toward Egypt, and also took a keen interest in Bismarck's views. 30. His and other journalists' role can be seen from a long and fascinating deposition by Ridwan Fahmy, a translator of Turkish in the Publications Bureau. Rafat was appointed to take notes at the cabinet meetings, and often denied information on cabinet decisions to Tawfiq. He prepared the correspondence of the Yorubists with Istanbul, translating the letters into Turkish. During the war he dictated fiery articles to the young Said Zaklul, then an official in the Interior Ministry, for publication in the newspaper Al-Mufid. According to Fahmy, Muhammad Abduh opposed the officers' actions on September 9 in calling for the fall of his patron, Riyadh. But he came to support the Chamber of Deputies' demand for control over the budget, developing alliances with some of the deputies who were village headmen, and he worked for the fall of the Sharif cabinet. Thereafter, while remaining editor of the official gazette, he became the Yorubists' political theorist, the Aristotle of their philosophy, in Fahmy's words. He encouraged the army to fight the British because they were, he said, a naval power that would not be able to wage combat effectively in Egypt's interior, and because the other powers would never agree to let them conquer Egypt. Other young intellectuals who wrote against the Khedive or the Europeans in the press included Said Zaklul, his brother Fadullah, a student at the School of Administration, and several members of the staff of the official gazette. 32. The radical journalists not only cued an audience of thousands to the important political events of the period, but they put an anti-establishment spin on the news. They also pioneered in a new sort of frank public discourse that signaled the end of functional ambiguity. Abdullah an-Nadim wrote in his At-Taifon May 6, 1882 that the Khedive was a deluded traitor, Ka'in Makdu, finally tearing away all Aesopian veils and speaking plainly. His newspaper in consequence was closed for a month by a cabinet attempting to reach a compromise with the angry Khedive. 33. The participation of important segments of the intelligentsia in the rebellion in Alexandria can be shown from subsequent arrest lists. These lists do not tell us much, however, about the underlying organizational resources of this stratum. We know from other sources that Abdullah an-Nadim was involved with a political society at Alexandria in 1881-82, called the Young Men's Association, Jamiyat ash-Shabari. Many sons of prominent families joined, holding frequent meetings at which an-Nadim gave stirring speeches. The association supported Europe and demanded a national bank. It sent a congratulatory delegation to al-Baradei on his becoming prime minister. 34. This one club probably had a membership only in the hundreds, but it stands as 245. An example of the sort of links the literate classes in Alexandria were developing during the revolution. The intelligentsia active in Alexandria included officers, bureaucrats, clerks, and professionals. Ulama appear not to have played a particularly important role in Alexandria, where the modern intelligentsia and the guilds exercised greater influence. The officers arrested there included 10 lieutenants, 9 army captains, 6 majors, and 5 lieutenant colonels, but only 2 colonels and 1 lieutenant general. Several captains of steamers were also arrested. 35. In Alexandria, the officers were probably arrested for failing to stop the riot sooner. They did not lead it, and it probably hurt them politically. The indecision that the politicization of the officers' corps created had a crucial impact, since both urban crowds and peasants could more freely employ collective violence where the state's organs of security could not agree to act quickly. 2 high officials were arrested in Alexandria, including Hassan Ash-Shari'i, the Minister of Pious Endowments, and Yusuf Bartu, the Director of the Alexandria City Council, ad-Da'ira al-Baladiyya. Government employees implicated in the rebellion included the supervisor of Ras at-Tin Palace and 3 administrators, 2 at the coal department and 1 at the vice-regal estates. The state further charged a police department interpreter, an employee at the excise department, and 6 clerks. To the 2 physicians who worked for the state we must add some private professionals such as C. Abdur-Rahman al-Buza, an attorney who styled himself the Sword of God and whom the pro-Khedive compiler of the arrest list labeled a great rebel. 36. Although they could not find him to arrest him, the journalist Abdullah an-Nadim was also accused of making inflammatory speeches and of writing anti-European articles in his newspaper At-Taif, and other intellectuals who harangued the populace had blame placed on them, as well. 37. Ahmed al-Sawam, an employee in the Department of the Navy, gave stirring speeches and published articles in newspapers supporting Urabi and inciting rebellion against the Khedive. Although, as mere lists of arrests, they cannot be conclusive, these documents suggest participation by both state-employed and private professionals in the leadership of the rebellion at Alexandria, May 25 through July 12. I have systematically analyzed for the first time a complete list of signers at the Second National Congress held on July 29, Table 9.2. I recognize the problems in using this list for analysis of attitudes, since reports suggest that some delegates may have been forced to sign. On the other hand, I suspect that the attenders knew why they were being called to the Interior Ministry, and those strongly in favor of Tawfiq by then were fleeing to Alexandria or found excuses for absenting themselves. It is, moreover, possible that even the Khedive's erstwhile supporters were so disgusted with his collusion in the British bombardment and occupation of Alexandria that they may have been swayed by the sentiment in favor of declaring him incompetent for his post. One suspects, in any case, that those who signed under duress constituted a minority. And they may have been fairly evenly spread among various social classes, so that their presence may not invalidate use of the list for determining the social composition of the Congress. The middle and lower ranks of the intelligentsia constituted a massive 41% of delegates. 38 half of the 160 members of the stratum were Muslim or Christian clergy. The Muslim element, of course, overwhelmingly predominated, with many ulama of Al-Azhar present along with large numbers of provincial Islamic court judges. Several of the high ulama, including Sheikhs Laysh, and Khalfa'i, called for Tawfiq's deposition on the grounds that he had apostatized in going over to the Europeans. 39 Most of the other half were officials, clerks, and secretaries. Only 15 military officers signed the manifesto deposing the Khedive, though many more appear to have been present, and this statistic suggests an attempt to legitimate the Congress's decision with reference to civilian rather than military predominance. The same strategy may have been followed by the modern intellectuals. Muhammad Abduh convened the meeting by reading out the charges against the Khedive, and an-Nadim spoke in favor of deposition, but their signatures do not appear on the manifesto. 40 high officials, nobles, and the higher reaches of the intelligentsia made up another 17% of signers. This latter percentage may be inflated, however, insofar as some of the high Ottoman officials, such as Mustafa Akush, inspector of factories in Upper Egypt, almost certainly signed reluctantly. The interplay of ethnic identity at these conferences is demonstrated by Akush's account of how when, at the first Congress, Latif Pasha began speaking in Turkish, the Arabophone delegates raised a clamor and insisted the meeting be conducted in Arabic alone. 41 Ali Mubarak describes how, at the Second Congress, the Coptic leadership insisted that the attenders act on a proto-nationalist rather than a purely Islamic basis. A spokesman for Egypt's indigenous Christians said that if the war against the British was religious they would leave, since they were Copts. He continued, but if it was otherwise, that is patriotic, Wataniya, then they were sons of the fatherland, but our view is that war can only be fought if the Sultan commands it. 42. Muhammad Abduh attempted to reassure them that the conference in Alexandria before the British bombardment, which had decided on the need to resist, had included Dervis Pasha, the Sultan's representative in Egypt, an exaggeration, though Dervis did favor Kupting Urabi. 43. The insistence of the delegates on the use of Arabic underlines the political struggle between the Arabophone notables and the Turcophone Ottoman nobles settled in Egypt. The story of the Coptic stand, however, demonstrates how complex were the nativist sentiments of many Egyptians at this point. The Copts insisted on having the Sultan's cachet for the war, showing that even they recognized the continuing authority of Istanbul. Yet they demanded that the delegates explicitly employ the discourse of landish patriotismus or regional patriotism, rather than that of Islamic holy war, suggesting they did not recognize an Islamic character for the Ottoman Empire, a reasonable stance after 1856. Certainly, the revolutionaries did have the ulama declare an Islamic holy war, as a way of mobilizing the Egyptian masses against the British, so the Copts did not entirely get their way. But for the Muslim delegates, after all, regional patriotism and Islam did not conflict, and most were willing to employ both sorts of rhetoric. Let us turn now to the lists of those incarcerated after the British invasion, for further clues to the importance of the intelligentsia, Table 9.3. Among 136 persons arrested in September 1882 in Cairo, officers made up 33%. In addition to 9 high officials, the jails held 13 middle-level bureaucrats. The state arrested 8 ulama, 6%. Though these were seminary teachers in Cairo, we know that provincial qadis and sermonizers supported the revolution in great numbers. One of the other arrest lists supports De Jong's contention that Sufi leaders may not always have been as conservative as is sometimes assumed, since it includes Sheikh Muhammad al-Jadbi, servant of religious knowledge and of Al-Khalwatiyya Sufi order in Beni Suef. 44. In the Cairo list, modern intellectuals and professionals such as journalists, teachers in the civil schools, physicians, telegraphers, engineers, a lawyer, a pharmacist, and a translator, came to 15%. The manner in which the authorities focused on journalists, telegraphers, and railway employees shows they recognized the importance of professionals who held the keys to the use. 249. Of modern media of communication. 45. About 65 of those listed could be categorized as belonging to the civilian intelligentsia, and if one adds them to the officers, we may conclude that about 80% of those revolutionaries arrested in the capital belonged to the intelligentsia. The authorities appear to have placed little importance on arresting guild leaders, whether merchants or artisans, and of course few village headmen were in the capital. Arrest priorities and venue help account, then, for the vast disproportion of the intelligentsia in the list of revolutionaries captured that fall in Cairo. Still, this result draws attention dramatically to the vanguard role played by the civilian and military members of this stratum. Despite the undeniable importance of the officers as a leading segment of the intelligentsia, these lists demonstrate that journalists, officials, professionals, and ulama also played indispensable roles. 41% of those who signed the declaration of Tawfik's deposition at the National Congress of July 29 came from the intelligentsia, and the percentage of this stratum among total attenders was even higher. Disputes over the political culture of the New Egypt were resolved in favor of Arabic as the language of discourse, and a dual ideological basis of regional patriotism and Islamic nativism. In making arrests, the state naturally concentrated on the rebellious officers, but its preference in Cairo for professionals, ulama, and officials over equally guilty merchants and guild masters suggests a conviction that the former outweighed the latter in the degree of political danger they posed. Even where both events and arrest lists plainly attest the role of the ordinary folk, as in Alexandria, the Restoration state still jailed large numbers of intellectuals and professionals whom they blamed for stirring up the crowd. The members of the intelligentsia, with their literate skills, their political clubs, their dominance of the state and religious bureaucracy, their ability to co-opt the military rank and file, and their access to and even control over the media, appear to have struck the Khedive as the single most menacing social force arrayed against him, much more significant than the village headmen, his primary foes in Nasserist historiography. Guilds. The guild leadership clearly participated in the revolution, though the actions of the rank-and-file guild members are more difficult to recover. The urban corporations, as centers of wealth, manpower, and organization, proved among the more important actors in the revolution. If cities were power containers, then the guilds possessed the key to opening them. Of the four sorts of guilds, merchant, craft, service, and transportation, some had more potential significance than others. The merchant and broker guilds had at their disposal large amounts of money and wide patronage and political influence in cities such as 250. Alexandria. The other guilds could offer manpower and sometimes their special skills to the cause. Since demonstrations formed an important repertoire of collective action during the revolution, the ability of guilds to call up crowds of demonstrators could be important. Even provincial merchants began to be swept up in the nativist fervor associated with Urubism in the fall of 1881, and the Tanta Consul reported in November that business transactions between natives and foreigners are affected, and that the confidence necessary in such matters, which existed formerly, has been greatly impaired. 46. Colonel Abdu Elal, appointed governor of the city of Damietta, quickly won over its urban notables to the Urubist cause. 47. We have seen that when, on May 25, the Khedive dismissed Major General Urubi as Minister of War, under pressure from Britain and France, the people expressed their support for him. On May 28 the delegation of Karine notables went to Tawfik to plead for Urubi's reinstatement. This delegation included the chiefs of the corporations. 48. Members of the delegation then met at the house of Sultan Pasha with Urubi, who accused Tawfik of having apostatized from Islam and said he deserved to be deposed. The heads of the merchant corporations tended to agree with Urubi's sentiments at this meeting, whereas several ulama and Sufi leaders declined to oppose the Khedive so vigorously. 49. The support for Urubi of great merchants such as Hassan Musa al-Aqtad and Abdus Salam al-Muwalihi of Cairo, and Amin Bey Shamsi, the Sir Tukkar of Zakazike, possessed great importance. They, along with the wealthier village headmen, were the most obvious source of extra funding for military and other revolutionary activities. 50. Their merchants' guilds, moreover, could be potent tools for the mobilization of an important sector of the urban populace. These guilds overlapped with newer sorts of organization, such as the Masonic order to which Abdus Salam al-Muwalihi belonged. Evidence abounds that many in the artisanal, service, and transportation guilds also supported the revolution. Cherubim wrote that after war had broken out between the common law government and the British, urban artisans expressed warm support for their revolutionary state. He reported that the cobblers, coffee servers, and tailors swarmed the streets, shouting, "O God, destroy the army of the infidels." 51. Many other examples of workers and artisans supporting Urubi can be given. In Port Said, the Guild of Coal Heavers staged a strike against their guild officers and British employers in the spring of 1882 that had nativist overtones, and that summer more than 40 guards working for the Port Said Canal Authority had to be dismissed because they had formed an armed Eurobist band. 500 fishermen volunteered to join in the work of strengthening the fortifications at the fortress in Damietta. 53 Although Egyptian workers in the modern industrial sector were few, they often had the closest contact with Europeans, one of the revolution's primary enemies. A Mr. Hamilton of the Bulak Works faced increasing insubordination. 251. Among the Egyptian workers under his supervision, and some finally attempted to kill him. Only the presence of soldiers in the yard saved him. Here, class and national cleavages overlapped so forcefully that workers who rose up against their managers could be seen as Eurobist heroes. 54 In the clash between Egyptians and Europeans in Alexandria on June 11, 1882, which we will discuss in detail below, guild leaders took some part. The list of those Alexandrians implicated in the rebellion and arrested by the restored government of Tawfiq includes, among the civilian leadership, 14 merchants, along with Hassan Mansur, broker at Mina al-Basel, and Ismail and Ibrahim Shati, inspectors of the same market. 55 As we have seen, the merchants in Alexandria were members of guilds with elected leaderships, and it seems unlikely that they acted purely as private persons. The long history of Egyptian mercantile interest in displacing or controlling the European merchants at Mina al-Basel in Alexandria has been discussed in previous chapters. Remember the struggle over whether weighing would be public, controlled by the state, or private, and therefore open to the influence of European money. Remember too the contest for the post of market inspector, in which the European merchants managed to have a say, in 1878. One of the candidates the Europeans had rejected was from the Shati clan, which appears nevertheless to have regained control over the market, and to have remembered how the Europeans voted. 56 members of the artisanal and service guilds also took part, insofar as this list includes a waiter and 2 heads of guilds. Hassan al-Misri, guild master of the tailors in Alexandria, is described in a marginal note as a great rebel. He was accused by eyewitnesses of stirring up popular support for Eurobi throughout the spring and summer of 1882. 57 Umar Hassanin, guild master of the porters on the viceregal estates, the Da'ira Saniyya, was also arrested. Although the arrest of guild leaders cannot prove widespread guild participation, given what we know of the authority of guild masters, it seems most likely that the tailors and the porters joined their leader and acted in the rebellion together as a guild. European imports into Egypt most directly affected those in the textile trades, such as the tailors, and that they should have developed militantly anti-European sentiments occasions no surprise. The administrators of the viceregal estates often paid their workers badly, and from 1879 the profits of the estates were mortgaged to European investors and creditors, which may have given guilds working on them even more interest in seeing the foreigners displaced. Of course, insofar as they had an organized guild, they also had the capacity to mobilize for collective action. Among the 291 Alexandrians arrested, either for rebellion in general or for participation in the riot of June 11 in particular, large numbers derived from groups typically organized by guilds. 58 Altogether 23.8%, were merchants, brokers, and coffee house owners. 17, or 6%, were guild masters, artisans, and skilled workers. 15.5%, were 2D2. Domestic and menial workers. 8 Nubians and 2 North Africans were arrested, and both groups were organized by ethnic and occupational guilds. Other sorts of corporate organization, akin to the guilds, also proved important. 3 heads of city quarters were arrested. Altogether, about a quarter of those arrested can be shown to have belonged to trades where guild or corporate organizations were important, and the arrest of some guild masters and heads of quarters suggests strongly, though not conclusively, that guild and guild-like leaderships played a significant role in the rebellion in Alexandria. Many of the 30% to whom I have been able to assign no ethnic or occupational identity would also have most likely been workers of some sort. The riot itself remained disorganized, the work of a crowd, and it is possible that amorphous crowd action was the most important repertoire of collective action here employed. But the presence of guild leaders and so many members of guild-organized trade suggests guild networks may have played a part in mobilizing merchants and artisans. The state recognized the guild's importance for social organization when, in the aftermath of the riot, it asked guild masters to help restore calm. 59 The National Congress called together by the Eurobists on July 29, 1882 included a significant percentage of merchants, along with some guild officers. Out of 393 delegates, about 85, or 22%, were men of commerce, including some heads of merchant guilds. Only 5, or about 1%, were from the artisans' guilds. Altogether about a fourth of the delegates derived from urban groups typically organized by guilds. The delegates were called to Cairo by the deputy, actually the acting, Minister of the Interior, who instructed Eurobist notables in various cities and provincial areas to bring along with them some ulama and merchants. The impromptu nature of the gathering explains the dominance of the merchants' ranks by merchants from Cairo, led by their guild master, Mustafa Bey al-Hijan. Guild masters of merchants' corporations in individual quarters in Cairo also attended. The large and diverse contingent of Cairo traders included Christians and North Africans. Only a few merchants are identified as deriving from outside the capital. The heads of the merchants' guilds in Rosetta and Damietta signed, along with several vendors from the latter city. Merchants from Zakazaki and from Dakhilaya province added their signatures as well. Aside from delegates from the merchants' corporations, only a few guild officers attended. These included the head of the tobacconists' guild, the guild master of the traditional pharmacists and confectioners, and a guild officer from the Cairo Butchers' Corporation. Remember the Butchers' alliance with dissidents in the spring of 1879-60, a list of those arrested in September 1882 includes, in addition to the above guild officers, the guild master of merchants in the upper Egyptian town of Chus, and a city quarter head from Asiut. 61 These lists, of course, tell us little about the culture of the guilds during the revolution. Mahmoud Fahmy, one of al-Baradai's cabinet members, however, gives us in one sentence a striking evocation of popular urban culture in this period. He wrote that from May 1882, problems and clashes occurred, and evening gatherings multiplied, and every person began saying whatever he had to say, and expressing whatever thoughts occurred to him. 62. The sense of release, and of multiplied networks in the urban areas, comes through starkly in this description. In short, functional ambiguity broke down decisively the cultural counterpart of the disintegration of the Khedive's power and authority. I have suggested earlier, and want to argue again here, that many guilds supported the common law government, not only because of their economic entaists, but because of their political culture. Most guilds had relatively little internal stratification, and as we have seen earlier in this book, from 1865 or so they began practicing a form of shop democracy. The weight of an ordinary individual's vote constituted a denial of privilege, and I believe that many of the revolutionaries aimed at the abolition of privilege. The privileged groups in Egyptian law and practice were the Ottoman Egyptian nobles and officers on the one hand, and the Europeans and their compradors on the other. The merchants and artisans wanted a parliamentary regime that reflected on a national scale the kind of political system they practiced every day in their own guilds. The waiters had struck and agitated for wages based on individual effort and merit, an ethos, to which the corporate privileges of Ottomans and Europeans stood as an affront. The crowd in the Eurobi revolution. The Euro-Egyptian riots of the previous 2 decades had demonstrated that under certain circumstances Europeans and Egyptians were willing to resort to collective violence in their struggles with one another. As the political crisis of the state unfolded, and the passions of the populace became aroused, the possibility of large-scale urban collective violence loomed large. The most important instance of this phenomenon, the Alexandria clash of June 11, 1882, elicited 2 primary explanations from imperial observers at the time. British officials saw it as a massacre instigated by Urabi and his supporters, thus denying the autonomy of the urban laborers. The rioters took, in this view, a quite centrally political action, but on direction from notables higher up. The French, on the other hand, tended to interpret the violence as a mere harbor fracas, of a type that often broke out even in European ports. 63 From this perspective the riot was an autonomous action of the laboring and dangerous classes, but without political content or implication. No close observer would now accept either of these views as adequate. What we learned about Euro-Egyptian fights in Chapter 7 suggests a third possibility, that the crowd acted both politically and spontaneously. 64 The Franco-British Joint Note of May 25, 1882, demanding the dismissal of the al-Baradei government and a year of leave for C. Urabi and the other activist officers, sent a jolt of electricity up and down the Nile Valley. Alexandrians. 254. Felt the intervention even more powerfully, since they could see the British and French ships of war anchored off their seaport. Urabi wanted fortifications improved at Alexandria, whereas the European powers insisted that such works contained a hostile intent toward their fleets. He also put pressure on the Europeans to remove their vessels from the harbor to avoid the excitement of the public mind caused by their presence. 65. By the second week of June, passions ran high. On June 7 a quarrel broke out between some Egyptians and Greeks. A European witness said the Egyptians greatly outnumbered their Hellenic adversaries and beat them with sticks. Then some Egyptian soldiers arrived and joined in the attack on the Greeks, refusing to obey their officers when they ordered them to desist. 100 Europeans subsequently went to the British consulate and demanded that measures be taken for their protection. 66 In response, the British and Greek consulates passed out arms to their subjects. The diplomats' decision to intervene in Egyptian domestic politics so forcefully, and to underline the move with the threat of gunships, put the ordinary Europeans in Alexandria in the center of a political struggle between the privileged nobles allied with European financiers on the one hand, and the angry working and middle classes on the other. Every European walking the street became a symbol of oppression. In a political revolution a Manichaean logic comes into play, dividing the world into allies and traitors. Politics, operating like a kaleidoscope, reconstituted the colorful ethnic pattern of cities like Alexandria with their fractious Maltese, Greeks, Italians, Nubians, and Egyptians into a black and white contrast of them and us. On Sunday afternoon, June 11, 1882, Alexandria's seething Euro-Egyptian friction set off a major conflagration. For many reasons, the social composition, motive, and leadership of this clash became a matter of debate. A mere port riot had little political significance, and seeing it that way would justify the French reluctance to interpose themselves militarily. If, on the other hand, the action could be traced to Urabi, then it offered a casus belli to a Great Britain whose men on the spot were eager to intervene. In retrospect, of course, no convincing evidence exists that the riot formed part of an orchestrated conspiracy, either by Urabi or by the Khedive, as the latter's enemies charged. Historians who have treated the riot, such as M.E. Chamberlain, have in my view missed its spontaneity and its social character, in an attempt to understand it within the framework of high politics. 67 Urabi had staked his reputation on his ability to keep order, and to foment a riot would have been to shoot himself in the foot. If one remembers the history of Italian, Greek, and French riots in the preceding 2 decades in Alexandria, and of clashes among Europeans, compradors, and Egyptians in many other towns during the same period, the riot seems less remarkable. The turbulence started, as does all turbulence, in a small, simple thing that grew inexorably in complexity. A fight between a Maltese and an Arab, pour. 255. Haps begun by a wager, took a serious turn. Greeks came to the defense of the Maltese. The Maltese stabbed the Arab to death, and local Egyptians gathered to take revenge. One recalls here the Maltese-Nubian riots in Port Said. An American eyewitness reported. As the news spread, the crowd increased and became turbulent, but it was not until the Greeks and Maltese had commenced firing from their windows and flat housetops upon the unarmed natives, and some of their number had been killed and others wounded, that they were aroused to violent acts of vengeance. 68. The testimony of Egyptian wounded, given from their hospital beds the next day, lends support to Farman's account. Ahmed Abu Suyudi, a groom for an Alexandria notable, was walking in the street when he was struck by sniper fire from a window. Leather merchant Abdu Ar-Rahim, tobacco grinder Ahmed Hussein, and cobbler Ali Salamah suffered the same fate, saying they were simply pedestrians shot from windows by Greeks or Maltese. As Sayyid Al-C Ajin, Doneater, was stabbed by a European because he took the side of a fish seller in a dispute. Ahmed Nameki, a secretary for a noble's estate, prayed at a Sufi center, and on emerging was stabbed by two Greeks. Sabiha bint Abu El-Aish said she was beaten by Christians when she went to see the fight. 69. The governor and sub-prefect of police accompanied the British consul to the quarter where the fighting first broke out around 1:30 p.m., and they thought they had quelled it. At 3:30 p.m. the authorities again summoned all the consuls to the police station, since fighting had broken out once more, and this time the mob attacked them. Only the British consul suffered a serious wound. The image of a furious Egyptian crowd attempting to overturn the carriages of the European consuls, who had so superciliously lorded it over them for 2 decades, eloquently expresses the entirety of the revolution. The crowd, enraged by sniper fire, invaded the European quarter and began beating Europeans and smashing and pillaging shops, and one suspects some felt they were reappropriating wealth lost to sharp Mediterranean shopkeepers. On Sunday most of the Europeans sought out the cooler suburbs at Ramla, so looters found their empty houses easy targets. The small number of Europeans helps explain why, despite their firearms, they did not more easily dispatch the Egyptians. 70. The Europeans huddled in their houses, continuing to snipe at the crowd with revolvers. In this fire 2 Egyptian gendarmes fell dead, infuriating the other gendarmes, who began firing back at the Europeans. Some Europeans attempted to take refuge with these angry police, finding death instead. The angry Alexandrians chanted religious slogans, such as "O God, succor the Lord of Islam, and destroy the depraved unbelievers." 71. Late that afternoon army units under the command of the governor of Alexandria moved in to halt the hostilities. 72,000 took part in the collective violence, about 50 Europeans died, and several times that number of Egyptians, perhaps 250. 256. The wounded included about 36 Europeans, 35 Egyptians, and 2 Ottomans. 73. Although the Egyptian army thereafter restored tolerable order to Alexandria, tens of thousands of frightened Europeans streamed out of the country. A riot in Cairo on June 13 was narrowly averted by firm police action. 74. The provinces, with fewer security forces, became the site of several further Euro-Egyptian clashes. On June 26 rioters killed 10 Greeks and 3 Jews in the lower Egyptian town of Banha. This action, along with the Alexandria events, helped to convince the Earl of Dufferin, then in conference with other European diplomats, that he should support Ottoman military intervention, though the British later changed their minds and invaded Egypt themselves. 75. Although the standard accounts of the riot attribute it to the action of thugs, Abash, or common laborers, we have already seen that the crowd composition and leadership were quite complex, as is demonstrated from the arrest list the Egyptians shared with the British Foreign Office, see Table 9.4. About a quarter of those arrested specifically for involvement in the riot of June 11 belonged to trades usually possessing guilds, and artisanal leaders such as the guild master of the tailors played a large political role. A substantial role for skilled tradesmen is discernible in the lists, moreover. Killers of Europeans included such unlikely figures as a seller of sweet beverages, Shurbat Lai, and a petition writer, Art Halji. The arrest list included persons from not only low trades such as porters, street sweepers, and dyers, but also skilled artisans such as carpenters, tailors, and butchers. Status and economic position did not always overlap, moreover. Although a wagoner suffered low social esteem, he often had his own capital in the form of draft animals and his wagon. The list gives no indication of occupation in about a third of instances, so we cannot be sure that a large number of day laborers was not included. But most of the occupations mentioned suggest that the crowd was composed, not of the unemployed or the entirely unskilled and unorganized day laborers, but rather of individuals belonging to recognized guilds and possessing at least some skills. Nor was the crowd entirely male. Police arrested 9 women for looting or possessing loot, or for talking sedition, and 10 more for buying it later on. Thus, 19 women were tried, constituting about 9% of those accused. Some of these women came from artisan families. One, for instance, stood trial in the same lot with the carpenter mentioned above. The crowd was, moreover, overwhelmingly civilian, despite the support it received from some gendarmes. Beyond the ordinary tradespeople and laborers, can persons be described who might have constituted a crowd leadership? Hauerni's thesis, discussed in Chapter 7 above, that pre-modern Middle Eastern politics derived primarily from the notables would suggest we look for ulama, heads of garrisons, and landed, secular notables. We find, however, persons of somewhat lesser stat. 257. Not patricians but leaders of the ordinary folk sometimes sprung from their ranks. As we have seen, the military court charged 3 heads of city quarters, Sheikh al-Hara, accused of inciting rebellion or even taking part in the plundering. The state singled out 2 guild masters for indictment. Beyond the workers and workers' organizations, the only other important leadership appears to have derived not from notables, but from the middle classes. Brokers, merchants, professionals, and civil servants appear as the civilian leaders of the rebellion in Alexandria, along with numbers of junior officers. The vicious British bombardment of Alexandria a month later, on July 11, 1882, led to another round of plundering, since it caused a withdrawal of securitors from the city. Admiral Seymour, who planned the assault, did not bother to make plans for securing the city thereafter. In the confusion, many buildings caught fire, leading to the wholesale destruction of Alexandria. Some alleged that the revolutionaries deliberately burned the city to deny its resources to the invading British. The civilian populace fled on foot or on trains, taking refuge in interior cities. The news of this new outrage provoked anti-European riots in several towns in Lower Egypt. On July 13 in Tanta the guards of the provincial administration helped attack Europeans, and riots occurred. Similar riots erupted in Samanut and Damanhur. In Al-Mahala al-Kubra, an eyewitness reported that the crowd, bearing staffs and sticks, rolled through the quarters shouting slogans and picking up new members. On reaching the commercial district, they shouted, "O merchants, close your shops, for the Christians have begun killing Muslims on the bridge." Later on the crowd looted stores, especially clothing stores, and in the violence 9 Christians died, including 3 Europeans and 6 Eastern Orthodox, presumably Levantines. When Urabi heard of these riots, he immediately sent troops to restore order, and put trains at the service of Europeans wishing to flee to the coast. 76 crowds rioted at a number of villages, as well as in Kafr Zayat and Sherbin, the latter the site of a very major disturbance, to be discussed below. In Cairo a crowd plundered the mansion of Sultan Pasha, the great notable who collaborated with Tawfik and the Europeans, and on another occasion a crowd pulled down the statue of Ibrahim Pasha, Tawfik's grandfather, under the direction of the puritanical Sheikh Ilash. 77 A final round of rioting occurred on the British invasion of the interior in mid-September. In Mansoura, Dakhiliyah province, 117 persons were arrested for creating disturbances on September 16, apparently engaging in a large-scale violent protest of the British invasion. 78 Neither the British conspiracy theory nor the French suggestion of riotous laborers, then, can account for Alexandria and the other riots. Not generals in Cairo, but guild masters and quarter heads in Alexandria, seem most implicated as instigators of the collective action. The crowd in Alexandria appears to have contained substantial numbers of skilled artisans, rather than being composed only of the indigent. Both of these observations probably hold for a number of 259. The other riots as well. Moreover, these conflicts occurred in the context of a history of Euro-Egyptian clashes during the previous 2 decades, against the background of which they do not appear so unusual, except in scope. The degree to which these urban movements of collective action hit specifically European or comprador targets stands out starkly. Aside from the Cairo crowd's attack on Sultan Pasha's unoccupied mansion, one is hard put to discern any urban crowd action taken specifically against the Khedive and his Ottoman Egyptian or Egyptian supporters. Even the burning of Alexandria, if deliberate, seems to have been aimed at depriving the British of a useful base of operations, rather than at denying the city to the Khedive. As with pre-industrial crowds in Europe, hatred of the rich and hatred of foreigners help explain the collective violence. 79 Hatred of the rich and hatred of foreigners, moreover, had different implications in Africa and Asia during the Age of Capital than in 18th century London. The foreigners had the upper hand, and were seeking to change the local economy so as to incorporate it into their own industrial capitalism. They brought an increased monetization of the economy, increased wage labor, increased social stratification. They enjoyed extraterritoriality and exemption from most taxes, and they had the ear of the indigenous state. The rich, then, were often also foreign consuls, speculators, and money lenders, or local persons with links to such groups. This foreign coloration or implication also held true at the lower levels of the rich, whom the crowd saw more often. Even the successful shopkeepers in Alexandria were often Greek, Italian, or Syrian Christian. Hatred of the foreigner had many dimensions, one of them the religious, although it is admittedly hard in this instance to separate Christian-Muslim conflict from xenophobia and class conflict. Specifically, religious ethnicity and ideology nevertheless did form a background to the riots. Here, the suggestion by Natalism and Davis that pre-industrial religious riots represented a kind of vigilante effort may be applicable. 80. The common folk took it upon themselves to purify their religious environment from outside threats, acting as they thought the civil and ecclesiastical authorities would or should. The Alexandrians, aware of the impasse between Europe and the European powers, took action themselves on behalf of Islam. Likewise, the European crowd used firearms against the Alexandrians, just as they expected the police or offshore European forces should have done. The rural middle class and the peasants. The urban population of Egypt represented only 12% or so of the whole in 1882, and we must now turn to the countryside, where the majority of the country's inhabitants dwelt. I will in this discussion treat the village notables and smaller proprietors, as well as peasants, defined as farmers that worked the 260 land themselves, hiring no non-family labor. These rural dwellers had many things in common from the point of view of law, administration, and styles of life, and differed as a group from the Ottoman Egyptian nobility and from urban dwellers. Village notables and peasants paid taxes on their land at a much higher rate than did the nobles, which incidentally depressed the value of their land in relation to the Ashuri estates. The rural Egyptians also enjoyed a cultural solidarity of the autochthonous versus the foreign Ottoman Egyptians, rather as English yeomen resented the Norman yoke. The village notables stood between the Ottoman Egyptian aristocracy on the one hand, and the peasants on the other. They often required peasants to render them free labor, some of them encroached on the land of other peasants, and they could be cruel and oppressive tax collectors for the state. Some of them built huge estates in the 1870s. 81 But many among the medium landowning gentry appear on the whole to have forged an alliance with the peasants in 1882. Given the history of rural revolts in Egypt, a history first systematically established by Gabriel Baer, the resort to collective action in the countryside during the 1882 revolution might have been expected. A weakening of the state and of the military has also been suggested by Theda Skocpol as a frequent contributor to the outbreak of peasant revolt. 82 Until the thousands of dossiers on the Yoruba Revolution in the Egyptian National Archives are more thoroughly explored and quantified, it remains difficult to estimate the relative importance of peasant action. The few easily quantifiable indexes we have, such as lists of prisoners and of signatories to the declaration of the Khedive's deposition, suggest that rural collective action played a substantially less important role than urban revolutionary activity. Only 13% of the signers of the Manifesto of July 29, 1882, which declared Tawfik incompetent to hold his post, consisted of village headmen and provincial notables. Merchants and heads of merchant guilds, in contrast, formed 22% of signers, and the urban intelligentsia provided 41%. One list of prisoners from the provinces held for trial gives occupations for about 67 persons, and of known occupations on this list village headmen constituted 31%. The rural intelligentsia, of officials and ulama, dominated the list at over 50%. 83 The much more detailed list of provincial cases sent by the Egyptian authorities to the British and translated by Raphael Borg confirms this impression of minority peasant involvement, Table 9.5. 84 In Minyafiya, about 8% of those arrested appear to have been villagers, in Dakhaliya, 12%. In Kenna and Esna most of those arrested derived from towns such as Chus. In Charkaya, only 16 persons mostly peasants were jailed. The only province in which peasants constituted both a large absolute number and a large proportion of total prisoners is Garbaiya. There, 18% of those incarcerated came from towns or cities in the province, such as Basiyun, Al-Mahala Al-Kubra, and Zifta. The rest of those charged were apprehended in villages, but by no means all were. 261. Themselves villagers. In Shirban, where officials took 165 persons into custody after the revolution had ended, 27% of these were village artisans and shopkeepers, or refugees from large cities such as Alexandria, Cairo, and Tanta. Altogether, then, about 65% of persons listed in Garbaiya as rebels were peasant villagers. We have no returns from Boera, but these, even if dominated by peasant arrests, might be offset by those jailed in Damietta, an important urban area for which we also lack an arrest list. Of course, the question of why Garbaiya should have had such a large number of peasant insurgents, as compared to neighboring rural provinces in Lower Egypt, deserves further investigation. These figures suggest that authorities thought, at least, that urban and rural participation in the revolution had been more serious than peasant action everywhere but Garbaiya. Even outside that rebellious province, however, rural notables and peasants took a significant part in the uprising. Signs of peasant support for Yoruba's movement have been spotted as early as the spring of 1881, when villagers near Tanta were said to have risen up in support of the officers' demonstration at Kasran Nil that February. 85 Certainly, petitions for the dismissal of the Riyadh government circulated widely among village notables in February 1881. 86 In the summer of 1881, the junior officers got in contact with Abdullah an-Nadim, and asked him to circulate printed petitions in the countryside. Many village notables signed these petitions, calling for the convening of the Chamber of Deputies. When, a few months. 262. Later, Sharif Pasha came to power, great numbers of village notables came to Cairo carrying copies of two petitions signed by 1,500 village headmen, and they succeeded in meeting with Tawfik. 87 As summarized by Skalch, these members of the rural middle class declared that the world and human society could be ordered lastingly only on the basis of justice and freedom, so that everyone could enjoy security of life and property, freedom of thought and action, and thus genuine happiness and prosperity. This aim, they thought, could be achieved only through the establishment of a just, consultative government, Hukuma Shuriya Adliya, free from tyranny and peculation. For this reason, assemblies of people's representatives had been created in the civilized kingdoms to protect the rights of the community against its government and as a means of carrying out the just orders of this government. They asked that Tawfik reconvene the Egyptian Chamber of Deputies, so that Egyptians might enjoy rights vis-a-vis the government equal to those of a people's representatives in civilized Europe. 88. Skalch thinks these petitions crucial constitutional documents, since they emanated from the rural notables themselves rather than from European-inspired sources, though he probably understates the importance of urban intermediaries such as Nadim in spreading these ideas. The signing of petitions in support of Urabi printed up by intellectuals and distributed in the countryside, the most frequent sort of peasant and rural middle-class participation, continued with the constitutional crisis of the spring-summer of 1882. 89. During the revolution, rural notables went beyond these tepid petitions, expressing, through their conversations in the village, ideals clearly inimical to the old Khedivial order and its property relations. Uthman Hassan, headman of the village of Abu Husiba in El Minya, stood accused of having announced to the peasants that Urabi and his helpers were completely prepared, and would soon prove victorious, thus achieving such goals as the comfort of the subjects and the return of the Dollarif land grants back to their original villages. The sugar factory would belong to the people, and the lands bought by Talat Pasha and Sultan Pasha near his village, from the viceregal lands, would belong to the people, with no compensation given to its owners. He continued in this vein throughout the war. 90. Barakat notes a concentration of viceregal estates and of great estates owned by magnates such as Sultan Pasha in the province of El Minya, which may have made notables and peasants there especially unhappy with the status quo. Nobles typically built up such estates by expropriating peasant lands. An almost Renillenarian rhetoric appears in the dossiers on rural rebellion, and Mikhail Cherubim reports that speculation about a supernatural transformation did indeed abound in this period. The appearance of comets, and the close approach of the Muslim year 1300, provoked the people to listen to the dreams of Sufi mystics and soothsayers with a special attention. 91. In one village. 263. Ulama proclaimed that the Muslim scriptures prophesied that Urabi would become ruler of Egypt instead of the Khedive, that injustices would be abolished, that the Europeans and the Turks would be defeated. Urabi would become king of the Arabs generally, these ulama said, including those in Syria and the Hijaz, and bureaucratic posts in the new state would be filled by the village headman. 92. Elsewhere, 3 villagers were accused of saying that Urabi had become Khedive, that government posts would now be open to them instead of to Turks and Europeans, and that both the national debt and the debts of the people would be renounced. Another village headman said that the lands of the nobles would be confiscated and made available for homesteading, and the government would be a government of village headmen, not of Turks. 93. Some rural dwellers went beyond such radical talk. In 2 instances villagers raided European rod and gun shops for arms and gunpowder, which they sent to the army, and many of the people made donations from the goodness of their hearts of livestock and grain to the army for its war effort. 94. Nathan J. Brown has sharply questioned the idea that peasants made any substantial donations voluntarily, arguing that contributions were levied on them by local officials, and they simply acquiesced in this extra tax. 95. But Brown means by peasants only the landless and the small holders, and he in any case does not cite archival evidence in support of his a priori skepticism. Ismail Sarhank, writing long after the revolt failed, was an eyewitness with no obvious reason to lie about rural people volunteering aid. Mustafa Ayad, the British consular agent in Luxor, reported in mid-June 1882 that the governor of Kenna in Upper Egypt attended meetings of village headmen and reported to them that Urabi is gaining a victory over the foreigners and over the government, and on hearing this they of course become encouraged and used the most seditious and frightful language. 96. Rural banditry revived in the region on a scale not seen since 1879, making some roads impassable and striking terror into the hearts of merchants and the well-to-do. Ayad blamed the outburst of banditry on the weakness of the pro-Urabi governor, but the crisis of the state had probably produced that weakness. We do not know what the bandits thought of the revolution, but Hobsbawm's idea that rural bandits were often in tune with the problems and aspirations of the peasantry may actually apply here. 97 Their expropriation of the wealthy and of the Europeans mirrored, after all, on a small scale the revolution against the Khedive and the more conservative and wealthy Ottoman Egyptians, along with their European supporters. The pro-Urabi governor also took a strongly anti-European stance, seeing an invasion as imminent. The Mudir informs the natives to hold themselves in readiness, as the Europeans intend to occupy their country and will outrage their women, and consequently they are enraged and awaiting to hear of some movement in Cairo. All the Europeans here are confining themselves in. 264. Doors 98. An element of Muslim-Christian conflict may have been wrought up with anti-Europeanism, especially in Upper Egypt, where relations between Muslims and Copts were sometimes tense. This local communal element appears lacking in Lower Egypt, where one hears nothing of anti-Coptic as opposed to anti-Levantine sentiment. From late spring and early summer of 1882, as the political crisis unfolded, some villagers began refusing to pay their debts, especially those contracted from foreigners. In early May 1882, some peasants near Tuk attacked a foreign bill collector and tore up their louse. Rural debtors began defaulting on a large scale, and threatened creditors when pressed, leading money lenders and merchants to flee to the big cities for security. Urabi had been concerned earlier to reassure Europeans of the safety of their investments, but the conjunctures of peasant renunciations of debt and the British landing pushed him and his colleagues toward a more radical position. The evidence points to Urabi's support in August for changes in relations of property where the property was owned by Europeans or pro-Khedive nobles, and here I take issue with Brown's assertions to the contrary. In the summer of 1882 the Cairo-based government pledged that peasants would not have to repay their loans contracted from foreigners. 100 This pledge was widely known and was quoted by peasants for several years to exasperated British officials after the institution of the Veiled Protectorate. The degree of indebtedness to foreign money lenders may have helped determine which villages supported the revolution. The headman of Tafana al-Azhar told Stewart that he refused to carry out the orders of the Urabi government, adding in the same breath that his village had comparatively little debt, and that he had kept usurers out by lending at lower interest rates to the peasants himself. 101 It was not necessary for the state to have a theory of the transformation of property relations for a social revolution to occur, as the French instance demonstrated. There, too, most of the land confiscated came from absentee nobles who fled the country, and its confiscation represented more an attack on the nobility and the clergy than on property. The result, however, was a redistribution of 5% of France's land to the peasantry. It is the result that counts, though we cannot yet put a percentage on the changes in Egypt, which were in any case ephemeral since the revolutionary state lasted only a month and a half. Some peasants on occasion took decisive action against the persons or property of Egyptian members of the old power elite, as well. In the province of Beni Suef, at the train station of Al-Wasiti, a group of peasants recognized an official loyal to Tawfik who was making a bid to contact the family of the great landlord Sultan Pasha at El Fayum. An eyewitness reported that he was grabbed by a group of peasants, and he asked me to save him from them. Lo and behold, he was Uthman Bey Arafat, the Khedive's Amarakher pipe bearer. 102. The peasants delivered him over to the provincial authorities, who, however, released him. Aside from a few such anecdotes, our knowledge of the specifically political actions taken by peasants remains vague. The charges filed against them on the arrest list preserved in the British Public Record Office at Kew make it clear that villagers did take some part in the revolution. Villagers from Killa and Matis in Garbaya, including a village headman and a mosque preacher, were charged with being associates of rebels. Khedivial authorities charged villagers from Mahalat Abu Ali, Safiya and Kafr Zayyad, Pop 1000, with complicity in massacre, pillage and inciting to massacre. As noted above, the state arrested 165 residents of the village of Sherbin on the same charges, Table 9.6. Villagers in Minyafiya were jailed for assisting rebels, inciting the population and holding seditious language after the defeat of rebels. village headmen in Dakhilaya province were listed as accomplices of rebels 103. A relatively small proportion of those arrested in the autumn of 1882 derived from villages, but even if peasant action accounted for only 15 or 20% of the collective action taken by social groups during the revolution, these rural actors would remain significant players in the drama. Brown is perfectly correct that the revolution was not led by groups with much initial interest in issues such as land reform, and that village headmen appear to have been the primary rural supporters of the revolution. 104. If we are interested in conjunctures as a means of explanation, however, this point becomes relatively unimportant. Once peasants, led by their headmen, launched attacks on European or noble property, revolutionary officials had to side either with the peasants or with those they attacked, leading to a further polarization of politics. The typical protest of peasants against the oppressive and inefficient estates imposed on them by rural magnates takes the form all over the world of the land invasion, especially in regard to hacienda-type estates. 105. During the war with the British in August and September 1882, peasants carried out several such land invasions. In the district of Asamha in Boera, in the summer of 1882, the village headmen and peasants divided up the Vazayi estates of nobles among themselves and began raising crops on them. Near Asiat, armed peasants from the village of Dilga attacked a Iftlik estate and divided its lands among themselves, planting vegetables. Some peasants, on the other hand, combined such land invasions with an altruistic rhetoric of helping the revolution, showing a commitment to national political goals along with local economic ones. In Garbaya province, peasants in the village of Kalan, led by their headman, attacked the estate of Hyder Pasha, confiscated his grain crops, and turned them over to the revolutionary authorities. Likewise, armed peasants led by village headmen in Batim, Kaliabiya, invaded the Atfadiya estate of Muhammad Bey Sidkai, confiscating his crops and livestock, and saying they would present them to the army. 106. Whereas Eric Wolf argues that it was the rural middle class that was most likely to be revolutionary, Geoffrey Page sees an important role for landless peasants. In the instances just mentioned, we see a cooperation among the two. Village notables and peasants jointly invaded the large estates and divided the land among themselves. 107. As ever more Ottoman Egyptian nobles fled to Istanbul, Urabi himself is said to have laid before the Council of Ministers a proposal that all the property of those fleeing should be confiscated. 108. If he did take it, the general's action undoubtedly came in response to, and as an attempt to accommodate, peasant land invasions. In some instances, peasants took possession of land that had come into European hands, often through foreclosures on peasant debt and by the instrumentality of the mixed courts. Some peasants in Manfalu divided lands owned by Europeans among themselves. 109. In Kafra Buzur, about 10 miles from Cairo, 2 British subjects had to flee when former employees, whom they had dismissed, attacked their house at night. In their absence, the village headmen divided up their property among the villagers, and began cutting down trees on it. The same sheikh has been very violent in his language for some time past, declaring that on the first cannon shot from the citadel all European property in Egypt will be given up to pillage. 110. Much of the peasant collective action visible in the arrest list of Fall 1882 had to do with pillaging European establishments and attacking Europeans or their compradors, and many anti-European actions broke out after the British bombardment of Alexandria on July 11. Finally, large numbers of peasants put their lives on the line by serving in the army. Since inhabitants of Cairo and Alexandria had been exempted from conscription until 1880, most Egyptian troops were peasants in uniform. Peasant soldiers played a key role throughout the political crisis, as for instance when they came to Urabi's aid on September 9, 1881. Barakat argues that in the summer of 1882 many peasants volunteered to fight for the common law government, citing documents indicating that in July, 2,000 persons volunteered from Girga in Upper Egypt. In El Minya, a villager with an Al-Azhar degree convinced 2,600 peasants to join the military forces at Kafra at the war. 111 Brown, again, challenges the likelihood that peasants suddenly were seized by a desire to serve in the military, and suggests they were actually conscripted by provincial officials. 112 The wording of Barakat's archival documents, however, does indicate that private persons such as the village Azarite played a role in convincing villagers to join up, undermining Brown's argument that local officials simply dragooned hapless peasants. Dragooning no doubt occurred, but simple skepticism cannot establish any particular case one way or another. The village headmen, enjoying prestige and often elected by their peasants, could easily coordinate on a local level for collective action. The spread of the telegraph, railroad lines, and newspaper distribution in the 1860s and 1870s allowed villages far apart to keep abreast of key political intelligence. Some headmen developed an almost chiliastic faith in the revolution, foreseeing the rise of an Arab kingdom or Khedivate, and the opening up of government jobs at all levels to the sons of village notables. This visionary rhetoric may have played a key role in the political culture of the countryside. Many among the rural middle class expressed political support for the revolution by donating grain and livestock to the army, and at least some peasants probably volunteered for military service. Other villagers acquiesced in the extra taxes and conscription the war effort entailed, rather than fighting for the old regime as French peasants in the West did during the Vendée. The village notables and peasants took other actions, however, that suggest a social content to their aspirations. They refused to pay back foreign creditors, placing in jeopardy millions of pounds of investment capital. They sometimes invaded the large estates of the revolution's primary class enemies, the European bourgeoisie and the Ottoman Egyptian big agrarian capitalists. The prospect of dividing up these lands may have been a leading motive for cooperation between the rural middle strata and poorer peasants. In those provinces controlled by the common law government, no military force existed hostile to peasant interests. Under these circumstances, the village notables essentially controlled the major resources of the rural areas, including foodstuffs, livestock and beasts of burden, communications, transportation routes, and manpower, and the headmen often put these at the service of the insurgent state. The descriptive approach taken by most writers to the politics of the major social groups during the revolution has obscured key analytical and quantita. 268. Live questions. What proportion of peasants actively supported the revolution? How many land invasions occurred, exactly? If we judge by the RST lists, peasant and rural notable action appears no more important than that taken by the guilds and the crowd in urban areas. At this point it is impossible to say whether this result derives from bias among those making the arrests, or whether it accurately reflects the proportional contributions of urban and rural groups to the revolution. It is fair to say, however, that even on the basis of present evidence we may discern an important role for the rural population in the revolution, and that at least some of their collective action had overtones of a social revolution. The Egyptian revolution of 1882 entailed both a conflict between social strata and a proto-nationalist struggle. Let us begin with the issue of social conflict. 41% of the signers of the manifesto of July 29, essentially deposing the Khedive, derived from the intelligentsia, and 80% of those arrested in Cairo by the Khedivial forces after the British occupation also came from this stratum. Many members of the intelligentsia had powerful material interests in the overthrow of the ancien regime. Officials found themselves blocked by Ottomans from the highest posts, and increasingly having to compete for middle management positions with Syrians and Europeans. The junior officers faced massive military cuts and the permanent exclusion of indigenous Egyptians from the officer corps, primarily because of the mortgaging of half the national budget to debt servicing of European loans. Professionals and intellectuals likewise felt increasing competition from Europeans and Syrian Christians, and changes in the cultural and legal structure such as the introduction of mixed courts favored the foreigners. The ulama feared a further erosion of their influence, already much reduced by Muhammad Ali, with the rise of what they saw as Christian hegemony over Egypt. A dictatorial role for the army in the revolution seems unconfirmed in this survey of collective action by the major social groups. Although the insubordination of the armed forces allowed ordinary Egyptians to act in ways they normally could not have, civilians plainly took the initiative in many instances. The military officers appear as only one segment of an intelligentsia that broadly supported the revolution, at least after September 9, 1881. The intelligentsia had a whole arsenal of resources that they could bring into play against the Europeans and the Ottoman Egyptian elite that had allied with them. The Arabophone junior officers employed their ethnic relationship with the peasant soldiers to subvert the military to their cause. The intellectuals put their media, such as newspapers and telegraph, at the service of the common law government. The ulama employed their mosque networks and the officials their control over the bureaucracy. Although no precise data are available, a majority of the rebellious intelligentsia appear to have had their origins in the rural notable class, deriving from the families of village headmen. On the other hand, most of them had left the villages long behind, and they usually acted as urban, literate individuals seeking the interests of the intellectuals, officers, bureaucrats, or ulama. Some of the ulama in Cairo and other centers may have had longer urban roots, and some of the intellectuals, such as C. Abdullah Nadim, came from an artisan background. The prominence of the intelligentsia, of course, comes as no surprise, and this finding accords with that of Miroslav Hruk for the small nations of Europe. Interest in national agitation was at its greatest among the highest category of professional groups, which was as yet accessible to the members of the oppressed nationality. 3. The next important group, the artisans and merchants' guilds, has on the whole been slighted by historians. I see them, however, as central to its course and outcome. Several authors, including John Walton, have recently argued for the importance of townspeople in revolutions and in nationalism, against theorists who give the primacy to peasants. 114. The merchants' guilds often differed in their material interests from the artisans' guilds, but in this period of transition to capitalism these urban petty commodity producers and marketers still had much in common. Above all, both merchants and artisans often felt themselves hurt by the new European dominance. Egyptian goldsmiths, who had to pay steep taxes, felt unable to compete with European goldsmiths, who were exempted by extraterritoriality from such imposts. Egyptian cotton brokers felt that the European merchants had been able to buy their way into a dominant position, even suborning the weighers and measurers. The influx of European textiles appears to have hurt tailors and other textile-related guilds. All paid relatively high taxes in order to defray debt servicing to European financiers, while Europeans in Egypt went untaxed. The merchants provided much-needed financial resources to the common law government, and could collect and funnel the money easily because of their guild organizations. The artisans contributed what they could, mainly manpower and skills. Wagoners provided transport to the military, and guildsmen helped build fortifications. The workers' guilds provided a network of communications and group decision-making that allowed them to call out a crowd for demonstrations and collective action when needed. Women probably played their most important role in such actions of the crowd, and were able, obviously, to draw on feminine networks of communication and solidarity about which we know too little. We do know women were later arrested for looting and for talking sedition. The guild's organizational ability probably accounts for the manner in which the restored Khedivial government branded Hassan al-Misri, guild master of the tailors, as a great rebel once it had apprehended him in the fall of 1882. The elective practices of the guilds promoted among their members a sense of the justice of representative institutions, and the injustice of despotic ones. The urban guilds provided a quarter of the signers of Manifesto of July 29, mostly merchants, and at least a quarter of those arrested in Alexandria in connection with the rebellion and riot there. Mostly service, transportation, and artisanal workers. They therefore vied in significance with the intelligentsia. The village headmen and the peasants had an interest in halting the European encroachments on their land going on under the auspices of the mixed courts, in reversing the Ottoman Egyptian encroachments that had already been accomplished under the auspices of Ismail. They also desired to get free of their increasing indebtedness to foreigners and Levantines, and to see the tax breaks given to nobles and to Europeans extended to themselves. The chiliastic speculations of wandering mystics combined with celestial phenomena, the approach of the Islamic year 1300, and rumors of the rise of a Mahdi, or Muslim Messiah in the Sudan, to create a culture of visionary expectations among many rural dwellers. A few expected Khedive Urabi to unite the Arabs. The rural middle class and peasants had a different relationship to each member of the dual elite. Village notables and peasants wanted the nobles' land, not only because it had often once been theirs, but because they knew they could far outproduce the nobles on it. They had needed the European money lenders, but saw them as usurers and were in great alarm at the new European instrument of mortgage foreclosure, a practice that contravened their Egyptian Islamic norms. Village notables provided 13% of the signatures on the manifesto of July 29, and rural dwellers constituted about 23% of those arrested in the fall of 1882 according to available arrest lists, that is, excluding Bouira and Damietta. The vast majority of peasant arrests, however, came from Garbaya province, especially the village of Sherbin, and several of the collective actions they took against nobles' estates occurred in El Minya, a province with a concentration of large estates. According to such crude indices, villagers participated in the revolution slightly less than guilds, and there is no evidence for the revolt being overwhelmingly a peasant affair. Most important, the counter-revolution was provoked, not primarily by peasant debt renunciation and a few land invasions, but by the urban crowds' clashes with Europeans and attacks on European property. The revolution, then, united elements of the intelligentsia, the urban guilds, and the villagers against the dual elite of the Ottoman Egyptians and the Europeans, and their compradors. The two latter groups possessed special privileges related to taxation and to the acquisition of posts in the government. Both groups vastly increased their land holdings in the 1870s and early 1880s, at the expense of the peasants, and both made plays for increased dominance or monopoly in various state institutions, the Ottoman Egyptians in the military, the Europeans in the bureaucracy. In a subsistence economy with slow population growth, the nobles' privileges might not have provoked revolt. Even the European role looked suddenly different in the years after 1862. The capitulations were originally granted quite willingly by Ottoman authorities in order to create a legal space for the operation of European merchants and diplomats in their realm. On the one hand, enhanced rates of population. 271. Growth increased competition for land after 1850. On the other, the cotton boom and the advent of large-scale agrarian capitalism in Egypt served as a relentless machine that concentrated wealth in the hands of both the nobles and the Europeans on an unprecedented scale. The privileges of the dual elite were not symmetrical, of course, which in itself helps explain some anomalies. Whereas the Ottoman Egyptians paid low taxes on land, the Europeans were supposed to pay a land tax. Ottoman Egyptians had no special advantage in urban trade, whereas the European merchants and workers in urban areas paid little to the Egyptian government. The urban guilds and crowd, unlike the intelligentsia and the peasants, especially targeted the Europeans, without taking any major action against the Ottoman Egyptians. The intelligentsia, on the other hand, acted against the interests of both segments of the hegemonic elite, as did the peasants. Finally, this struggle of social classes occurred within the framework of a proto-nationalist conflict. The three insurgent groups were united not only by material interests conflicting with those of the dual elite, but also by a sense of ethnic and territorial solidarity. This complex ethnicity involved Arabic language and Egyptian regional patriotism, and both Islam and Coptic Christianity played a part in it. The Europeans offered the starkest symbol of the other, sharing none of these elements at all. The Syrian Christians could be excluded on the basis of everything but Arabic language, and even there they spoke a different dialect, contrary to the arguments of Adib Ishaq. The Ottoman nobles fit only one of these categories, in their Islam. But Egyptians perceived the Turcophone officials' acquiescence in European hegemony to rob them even of this common element, rendering the Ottoman nobles only pseudo-Muslims or even apostates. The Circassians had largely become Arabophone, and many claimed to be descendants of the Prophet, and therefore ultimately Arabs themselves. Perhaps because of this ethnic ambiguity, the Circassians split, some supporting the common law government and others the Khedive. The intelligentsia suffered worst from the ethnic stranglehold of the Ottomans on the top positions, and so adopted most noticeably a rhetoric of regional patriotism. The villagers on the whole had less patriotic and more economic motivations for action, though even some headmen clearly had adopted a language of Arab autonomy. Each of the three challenger strata had a powerful interest on a national scale in the elimination of the privileges enjoyed by the Europeans and the Ottoman Egyptians, insofar as this exceptionalism was left over from an old regime, estates-type society, and fit increasingly poorly with the emergent agrarian capitalism. Village notables who had become cash crop entrepreneurs saw the tax privileges of the nobles as not merely a signal of inequality, but an impediment to accumulation. Artisans attempting to compete with imported European goods and even large numbers of imported European artisans found in the latter's tax privileges not merely a sign of the monarch's determination to protect foreigners, but a vital threat to their ability to compete in the marketplace. The changing meaning of the privileges, and their altered economic effects, under conditions of incorporation into the capitalist world economy as a producer of cash crops helped cause the conflagration as well. Material interests, organizational abilities and resources, and cultural conceptions and discourse together go a long way in explaining how and why the revolution occurred. Leaving out any one of these three elements, I believe, would substantially reduce explanatory cogency. The actor's ability to articulate a discourse that challenged the hegemonic idiom of Ottoman Khedivial rule proved just as crucial for mobilization as their use of organizational infrastructures, such as guilds, mosques, peasant councils, and the clubs of the intellectuals. A variety of ideologies coexisted among the Allied challengers, of course, from Islamic irredentism to an incipient Arab patriotism. These ideologies cut across class lines, with some intellectuals committed to an Islamic diction, and some peasants dreaming of an Arab king, though on the whole the intelligentsia advocated regional patriotism and the rural mosques resounded with calls for holy war. Finally, the way in which the events of the revolution occurred, their sequence and the reactions they set up, helped determine its course. It is time to explore the significance of conjuncture. Conclusion. This book has focused mainly on structure, organization, and ideology so far, in analyzing the manner in which segments of a troika of social strata formed a vague alliance against Egypt's dual elite of Ottoman Egyptians and Europeans. Structure, in my view, counts for a great deal in dynamic systems, yet what makes them so unpredictable is the interaction of small individual events with large complex patterns, an interaction that alters the patterns themselves in unexpected ways. Although both are useful, I find greater value in Theda Skocpol's work in her stress on conjuncture, which she tends to hide in her footnotes, than in her approach to social structures, which she highlights in her text. 1. The events of the Egyptian Revolution demonstrated not a simple dialectic between two major classes, but a swirling eddy of turbulence encompassing a most diverse cross-section of the population. Not only structural preconditions but also nonlinear, unpredictable escalations of small events into large ones proved crucial for the course of the revolution. The final explanatory gesture to which I will here appeal derives, then, from a conjuncturalist approach. Skocpol contends that the fundamental tension in old regime states lies not between the bourgeoisie and the landed classes, but rather in a conflict of producing classes with dominant classes and states. 2. In Egypt the state did come into conflict with the producing classes, partially as a result of the debt crisis, and partially under the influence of a dual elite that benefited from state taxation and other policies. The subaltern classes, then, developed an interest in displacing the ruling elites. In a revolution against an informally colonized state with its dual elite, a broad multi-class coalition of producers, marketers, those in the service sector, and the intelligentsia comes to believe that a foreign elite has hijacked the state for its own purposes, in cooperation with the local magnates. The members of the coalition blame the state for policies such as raises in taxes, price controls, reductions in force in the bureaucracy and military, the hiring of foreign experts at high salaries, and foreign acquisition of local property, and they develop an opposition to the elites who control the state on the grounds of their subservience to foreign interests. In Egypt, important elements among the intelligentsia, guilds, and peasants rebelled against either the Ottoman Egyptian agrarian capitalists, or against the expatriate Europeans, or against both. Within the intelligentsia, for instance, the middle management in the bureaucracy appears to have feared losing jobs to Europeans and Syrian Christians much more than it resented the Ottoman Egyptian hammerlock on the highest state offices. On the other hand, the junior officers from a small landholding background resented the privileges of the nobles much more than they did those of the Europeans. The junior officers saw European influence as baneful primarily because the foreigners had caused a huge reduction in the military, thus limiting their careers and those of their clients. Although the merchants and merchant guilds in Egypt participated in the revolution, they appear mainly to have directed their energies against their European competitors. Their antagonism toward the Ottoman Egyptians derived, not from resentment of the land tax privileges enjoyed by the latter, but from the nobles contracting of an alliance with European merchants, financiers, importers, and speculators. Artisans, too, seemed more upset about the impact of European capitalism and of immigrant European merchants and workers than about the taxes levied on them by the indigenous elite. The village notables, in a few instances, set their sights on the great landlords and the khedivial state, though even the villagers conducted a good deal of its collective action against Europeans and European property. The dual elite was so closely intertwined in interests, however, that opposition to either on the part of a challenger ultimately led to conflict with both. Despite the many differences between an independent old regime state and a government incorporated into an informal empire, many of the conjunctures Skocpol finds crucial to the unfolding of the French, Russian, and Chinese revolutions also figure in this Egyptian one. First, lost foreign wars and fiscal dilemmas clearly did weaken the Egyptian state. 3. The disastrous Ethiopian War of 1876 hurt the treasury and badly weakened the faith of the Arabophone junior officers in their Ottoman Egyptian staff command. The loss of the Russo-Ottoman War of 1877–78, in which Egyptian troops participated, further hurt military morale. The debt crisis and the establishment of the Franco-British dual control led to a massive demobilization of Egyptian troops and a reduction of the armed forces in 1879, first to 18,000, and then to 12,000. The slots for officers shrank so alarmingly that Ottoman Egyptians grew loath to share them with Arabophone Egyptians, engineering new regulations that would freeze the latter permanently out of the officer corps. This ethnic exclusion provoked petitions, secret organizations, and finally riots and demonstrations among the Arabophone officers in the military, badly splitting it. The external debt crisis led the khedives to abolish privileges, not among the nobles, but among the notables. The Ser-Tukars or head merchants of each city began having to pay taxes. The khedives' government reneged on the tax relief given village headmen in the 1870s in return for the payment of 6 years' taxes in advance, the muqabala. The state simultaneously lost the support of the village notables, who felt cheated by the restoration of high taxes, and of their sons in the officer corps, who felt blocked from career advancement. We do not find a similar diminution of the Ottoman Egyptian elite's privileges, but the rural notables had become sufficiently important in the state administration that their alienation had serious implications for its ability to function normally. The weakened army, riven with ethnic and class infighting, allowed other sectors of the society to act in insubordinate ways they previously avoided. The seminary demonstrations that provoked the deposition of the Hanafi Sheikh el-Islam, the increasing refusal of peasants to pay their European and Levantine creditors, the flurry of evening meetings and seditious talk in the cities, all signaled a civil society liberated from fear of sudden and ruthless repression. As I have argued, once the security apparatuses are weakened, the challengers straiten need perceived interests, a fairly high degree of social organization, means of communication, and a uniting discourse to take advantage of the situation. I disagree with any vision of all workers and peasants as perpetually poised to revolt successfully as soon as the state lifts its repression a bit. It is here that the Goldstone thesis becomes important, for we have noted the shift in population increases every year from 5 per 1,000 at the beginning of the century to 12 per 1,000 from the late 1840s, helping create greater competition for land and for lucrative government posts, as well as high price inflation. More decisive for the revolution of 1882, however, were other socio-economic developments such as overtaxation and the rise of private property in land, of village councils and elections, and of keener competition by villagers with nobles and Europeans for land, driven not only by population increases, but also by increased land values owing to cash cropping. The displacement of many guilds by the impact of capitalism, technology, and European competition, the scramble for jobs and the price inflation caused by population growth, high taxes, along with advances in the sophistication of guild organization, both impelled and allowed guilds to act collectively once the police and army were weakened. The intellectuals, too, increasingly had to compete with Europeans for posts, and had developed political clubs and secret societies that each linked hundreds of them together. All such organizational ability on a national scale presumed, of course, the innovations in communication, urbanization, and transportation that marked the 1860s and 1870s. The elective and consultative practices introduced from 1865 among peasants and guildsmen, moreover, helped create a popular constituency for this style of government at a national level. Among the elite and intellectuals, the example of the Young Ottoman movement and the short-lived constitutional period of 1876–78 in the Ottoman Empire proved an important precedent. Elective and representative government had the further advantage, in the eyes of many among the populace, of being more impermeable to further claims on resources from the local European elite than Khedivial despotism had been. The two wings of the dual elite reacted differently to the reform movement of the challengers. Whereas the Ottoman Egyptians dreaded the rise of Arabophone Egyptian power in the form of the junior officers, the middle bureaucrats, and above all the elected Chamber of Deputies, they consistently backed down when pressed. Tawfik did not act decisively against rioting officers in February 1881, in part because he was forbidden from surreptitiously doing so by the European consuls, who feared tainting the European members of the cabinet with covert action against the army. Tawfik later gave in to the junior officers' demand for elections and a new cabinet in the fall of 1881. The Ottoman-dominated Sharif cabinet accepted defeat and fell when it refused to devolve entire authority over the uncommitted half of the budget to the chamber. Egyptian officers such as Urabi became major generals, and employed their new rank to have others of their ethnicity promoted, infuriating hardline Circassian staff officers and provoking them to an attempted coup. The failure of this coup marked the end of any serious obstacles to the emergence of the notable sons as co-equal partners in the officer corps and highest administrative ranks. Some among the European partners of Egyptian elite, on the other hand, hardly reacted so sanguinely to these developments. I have sought to avoid easy generalizations about the Europeans, who were in fact a very mixed group. Expatriates differed among themselves, and argued with their foreign ministers back in the metropole. For our purposes here, however, it will be useful to focus on French and British official actions in Egypt and in Paris and London, since these had the greatest consequence. In the fall of 1881 the French took a hard line, and, with the British, made Sharif swear to abide by international agreements before allowing him to assume office as cabinet president. The pledge he made to the foreigners, as much as his Ottoman pride in the face of peasants, explains his opposition to giving the reins of the budget into the chamber's hands. After the chamber began demanding control over the budget, the British and French issued their first joint note, affirming their support for Tawfik, a coded manner of declaring their opposition to the chamber assuming final power over fiscal issues. Thereafter, however, a new, less hawkish French government came to power, and British controller Auckland Colvin emerged in Cairo as the major exponent of a hard line, the representative of the expatriate merchants and officials. The British Consul General, Sir Edward Mallet, pressed the Khedive to oppose the exile of the Circassian plotters to the Sudan, helping provoke a constitutional crisis. When the Khedive, negotiating through a recalled chamber, looked as if he might compromise over the sentencing issue, the British and French presented their infamous joint note of May 25, 1882, demanding the dismissal of the al-Baradei government and the one-year ostracism of the activist officers, seeking to make Tawfiq act decisively against his new partners in government. Popular support for Urabi from the ulama and the guilds, however, helped sway the Khedive to reinstate him as Minister of War. Only in late June did Tawfiq cease equivocating about whether to throw in with the reformers or the British, by which time he was imploring the British Admiralty to bombard Alexandria. For most of the crisis, the state was pulled in opposite directions by the hardline Europeans and the Urabists, with the Ottoman Egyptians in the middle. The intervention of the French and British governments demonstrates a paradox of client states under informal imperialism or neocolonialism. On the one hand, the state's relationship to the foreign power, gives state actors a sense of independence from the populace of the country. Tawfiq declined to call the Chamber of Deputies into session in the winters of 1879 and 1880 and instituted draconian censorship partially because he knew that he had the backing of the European cabinet members and their governments. He resisted the 1881-82 Chamber's demands for fiscal control, not only because the Europeans did not want it, but because he felt the support of the foreigners obviated any need for him to depend on the social groups represented in the chamber, mainly the large property-owning rural middle class along with a few heads of merchant guilds. Tawfiq's revocation of the tax breaks to the village notables likewise indicated that he thought them negligible politically. That he did not take the discontents of his junior officers more seriously also seems odd. In an agrarian state such as Egypt, the Khedive could not have imagined he had such independence from key social sectors like these without his strong foreign connection. On the other hand, the foreign connection came at a price. The foreigners not only made the state feel relatively independent of the public, but they suggested, for their own purposes, the implementation of wildly unpopular policies. Client states are, then, peculiarly vulnerable to riot and revolution, because they are easily perceived as kowtowing to foreign interests rather than serving local subjects or citizens, and because they are often wrapped in the illusion of invulnerability generated by their connection with a powerful foreign patron, which makes them unwilling to trade horses with disgruntled local forces. The opposition of most British men on the spot to the changes in the status quo derived primarily from their realization that the reformers intended to curtail not only the privileges of the local elite, but also of the European one. As we have seen, in October 1881, a French newspaper editor had to flee the country after maligning the Prophet Muhammad, with death threats flying about his head. His fate forcefully signaled the end of a privileged European discourse in Egypt. The rising nativist feelings began interfering with British investment in the provinces as early as November 1881, indicating a threat to European money-making prerogatives in Egypt. A chamber empowered to pass budgets could conceivably fire the 1,300 European civil servants on the Egyptian rolls at high salaries. Colvin, the highest ranking of these expatriates, defended their corporate interests as British controller for the dual control, a cabinet-level post, though without voting rights. He wrote the dispatches from Egypt for the Pall Mall Gazette, Gladstone's favourite newspaper, and wielded great influence over Sir Edward Mallet, the British Consul General. Colvin and Mallet worried that the Chamber of Duties would create deficits in its half of the budget that might impinge on the state's ability to earmark the other half for debt servicing. The villagers' increasingly bold refusal to repay their private debts, business transactions between natives and foreigners are affected, certainly created financial anxieties throughout the resident expatriate European community, of which the consuls formed a tightly knit part. The new daring of the villagers probably also played a part in turning the Ottoman Egyptians and the upper strata of Egyptian notables, occupied by Sultan Pasha and many of his colleagues in the Chamber of Duties and rural administrative offices, against the reform movement. Villagers' actions before the summer of 1882 remain poorly documented, however, and the reaction to them is even less clear. The onus of explanation for the emergence of a revolutionary situation in June-July 1882 must fall not on peasant protest or Oregon revolt, but on the collective action of urban crowds. Here my conjunctural explanation differs from that of Skocpol, which is fine, since mine is a different sort of revolution. She argues that historians have been mistaken to concentrate on urban lower-class actions in the great modern revolutions, that peasant revolts were much more crucial. For the divisions within the ruling elite and within the state produced by falling behind foreign competitors, she asserts, makes it impossible for security apparatuses to monitor and control the peasants in the accustomed manner, and they take advantage of the situation to reclaim land from the nobles. Peasant action in turn creates a further split in the ruling class, with conservative landlords opposing this spontaneous land reform and reformists embracing the peasants' cause and shifting to the left. The irreconcilable divorce between conservatives and reformists over the peasant issue finally paralyzes the old regime state and allows a new, revolutionary bureaucratic elite to emerge from the margins of the old administrative families, which creates a mass incorporating bureaucracy and weakens the conservative great landlords by redistributing significant amounts of their land, 5% in the French instance, to the peasants. We so far know of only a few peasant land invasions in Egypt, however, and these took place in July and August, too late to serve as the linchpin of revolutionary causation even if many more of them occurred than historians have so far discovered. For the European half of the dual elite, however, certainly the June 11 Euro-Egyptian riot proved pivotal in their decision to take decisive action against the Egyptians. Many European consuls and journalists imaginatively transformed the riot into a willful massacre of Christians, premeditated and planned out by Urabi himself. The American ambassador believed the Times correspondent, a British merchant of large property, actively and dishonestly colluded in the creation of this false impression. The Ottoman negotiator Dervi Pasha reported on attempts by European consuls to heighten tension in Egypt by distributing handbills among the Christian population encouraging them to flee Egypt. 5. The local population feared that the Europeans were clearing the ground for a bombardment of Alexandria. The consuls and journalists thus bear a great deal of blame for exacerbating tensions. Some 50,000 Europeans immediately left the country, overcrowding all available passenger transport. By July one receives the impression that hardly a European remained in Egypt, out of the 90,000 residing there before the crisis. This precipitate flight was perceived by imperial diplomats and officers to damage European prestige, and of course it placed in grave danger all European property and investments in the country. The Alexandria riot almost certainly came about spontaneously, and it was not desired by the Eurobist officers or bureaucracy. It created an unexpected conjuncture that led to multiple sovereignty and then war between Egypt and Great Britain. Ironically, much more energy has been expended in explaining why the British opposed the reformers and invaded Egypt than in explaining why the revolution occurred. As noted in the introduction, the classic account, Africa and the Victorians, claims only to examine the motives of British officials. In fact, of course, it puts forward a theory of the imperialism of free trade, the statesman Palmerston's policy of employing trade and influence to guard strategic resources in the Near East, rather than formal colonization. The authors suggest, without resolving them, several contradictory theories about the objective impact of the imperialism of free trade. In one version, referred to in the introduction, Muslim conservatism and Russian intrigue blocked every attempt at liberal reform, and as a result the technique of the collaborating class did not work. 6. The impenetrability of Islamic immobility, in this view, prevented Palmerstonian free trade from working its magic. The authors have another vision, however, writing that by 1881 the Khedivate was going the way of many Oriental regimes eroded by the penetration of European influences. 7. In this view, Palmerstonian free trade did in fact penetrate stagnant Islamic Egypt, but the Oriental system could not sustain the penetration, collapsing like a rape victim put into shock. Finally, they suggest that the Egyptian crisis stemmed from what were essentially indigenous African disturbances. 8. To maintain at the same time that Muslim conservatism blocked attempts at liberal reform and prevented the formation of a collaborating class, yet that the imperialism of free trade so successfully co-opted the Khedives as to cause the collapse of the system, involves an obvious inconsistency. The further assertion that 1882 was an essentially indigenous disturbance seems to deny both the previous formulations and to suggest the irrelevance of the imperialism of free trade as an explanatory concept in approaching the Egyptian crisis. Of course, the account also ignores the way in which the primary opposition to liberal reforms such as the Chamber of Deputies elected late in 1881 came from the British themselves. In fact, the debt crisis does not appear to have grown out of Palmerstonian free trade practices. The gouging and charging of exorbitant interest rates and service fees engaged in by the European banks that loaned the Egyptian government so much money are surely not what Palmerston had in mind when he spoke of free trade. The privileged position of Europeans in Egypt, who were exempted from most taxes, virtually immune from prosecution for crime, and supported by the military might of their respective imperial states, sounds a great deal more like mercantilism than free trade. The same may be said of the manner in which Britain and France intervened as states to ensure the Egyptian payment of debt servicing, rescuing the European bondholders and creditors from any risk they might have incurred in lending to Khedive Ismail. To the extent that European actions and institutions had anything to do with provoking the reform movement, an anachronistic European mindset of mercantilism, in which the state backs up commercial enterprises and seeks monopolies and privileges for its subjects, seems more to blame than free trade. A. G. Hopkins insightfully reviewed the literature on the British occupation of Egypt produced in the 1970s and 1980s to show the ways in which the Robinson and Gallagher account fails, even by its own lights. 9. He shows that British policy-makers under the Conservatives insisted much more stridently on Egypt paying its debts, whatever the domestic cost, than Robinson and Gallagher recognize, thus becoming part and parcel of the oppressive Khedivial regime. These authors also fail to recognize the huge influx of foreign private capital and capital goods into Egypt after 1876, and the increasingly commanding position of the European expatriates resident in that country. No Britisher in a position of power in the spring-summer of 1882 thought the Suez Canal in any real danger from the Eurobists, so that Robinson and Gallagher's odd characterization of the Egyptian Revolution as a Suez crisis seems especially inappropriate. Protecting the canal formed no more than an ex post facto justification by politicians for the occupation. The Egyptian state did not collapse in May-June 1882, and even in the Alexandria riot it moved to restore order fairly quickly. Of course, an impression of anarchy may have been created, but it is suspicious that this impression made its greatest impact on politicians already set on a jingoist course. Finally, Robinson and Gallagher do not take account of the influence of hawks like Hartington, on the cabinet, and Dilke, Under-Secretary of the Foreign Office, Offutt, in the Gladstone government. The Robinson-Gallagher thesis that the British were sucked into Egypt by instability employs loaded terminology and an inappropriate metaphor. They correctly identify Egypt as part of Britain's informal empire, shared, of course, with the Ottomans, French, and others in the vague way that informal empire allows. Thereafter they exempt the agents of informal empire, the men on the spot, from any conscious, active role in the crisis. The Europeans simply served, like acid, unwittingly to corrode Egypt's Ottoman social system. Yet the very idea of informal empire would predict that the expatriates had as much to defend as the Ottoman Egyptians themselves. The enmity of the expatriates, of course, did not in itself guarantee that Europe would be viewed with hostility in Whitehall. But several of Gladstone's ministers, especially Hartington, inclined to the hawkish side, and the propaganda of the men on the spot helped convince several more of the need for action. The weakening of the Egyptian state because of conflicts within the army and between the cabinet and the Khedive allowed not instability or anarchy, but the emergence of a new order that did not grant prerogatives to Europeans and European property. The expatriates wanted British troops to come in, Not to restore order, relatively little disorder existed, but to block a process of state formation that would exclude the Europeans. The refusal of peasants to pay back usurious loans, and the manner in which the Alexandria crowd fought back when faced with the superior firepower of European rioters, underlined the sea change. Several times as many Egyptians died on June 11 as did Europeans, and the riot might best be characterized as a massacre of unarmed Muslims by armed Christians. Yet the powerful European expatriates put their own interpretation on the event, seeing Egyptian-inspired anarchy everywhere. In fact, of course, Alexandria and Banna, virtually the only instances of genuine civil disorder in June, each lasted for only a few hours, when Egyptian government forces suppressed the violence. The riots themselves differed little from the sorts of urban strife that recurred in Egypt throughout the previous 2 decades, except in the magnitude of loss of life in Alexandria, attributable primarily to European use of firearms against civilians and gendarmes, leading the latter to return fire. How, then, were the expatriates able to get their way with Gladstone's liberal government? Skalch employs the micropolitical analyses characteristic of the official mind school of imperial studies to uphold the bondholders' thesis. He demonstrates that European diplomats, investors, speculators, and merchants resident in Egypt, worried about their property or influence, created through diplomatic dispatches and the press an image of the Eurobists as dire threats to European interests in the minds of many in the cabinet. Skalch, however, may go too far in denying substantial changes during the spring and summer of 1882, since he depends on dispatches from the German consul general who mainly had his eye on the central administration in Cairo. He ignores the deteriorating authority of European merchants and money lenders in the countryside, and the implications of crowd action in Alexandria. Skalch is right to dismiss the charge of anarchy, but he appears to have missed a genuine transformation, the decline in European privilege that accompanied the emergence of a new political discourse. Complementing Skalch, John S. Galbraith and Afaf Marsad examine decision-making in London. They find an uninformed and detached Gladstone and an equivocating foreign minister, who allowed policy toward Egypt to be hijacked by the Admiralty and by the most jingoistic of the cabinet members. The latter made Egyptian policy in meetings that Gladstone did not even attend. The British Admiralty committed itself to the bombardment of Alexandria virtually without consulting Gladstone, though members of his cabinet approved. Skalch never recognizes the symbolic importance of the June 11 events for the British imperialists. That he knows the charge of massacre of the Christians to have been a perhaps willful misinterpretation blinds him to the manner in which even an imaginary affront may have serious consequences. The British had, at least since the Indian uprising of 1857, a paranoia about losing their empire to fanatical Muslim mobs, and anything resembling the assaults on British women and children in Delhi and Lucknow sent them reaching for a gun. Even a little Englander such as Prime Minister Gladstone had, earlier in his career, spoken out against the Ottoman atrocities against Christians in the Balkans in 1876. The prospect of saving the rest of the world is the chief inducement for a liberal to become an imperialist, and the European and Egyptian crowds unwittingly offered the liberal government that stimulus in June. The Gladstone cabinet was tricked into thinking Egypt was in anarchy, or that British vessels in Alexandria harbor were in danger, by ambitious men in the Admiralty and in British consular and business offices in Alexandria. Ironically, most instances of instability that did surface tended to derive from the hard-line actions of the British jingoists themselves. Tawfik appointed a royalist cabinet in Alexandria, whereas in Cairo a common law government was formed in the wake of a national congress that declared Tawfik an apostate and incompetent to hold his post. The Common Law Council, Al-Majlis al-Urfi, had influence over most of the country, though its control was often loose and in some provinces anti-Eurobist officials remained in power. The work of Ali Barakat and Latifa Salim shows that peasants engaged in land invasions and other actions against landlords mainly in July, August, and early September, well after the onset of a crisis in the state. The consequent flight of Ottoman Egyptians to Turkey, in turn, gave the common law government an excuse for expropriating their land and using it as a carrot to ensure the loyalty of the peasants. We do not have any idea if a substantial amount of land actually changed hands in July-September, but it seems indisputable that a process of land distribution had already begun spontaneously, and that the state showed a willingness to acquiesce in the expropriation of estates owned by absentee pro-Khedivial forces. The simple renunciation of private European loans, an action the state formally took, represented a social revolution of some magnitude. The revolutionary elite that emerged in late July and August resembled that of the classic social revolutions, insofar as it consisted mainly of ambitious individuals from outside, or from the margins, of the old governing elite, for whom the state served as a means of self-promotion as well as of national salvation. 12. In a revolution against informal empire, the revolutionary leadership typically excludes both the previously powerful foreigners and those from local ruling classes tainted by collaboration. The prominence on the common law cabinet of middle managers among the officials, now leading their minis tries, underlines the importance of the bureaucracy and of bureaucrats in the reconstruction of the state. Tawfiq in Alexandria had a cabinet with no ministries and an officer command staff with few loyal troops. Unlike the state Skokpal examines, Egypt had undergone such a high degree of foreign economic and diplomatic penetration that one may speak, after 1876, of a dual elite. The cabinet-level appointments of European representatives of the dual control over the budget vividly underscore the manner in which the cosmopolitan elite had inserted itself into the indigenous state. The establishment of the mixed courts, with a majority of European judges, and the substantial transfer of land from Egyptian peasants to European money-lenders they fostered ironically began in 1876, the same year the dual control was instituted. The popular challengers to the state and to the indigenous elite perceive clearly that they face a dual elite, and they act against both its wings. The first and primary target of urban crowds in such a situation, however, may be the foreigners, their compradors, and their centers of business and diplomacy rather than local landlords or bureaucrats, since the people often blame objectionable actions of the state on foreign influence. The tendency of the foreign wing of the dual elite to reside in easily accessible urban centers helps explain the saliency, in revolutions against informal imperialism, of urban riots. The availability of a foreign enemy, moreover, gives the coalition of challengers the ability to use a nativist language of opposition. In Muslim countries, the Islam of the ulama becomes highly useful in this regard, given the clerical vision of a community of believers who must rule, who cannot accept non-Muslim government, and who are bound to fight a holy war against a non-Muslim aggressor or even a non-Muslim obstacle to Islam's expansion. Such a use of Islam can usually, moreover, be mixed successfully with a regional or territorial nativism. This nativist rhetoric has two uses. It can help identify both wings of the dual elite as illegitimate interlopers, consolidating the movement's target. Thus, Egyptian ulama declared Tawfiq an apostate by virtue of his alliance with the Christian powers against his own people. The Ottoman Egyptians are not only an oppressive class of foreign landlords, but they become crypto-Christians as well. Second, a nativist discourse temporarily helps subsume the class differences among the challengers under a broad proto-nationalism. 13. For the moment, conflicts between journeymen and guild masters, between artisans and merchants, between medium peasants and rich village headmen, all seem less important than those between the sons and daughters of the Nile and the foreigners. Such a coalition cannot last very long before class contradictions re-emerge, but its formation even on a temporary basis allows a nativist revolution to occur. The very removal of the agreed-upon enemy, and the emergence of any particular class among the coalition as newly dominant, suffices to break the coalition down and to provoke further conflict. The Egyptian revolution of 1882 did not last long enough for such internal conflicts to become decisive. If a nativist discourse can play such a key role in a political revolution, moreover, then language, rhetoric, and ideology clearly must be much more central to revolution making than materialists allow. I would like to suggest that the social structures and conjunctures that helped produce the Egyptian Revolution of 1882 also shed light on other revolutions against informal empire and neocolonialism. The prefix neo, however, is very important here. Just as the peculiarities of the neocolonial situation give such revolutions a different trajectory than the rebellions against old regime states discussed by Skocpol, a very different set of explanations, it seems to me, are also required for revolutions against colonial regimes, such as Algeria, where the indigenous state has been entirely displaced and a European colonial administration takes its place. In an informally colonized or neocolonial state, a local ruling stratum shares power with an expatriate elite. This dual elite employs the state to ensure its privileges and to alienate resources from the subaltern classes. The dual elite, because of their necessity of sharing tax monies and other resources, often become extortionate toward the subaltern strata. Other sources for a fiscal crisis of the state may exist, of course, including Goldstone's demographic expansion or Skocpol's military competition with other states, but in a country with a dual elite the extra claims on resources can exacerbate the other problems. Where the local state becomes militarily weakened by divisions within the elite, and where subaltern classes acquire sufficient interests, organization, resources, and ideological radicalism, a revolution can break out. The revolution consists of several discrete, often uncoordinated, sets of actions by a number of social classes or strata, which play off one another in a nonlinear fashion. Small events mushroom, under such circumstances, into large changes, just as can happen in nature when dynamical systems become chaotic. The challengers rebel against both wings of the dual elite, but tend to concentrate on the foreigners. Urban riots against foreign property or expatriates drive the foreigners to take hard-line positions. The indigenous elite equivocates about whether to throw in the with rebels or to honor its alliance with the foreigners, but most often is forced to act harshly against the challengers. This hardening of positions leads to the establishment of multiple sovereignty, and thus to a revolutionary situation. In such revolutions a nativist rhetoric emerges as a highly useful tool against the dual elite, whether based in religion or regional patriotism. The political discourse of neocolonial rebellion sometimes even denies any intention of revolting against the indigenous ruler, and the revolutionaries represent themselves as freeing him from foreign control. Where the revolutionaries expropriate the vast properties of the foreigners, and of the collaborating old elite as well, they make the revolution a social one. Either the foreigners flee the country and their home states acquiesce in the revolution, or the danger to foreign interests provokes imperial intervention. Between 1757 and the mid-20th century, the intervention of a European power in Afro-Asian conflicts most often ended with the establishment of a full colonial regime. Even comparative historians are more cautious than sociologists, so I hesitate to produce a long list of comparable revolutions against informal empire or neocolonialism. I will suggest, however, that similar structural and conjunctural factors appear to have been at play in the Boxer uprising in China at the turn of the 20th century. 14. This peasant movement based on invulnerability rituals, not martial arts, arose in the northern Shandong province in response to a complex set of changes, including commercialization of agriculture, natural disasters, the spread of Christianity, and European, especially German, informal and economic imperialism. In some districts it was led by village notables, in others it took a more egalitarian form. The movement may have begun as anti-dynastic, as with most Chinese secret societies, with the slogan "Overthrow the Qing, wipe out the foreigners." But as conservative courtiers in Beijing, and even the Empress Dowager, began to support the movement as a means of dislodging the European powers, the peasants changed the slogan to "Support the Qing, wipe out the foreigners." One is reminded here of the Yorubists' sworn loyalty to the Ottoman Sultan Caliph. At some points the court seemed as if it might move against the peasant militias, despite the latter's rhetoric of defending the dynasty. As in Alexandria, so in Beijing the foreign consular officers and the European quarter were besieged, provoking an 8-nation international expedition in the summer of 1900, which crushed the movement. The widespread attacks on foreign missionaries, on converts to Christianity, and on the visible signs of European hegemony during the uprising, along with hostility to Chinese officials seen as collaborators with the foreigners, signals a revolt against a dual elite. Action occurred in both Shandong and Beijing, though the peasants dominated the movement, attracting members of the urban popular classes only relatively late. But no clear center emerged in the uprising, despite some conservative courtiers' tacit support for it, and European military intervention swiftly ended it once it spread from the countryside into the capital. Here, as in Egypt, action in the cities most threatened the European wing of the dual elite, provoking an invasion. Joseph W. Escherick insists that the movement should be called a rebellion rather than a revolution because it ended up being pro-dynastic. From what he says about the emperor's coolness toward it and about the court coming close to banning it in the winter of 1900, the Boxer's rhetoric of support for the Qing might have been of the church and king riot variety. The Urubists also represented themselves as champions of a reluctant emperor. The Chinese movement certainly challenged the state's monopoly on the use-offeree. Moreover, if we see the Europeans as part of the Chinese state structure at this point, as part of a dual elite, then there was a revolutionary quality to the movement. Here I think John Walton's point apt, that no objective inter-nal differences distinguish revolutions from rebellions or uprisings. The same sorts of repertoires of collective action and crises in power tend to occur in both, but we give successful transfers of power a special terminological status. The 20th century has seen many revolutions that might in some sense be classed as neocolonial, as opposed to simply anti-colonial movements such as India's freedom movement or Algeria's FLN, and it might even be possible to see the revolutions of 1989 in Eastern Europe in this light. Let me end by discussing, however, another parallel to Egypt's 1882, which may be more apposite, that is, Iran's Islamic Revolution of 1978–79, which I think could be characterized as a neocolonial social revolution. 16. The dual elite did not exist in the blatant form typical of the 19th century, with full cabinet representation or local judgeships for the Westerners. But some 50,000 Westerners lived in Iran in the 1970s, 35,000 of them Americans. The Americans and other allies occupied Iran during World War II, and deposed Reza Shah, R. 1925–41, for his Axis sympathies, placing his son Muhammad Reza Shah, R. 1941–78, on the throne. In the early 1950s a populist politician, Muhammad Musaddiq, led a campaign to nationalize Iranian oil, and in the domestic and international turmoil that followed, the Shah was essentially deposed and forced to flee to Rome. In response to the oil nationalization, the United Kingdom and the United States launched a worldwide oil boycott, putting pressure on third parties like Italy to toe the line, and managed to induce a severe economic contraction in Iran. The U.S. Central Intelligence Agency implemented a plan to put the Shah back on the throne and overthrow Musaddiq, which succeeded. The Shah therefore owed his throne to the Americans twice over. The CIA later helped train the Shah's dreaded secret police, Savak. In 1963 American servicemen stationed in Iran were granted a form of extraterritoriality, and were thenceforth tried in American military courts for offenses rather than in Iranian civil courts. This law attracted the early ire of Ayatollah Khomeini. After the great rise in oil prices of the early 1970s, Iran emerged as an extremely wealthy state, attracting massive investment from American multinationals. Because of state ownership of the petroleum industry, oil revenues went directly into government coffers, making Iran a rentier state that lived off a foreign income and had relatively little need to develop a close relationship with its own people. Mark Gagey-Orowski has argued that the strong support given the Shah's regime as a client state by the United States further increased the independence of the regime from the people of Iran. 17. The Shah became ever more autocratic, and his technocrats' prejudices shaped economic policies. The development banks greatly favored urban businesses over farms in the loans they granted, and unemployed farm workers flocked to the cities in search of work, living in grimy tin-roofed slums. The Shah also adopted punitive measures against the petty commodity producers and marketers of the old bazaar, favoring instead the new millionaires and billionaires that the boom and his policies were creating. Ironically, the Pahlavi regime brought a huge new middle class into being, and greatly expanded the school and university system, as well as sending thousands of students abroad for study. On the one hand, the number of educational opportunities was far smaller than the number of aspirants, and on the other the system produced more intellectuals than could be comfortably employed. Jack A. Goldstone notes that demographic pressure helps account both for the growth of slums filled with displaced farm workers, and for the restless, young, new middle class impatient with the Shah's autocracy and their limited career opportunities. 18 On the other hand, Iran's population nearly quadrupled between 1911 to 1978, growing from 9 million to 35 million, so that the demographic explanation says little in and of itself about why the revolution occurred in 1978 rather than in 1935 or 1957. In the wake of the U.S. defeat in Indochina, the Nixon-Kissinger doctrine designated Iran as a regional surrogate power in the Middle East, hoping it would defend U.S. interests in the Persian Gulf. As a quid pro quo, the Shah was sold virtually any weaponry he wanted from the American arsenal. The Shah's forces did in fact pursue adventures in the Gulf in the 1970s, such as their police action against the supposedly Marxist Dhofar tribe in Oman. The presence of large numbers of influential Western expatriates and multinational companies, the strong leverage of the U.S. Embassy, the designation of Iran as a proxy for protection of U.S. foreign policy interests in the area, all indicate a neocolonial situation. The new oil billions that accrued to Iran after 1973, in the wake of the boycott of the West by the Organization of Petroleum Exporting Countries, OPEC, during the 1973 Arab-Israeli War and the subsequent quadrupling of petroleum prices, created as many problems as they solved. The outflow of capital from the industrialized world was potentially disastrous for it, and apparently the United States and others put great pressure on OPEC allies to recycle the money to the West through purchases and investments. The Shah's acquisition of impressive amounts of American and other military weaponry that was too sophisticated for his armed forces to use effectively was seen by local opponents as part of his compliance with the request to repatriate the billions hemorrhaging from the West. The Shah refused to expand political participation in his system, which functioned as a repressive capitalist dictatorship, and proved unresponsive to popular demands for greater democratization. Contrary to a widespread impression, the administration of President Jimmy Carter put relatively little pressure on the Shah to improve his human rights policies, and certainly treated him differently than it did the South American military dictatorships. At home, the rise of petroleum income from a few $100 million a year to $30 billion per annum between the late 1960s and the mid-1970s caused extremely high inflation. When oil prices dipped in the late 1970s, persistent budget deficits developed in Iran because planners had assumed higher revenues. In response, the regime tripled taxes on salaried workers, and, in order to be seen as fighting inflation, imposed fines on tens of thousands of shopkeepers, as well as taking other invidious steps. In view of the budgetary crunch, resentments about the outward flow of oil money to pay for unneeded American and European high-technology weaponry and other commodities came to a boil among many Iranians. Some of the first major demonstrations leading to the revolution, early in 1978, were against large banks with substantial foreign or minority ownership. As Misak Parsa has argued, Bazaris, industrial workers, slum dwellers, white-collar workers, and the Shiite clergy, each with their own interests, organizations, and ideology, mobilized conjuncturally in 1977–78 to overthrow the Shah. 19 These groups operated primarily in urban areas. Escalating strikes and demonstrations, met by a state that vacillated between the velvet and the iron fist, eventually led to the fall of the government. Importantly, the Shah's troops became increasingly unwilling to fire on urban crowds. In January-February 1979 some radical young officers, especially in the Air Force, went over to the revolutionary forces, as did most of the rank-and-file troops. Many members of the vague coalition of 1978 were united by a rhetoric of Iranian and Shiite nativism alongside an emphasis on consultative government and human rights, but each had its own emphases. The clergy emphasized nativist Islam, the new middle class talked of an end to tyranny, and the Bazaris and other groups had their own aspirations. Only in the clear light of the post-revolutionary situation did the incompatibility of the interests and ideologies of the coalition partners become manifest, when the Shiite ulama, having learned organizational and modern rhetorical skills from the middle class and leftist parties and possessing a charismatic leader of the first rank in Imam Ruhollah Khomeini, managed to take power. The panic among Westerners in the fall of 1979 emptied Iran of foreigners in the same way that the Alexandria riot had led to an exodus of expatriates from Egypt. Once in power from February 1979, the new Islamic government nationalized much of the property of the multinational corporations, as well as local banks and heavy industries. The taking of U.S. Embassy personnel hostage by left-wing students in November 1979 constituted, not one more piece of anarchy during a revolutionary period, but rather a deliberate strike at the continuing influence of the United States on Iran, a final blow against the foreign member of the dual elite. Most accounts of the Iranian crisis relegate its neocolonial aspect to the back burner, but I would suggest it was quite central to the revolution, and certainly played a pivotal role in the mind of the masses. Parsa plays down the degree to which any ideological unanimity existed among these various social forces, and emphasizes the social conflicts that broke out among them during the first 2 years after the revolution. Yet the ideologies of the various groups had in common a rhetoric of nativism, whether secular or religious, Marxist or national, that served to unite them. Superficially long enough to make a revolution. Although the victory of Shiite clericalism came late in the revolution, surely one of the reasons this Islamic discourse ultimately gained such wide appeal lay precisely in its nativism, its rejection of Western models for an Iranian authenticity that could only lie in the unique national religion. The very popularity of nativism points to the revolution having been against not only the Shah, but against the neocolonial Western elite of multinationals, expatriates, arms dealers, and pinstripe diplomats as well. Like the Egyptian Revolution of 1882, the Islamic Revolution involved a broad coalition of subaltern social classes united at least temporarily against the state and against a dual elite, indigenous and foreign. In both, peasants played a subordinate role to that of the urban crowd, with its mass demonstrations, riots, and strikes. The Iranian Revolution ended in the sort of redistribution of wealth and power that characterizes social revolutions, and although the Egyptian case is less clear, a good deal of the evidence points to a social revolution there as well. Although the clerical regime established a safety net for many of the poor who had had few advocates under the Shah, it also used the barefoot for cannon fodder during the bloody Iran-Iraq War of 1980–88, and the Islamic Revolution's success has been at the expense of most of the ideals for which the generality of Iranians fought in 1978. At the political center, the most fascist and autocratic elements won out, and these ruthlessly suppressed rival political parties, executed several thousand members of the leftist Muslim Mujahideen Party, and even launched pogroms against the apolitical and harmless Baha'i religious minority. In the course of the 1980s, new and wealthy elites emerged to take the place of those overthrown with the Shah, so that reduction in wealth stratification may have been short-term. The events in Iran since 1979 underscore how easily revolutions, especially nativist ones, can go bad. It cannot, however, be simply assumed that the Eurobists would have betrayed their own ideals of egalitarianism and consultative government had they won out. In any case, the Iranians succeeded in establishing a revolutionary government, whereas the 19th century Egyptians and Chinese failed, not only for internal reasons, but also because the gap between the North and the South in social and political mobilization is less stark late in the 20th century than it had been late in the 19th. I have argued that outcomes should not determine our typologies of popular movements, and if we look at conjunctures, demographic situation, and at what groups mobilized against whom, similarities between Egypt's 1882 and Iran's 1979 certainly exist. In one of history's little ironies, Muhammad Reza Shah lies buried in the same mosque in Cairo as Khedive Ismail.